Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. We talk to people who have achieved, who are achieving, and who are making impact in society. My guest today is a gentleman who is an achiever, who is a public servant because he served not just in Nigeria, he served in the United States of America, and he has worked tirelessly to make an impact. Right now, he is a candidate in the run-up for the ticket of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State. I welcome Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. You're welcome. Yeah, let's say this straight away. Many people wonder, who is Mustafa? You just came out of the blue. According to them, just came out of the blue. Well, who is Olorunfemi Mustafa?
Olorunfemi Mustafa is a former public servant and former permanent secretary in the service of Lagos State government for 10 years. Prior to that, I served the city of New York for 7 years. I was in the United States for almost about 20-something years. I was born to the family of Alhaji Bushura Jadi Mustafa Olagunju of Elias Obadino Street 246 Obadino, and my mom is Alhaja Amdalat Atinoke Martins, a great grandchild of the Martins family, Babalacho, in Ologbo quarters of Lagos. Born November 8, 1964, at Mercy Children's Hospital, proximity to the house at 64 Obadino Street. My great-grandfather was the first Olori Omokio of Lagos, and he did contested for the imamship of the Obadino Central Mosque. On my paternal grandmother's side, from the Mustafa Giwa in the Takwashi, Giwa Lalukurani. It's so funny. My paternal great-grandfather is Mustafa Olu, but everybody calls us Giwa. But Giwa is a title. Giwa from Mashalashi Al-Qurani. I had my primary school education at Ansarudin Alakoro. Prior to that, I had my started my nursery schooling inside Kosoko, the palace of Oba Kosoko. I still remember, Akabiesi Amino. Yeah. He loves me dearly, so he wouldn't let anybody touch me, when I was a kid. So when my mother finished selling, because my mom was selling, had a shop at Ereko before we moved to Egerton. We started from Jankara, then from Jankara we came to Okiari. From Okiari we went to Egerton. From Egerton, we went to Ebutero. But the first market master is my uncle, Alhaji Musba Martins. Okay. So I have my family lineage strewn all over Lagos. Badagry, Ekpe, Ikorodu.
So we can start getting ready to call you Mr. Lagos.
Yes. My stepfather was Alhaji Abdelatif Seriki from Badagry, and Sherry Olofin, and Ishashi.
Okay, that's where there's the water works.
Yeah, the water works.
The Jakonde administration.
Yes.
So let me say this: you're obviously very grounded in your family history and all that, but growing up in Lagos, when you did, what was your experience like?
It was very nice, and when they say literally that it takes a village to raise a child.
To raise a child.
because I look so much like my dad. So everybody, once they see me, I'm a Bushra, I'm a Bushra, I'm a Bushra. So if you commit a crime in campus, before you get home, there is no phone, and somebody will have reported you. So you will get beaten in campus, and by the time you get home again, you will get beaten again. And there was so much love. We eat 4 times a day. We have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in the evening, and we were pampered.
Talking about being pampered, you must have been a bit rascally too.
Oh, you joking? I got into a lot of trouble. I remember when I was at Ibutiro Nursery and Primary School. So they were late in coming to pick us up. And I took my cousin, Kubra, at Martins. And I told her, just let's go. They're not coming there was a party going on at home. So they probably must have forgotten us. So we trekked all the way from Ebutero to Obadino, which is from school, from back home. And they didn't touch out. So I was the one
they dealt with.
They dealt with.
Why?
They know
because you were notorious.
Yeah, they know I was a troublemaker. My uncle, God bless his soul, Mr. Lasbat Martins, was the first father figure in my life. I missed him greatly. If he were alive, he would be here.
When you were in the service of Lagos State government, one of the places you worked at was the Ministry of Science and Technology. And there were quite a few disruptive things that were done then.
Yes. I thank God for Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola for insisting on bringing me back, and Dr. Bafemi Kadri Hamzat both were instrumental in my coming back. But incidentally, Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila was the one that was very, very persistent in trying to bring me back. He actually got me an SSA with Ashwaju. Ashwaju gave me a job without even seeing me. All he saw was my resume. But I told Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila then that I don't think it was time for me to come back home yet, because one of my uncles, Uncle Bolaji, is still in the United States now. So he told me then that, Ahmed, it's not time for you to come back home yet. So when I eventually accepted to come back, they had issues with Oracle implementation. And I had just implemented, I was part of the team that implemented Oracle for the entire 99 city of New York agencies. In fact, we won an award, Best Collaborative App in 2005 from Mayor Bloomberg. And it was very innovative. It was one of the largest Oracle installed. So my agency, Financial Information Service Agency, we were in charge of the HR, payroll, debt management system, city time, purchasing, and sourcing for the entire 99 city of New York agency. So it was big. So when BRF was told that there's this Lagosian, but we've tried to get him to come, but he won't come. So I heard that he just said, don't worry, I'll get him to come. So he made a few calls. I think he got in touch with my uncle, Alaji Latif Okuno.
Yes.
And so they told him, don't worry, he will come. He told Sheila America, not he too. So Alaja, spoke to me, and I said, fine, okay, I'll come.
So that was how you took up the appointment
As the director of Oracle, working with Governor Ambody when he was the Accountant General. So when we came in, I told Governor Fashola, I said, your problem is not Oracle. Your problem, I took a look at the Lagos State IGR then. It was growing, but the rate of growth was coming down. I said, so we need to start putting things in place. So I came up with this plan to grow Lagos State IGR to 100 billion a month. And I said, it's doable. So Governor Ambody had asked DFID then to come and do a study of the revenue and the systems that we could use to boost that revenue. And I said, so I was working on that plan. So one of the consultants just by chance came to speak with me. And I showed him what I was working on. So he went back to Ambody, Governor Ambody, I said, it was a PS then, said, why did you bring me? This your boy that you brought from America, he's even done, something more, more elaborate.
So all of this you did as Director of Oracle
Director
Implementation?
of Oracle, and I was promoted to DG Financial System Management Bureau because I tried to explain to Governor Babatunde Fashola then that we needed an entity that will be monitoring all the system that has to do with the revenue generation from land use charge, land services payment, IGR, that everything that has to do. So we need to find a way to harmonize that system. The thinking then was that we should make sure that all the system can be able to speak to one another. We make it easy for people to pay without necessarily going to the bank, using their credit card, debit card, and they can be able to effect payment to Lagos from anywhere in the world. So you can pay your land use charge from London. And some of the things that we wanted to do then was, when we look at land use charge, let's take land use charge for instance. So they had enumerated close to about 640,000 properties, and they were only paying at about 200 and something to 300 and something thousand were paying, and the run rate was about 8 billion then. So we, said, okay, we can use technology to deepen that. So we were able to use GIS and spatial technology, building on what has been done by Dr. Bafemi Amzad and initial GIS implementation. So we were able to distill from that close to about 1.2 million properties that we identified, and grew the database to almost about 800,000. So it was a massive effort, and we were, the run rate was about 10 billion. So we use technology to be able to enhance that. And we believe seriously that land use charge alone, we can do 25 billion by the time we finish,
Per annum.
Per annum, yes. So on the Oracle side as well, so we came up, the DPO 1 and 2, was very, very important then. That was the first time in the history of Sub-Saharan Africa that World Bank was giving direct budgetary support.
But it was essential that you did that.
You did that, so we needed to implement some segments of Oracle. So luckily for us, we had that. So it's not something that we needed to go and buy.
And you got World Bank.
Yes. So that has to do with digitizing the procurement process, to support, the procurement agency, so which was key as part of the transparency, along with the generation of financial statement, making sure we publish our financial statement, statutory audits, set up the audit commission. So I was part of that negotiating team. So we just took care of the element that has to do with GIS and also expanding the Oracle. So when we came in, I think it was about 5 or 6 modules that were working. So we expanded that to about 10, and we got everybody using the Oracle purchasing and procurement process, which was big.
So what would you say got you into wanting to do all of this? Because you were in America?
Yes, I had the opportunity. When I was in the US, I remember my wife, she would tell me, why don't you build a fintech hub so that we can make money? You're always so concerned about what can work in Nigeria, what can work in Nigeria. See, without budgetary support, the government cannot do anything. So public service is very, very dear to me, and helping to raise the necessary revenue, which can translate into hospitals, schools, is very, very important. And the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and BRS Foundation had laid a master plan. So what just needed to be done was to complement that with technology to be able to accelerate the growth of the revenue, which correspondingly leads to increased performance in service delivery. So that was very, very important to me. So it was like a laser focus.
Don't worry. Let's go back to your days in America. Part of what you did there was to serve in a city where you oversaw how many departments did you call it now?
99 city, all the 99 city of New York agencies. They were using my application for HR, payroll, debt management system. It was scary. You see, in America, all those small boys, that campaign for the mayor, they end up working with the mayor. And most of the boys that were working for Mayor Bloomberg, they're very sharp, very young boys, data driven. If you go to a meeting in the Mayor Bloomberg's office, you see banks of camera all over the place. They can tell you at any given time how many police officers are on duty, how many teachers came in, how many teachers came in late. I mean, we built such an intricate system that if at any time a teacher in the service of New York ever gets into trouble anywhere in the world, we will get the notification from Interpol and pull that teacher out within a second.
Are you kidding?
I mean, it's this is not technology in Nigeria. I mean, that was, you have a...
How were you able to do that?
My background was in finance.
Yes, well, that's it. That's why I asked the question. How were you able to do that?
But when I started working in finance accounting, I started, I saw myself being drawn into, because accounting started moving from ledger-based to system-based then.
System-based, yeah.
So the ARC and, all those new systems. Then you can say I'm a nerd, so I don't drink, I don't smoke, so just focus on my work. And when you're in the US, because you're black, you're an African, you must be twice as good to be able to maintain your job. So I never want to be felt wanting in whatever I do. So I put in a lot of effort, understanding those account packages. So it became indispensable.
Was that what led you now to walk up to your boss and say, don't advertise that job? How?
Because I knew I could do it. I mean, the experience that I built, I give an example. I have a testing team. So if I build an application, testing is a crucial component of making sure that the application is okay before it goes live. And I said, no, I can't use human beings to be able to process it. So I automated the process. So I created about 2,000 to 10,000 scripts covering different kind of business processes. So I automate it. So it's the machine, the computer. The computer is working while I'm sleeping, And those scripts, those automation allows us to be able to, so what will have taken a human being about 6 months to do, I can do it in a week. From the automation. Yeah. So I have a mainframe application talking to a client-server application, talking to a web application, and I'm taking cases, creating the test cases, running it, doing the load testing, system testing, integration testing, and it was unique.
Yeah, but it was unique, fine. However, your boss wanted to advertise, even went on to advertise the job.
Because I knew then that I was the one that created this process that won us the award.
So how then did you get the job? You just walked up to him?
I just walked up to him and said, don't advertise this job, done. I'm the best person for this position. So he insisted that he has to follow the process. And at the end of the day, I was the boss person because what I had done and what I was still doing, speaks to, that had never been done. We were so good that IBM made my agency a beta center. So they will not release their product until I've tested it and certify it that it is okay before they take it. So I know we had something good.
So coming back to Nigeria and serving in Lagos State, I recall that some time ago they introduced the e-ticketing by last month and all that. That was you.
Oh yes. Governor Ambody just came one day and he said, I don't want last man running after anybody. I mean, go and make sure that can be done. I said, okay, sir. So I just got on the next flight and I know that the only agency that had that record set was the FRSC. Dr. Akimboboyi,
yes,
one of the best human beings I've ever come across. I never knew me. I just walked up to his office in Abuja. I didn't even have an appointment. I just gave them, I said, Governor, but lighted the fire under my rear hand and I had to jump on the train. And I just took some of the staffs of Soft Alliance with me to say, oh yeah, come, let's go. I called him Tolan Ansom, I've forgotten his name. I said, just come with me. And on we go to Abuja. So they were able to give us this repository. I could confirm your driver's license. I could confirm your vehicle license. I could confirm your insurance. So having those API, we just built the front end. And when we tested it, I actually used Governor Zambody's driver's license to test. And on that day, his driver's license had expired. And he looked at me and said, stupid boy, bring that thing down. So, he fell in love with it and said, no, this is what I want to do. So we have done that along with what we call the central billing system, because ABC had done such a good job of revenue assurance at the back end. But okay, let me give you an example. So they ask you to go to lands to pay 10 million. So if you decide to pay 1 million, I will only know that 1 million that you pay. That original bill that says you should pay 10 million, I don't have it in Oracle. So when that 1 million comes in at night, so I do a pretend generation, the debit the account receivable, credit sales, then debit cash and debit, credit the account receivable to nil it. So, but with the central billing system, that 10 million that they say you should go and pay is in Oracle. So you can't, with that, so no mago.
Okay, so that makes it easier to track the money.
God bless you. Yeah. Yes, and because it's an interface, so we were able to integrate to NIBS. So that was one of the things that I really enjoyed most. When I came in, so when we finished generating the payroll, so they would divide it into different banks. So the ones of Skybank, we go to Skybank, UBA, we go to UBA. So UBA will now ultimately take it to NIBS. So when I came in, I told Mr. Paddy, I said, I need a switch. Egbon, give me a switch. He said, are you sure they will allow you to do it in Lagos? I said, bring it, don't worry. So we connected our payroll to NIBS. So as soon as we finish, everybody gets paid at once. So that was our that was how 23rd started, and everybody. So Governor Fashola was getting this acclamation. "Okay, well, let's be you." So he called me. He said, "I only know one troublesome person that will do this without my approval."
And that will be you.
That will be me.
All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we will go back to your origins again and find out how come you're like this. Please stay tuned.
Plus TV Africa.
This is Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Welcome back. I'm still talking to Mr. Mustafa. I say Mr. Mustafa because in those days, in the civil service, when we say, oh, Mr. Mustafa, that's the man in Oracle. But you had what we can call a regular childhood. What in your childhood, or who in your childhood, prepared you for this?
I'll say my dad. Òṣèré Àjàdí ọmọ Ògúnlérè Ìjọjà lọ, ọmọ Dòsùnmú ajíwẹ̀ fòòṣà, ọmọ olórí ọmọ kí ó gbogbo ìlú Èkó, arìngbẹ̀gbẹ̀ bí ẹni ẹ̀gbẹ́ ń dùn, ṣe mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àti tájàdé máa jẹ ló ń wá.
Were you his first child or first?
I was the ninth.
The ninth?
Yeah, but I stayed with him the most. Because
so it appeared he poured a lot of himself into you.
Everything that I know in life, everything that I am today, I'll say it's my dad. My mom's is very important to me. She impacted me religiously, treating people fairly. But my dad I'm a product of my dad. My knowledge base, he forces me and he got me to read. He buys about 6 to 7 newspapers every day. And after I've read, he will challenge me, what did you read? And I tell people, incidentally, the first book that my father gave me to read was the Bible, not the Quran. And I felt so much in love with the Bible that I wanted to be a Christian. And he said, no, you're on a journey. So we just read the Bible. Okay, take the Quran, go and read the Quran. So, and I read the Quran. And so I tell people that I'm a Muslim by choice, not by birth. So, but having, incidentally, my wife is a Christian. So having that balanced view, coming from that cosmopolitan background, and was a man of great discipline. I remember there was a time, we were not that, we had some financial challenges. because we were general contractor to Gulf Oil Company, Shell, and CBN. So what he does, he will go and get a contract. So I'll be the one to do the execution.
Really?
Oh, that was how I started making my money. So they would say I should buy cement at 2 naira or 3 naira. I'll go and look for a place where I can buy it at 150 and keep the 50 different.
As long as the God is the cement.
And I do a very good job. He also has the beer distributorship and Liver Brothers distributorship. So he will give me a set target to say, okay, this is how much they sell it. So I'll go and look for a place where I can sell it more. Then I'll just keep
extra money.
But hard work, being fair, prepared. I know when we're on holidays, it will always get me prepared before the school starts. They'll get me the syllabus, go to my school to talk to the teachers, get the syllabus, and buy the books, and forces me to read. He will force me to write essays every day, and forces me to read. And the worst thing that you can do wrong with my dad is if you do something, just tell him, give him a reason why you did it. Don't say, oh, I did it because others are doing it. That's the worst thing, that you can ever do.
Your dad poured all of himself into you. And if you were alive today, what would you like to tell him you recall?
His prayers. His prayers. I know every time I do something that pleases him, he will just go into this like trance-like mode. And we started reciting a lot of prayers. So one of his mostly used prayers for me was that verse where Allah was enjoining Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam to go and convince Pharaoh to release the children of Israel. So which says, "Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa uqdatan min lisani ya'fu qawli wa ja'alni waziran min akhi Haruna akhi usuddu bi yasri wa uqsidu bi amri kay nasabiyaka kabira innaka kuntum bima kabira." So Prophet Musa had asked these 10 prayers of God, said, "Qala rabbi shrah li sadri, strengthen my tongue, I'm a stammerer. Wa yassir li amri, make this task easy for me. Expand my breast, my chest. Make my brother Harun, give me somebody to do this work with me. Make that person my brother." So they said that is how Harun became a prophet through Moses. So Allah na say atigi atokwe nishanu abore Allah no ni won atigi atokwe nishanu abore Allah no ni won adisa atigi atokwe nishanu abore Allah no ni won. And I will get annoyed. You've already recited the Quran. What's this atigi atokwe?
But in English, he was simply relating to his cosmology, the reality that
you always find helper.
That the high priest,
yes,
right,
yes,
always finds favor.
Favor, yes, yes,
with nature.
With nature.
So you are going to find favor, but you didn't understand.
I didn't. I wish I would allow him to have said so much of it. Because every time I looked at my life, I'm a product of grace. I've always find people at a critical problem in my life. They just come. And it's like this signing footprint of time that my father-in-law gave me, Sahi Okoya, late Sahi Okoya. And this person slept and he saw his life, like a footprint in the sand of time. So sometimes we see 4 footprints, and sometimes we only see 2. And it now correlates those periods where he could only see 2 footprints to be the most difficult part of his life. And he was asking God, God, did you leave me alone during this period? So God said, no, you could not walk then. I've carried you. It's my footprint that you're saying. So,
but with your experience and prayers from your dad, experience because you learned hard work from him, prayers because he spoke grace into your life and all that, you are thinking of a journey to govern Lagos. How come?
You know, sometimes without you knowing it, you become an embodiment of people's aspirations and hopes. When I left the service, public service is in me. I love to serve. So I'll try and negotiate with God sometimes. I said, just leave me. Let me just do these worldly things first, And I remember going to the late Bishop Fashino, the Archbishop of Ijebode. He's a big father figure, So we have this economical, dialogue, So after I left,
That's 2021.
yes, he just died recently. So I went to go and see him. I said, Daddy, I don't know what to do. I said, I'm thinking of setting up my own consulting. But at the same time, I felt this pull that I have to serve God. A lot of people have been coming to me then. Yeah, okay, I think you should throw your heart into the ring. And Islamically is a trust.
Yeah.
It's not something that you just jump into, because in the Quran, Allah said, we gave the to the ground refuses it. We gave it to the mountain refuses it. But human being that does not have the knowledge, they give it to me without knowing the requisite skill. So leadership is something that you come at with trepidation because it's a trust. But the experiences that I've acquired over the years, healthcare, education, infrastructure. So I took my time studying how the society was constructed, and I felt we could greatly accelerate the development of Lagos. We could take Lagos to the next height, accelerate the development. We have a very good master plan that has been built in place by Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, built on by Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Governor Ambode, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. But during this NSAS period, something awoken in me, that you have this 70% of the population angry, alienated, that nobody is speaking to them, nobody understands their aspiration. I remember a couple of months ago, I went to the Director General of TED Fund. TED Fund is the fund that is set up to support the universities. Yes. So I told him, I said, I could show you a framework. I gave them a presentation. I said, I could show you a framework how we could aggregate about 2 trillion worth of investment into universities in Nigeria. 2 trillion worth of investment. I said, it's not new money. 2 trust fund. The 2% education tax the disbursement rate is about 500 billion a year. So I said, that is an annuity. It's a revenue. So what we can do, I said, give me 1%, 0.5% of 1%, which comes about 70 billion. So we set up this higher education facility financing fund. So with that 70 billion, we can go and raise 1 trillion, 2 trillion. And the goal is to have 100 world-class universities in Nigeria and teaching hospitals.
So what happened to that expected fund?
Bagoro, the former, he was almost crying. He said he could not believe that when he was given this assignment, he knew there would be somebody out there who has an idea as to how this job can be done. Yes. But me coming in now, it was the tail end of his administration.
Okay, this is the beginning. You want to do something in Lagos. What do you want to do?
Healthcare, security, for instance. Okay. I want to make sure that there is 24/7 security in Lagos. There is a master plan through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund. Yes. We have RRS. We provide them vehicle. The command and control infrastructure is in place. We have neighborhood corps now. We have street lighting. When there is light, so people are less bound to commit crime. We've stepped away from a few of that. We want to deploy technology. When I was in science and tech, we bought drones, trifugal drones that can be in the sky for 6 hours. And we bought 2. So anything that is more than 3 centimeters, I can capture it. I can give you the life pattern in a particular area. I can tell you what is going on in a particular. I can even tell you if your house is going to
collapse, through the drone monitoring. So I can pull the plate license of a car from 36,000 feet and know who owns it. So that security infrastructure coupled with technology, deploy CCTV, okay? So the government cannot deploy enough CCTV. London alone has about 36,000 or 100 something thousand CCTV cameras. So we don't have enough money to be able to do that. So what we can do is to tell the banks, the eateries, and people, who have CCTV, we will give them an API, automatic program, application program interface that gives us the feed from this respective CCTV. So I can tell you and I can track people as they move from one camera angle to the next. So with that in place, the state will be on virtual lockdown.
That's security-wise.
Security-wise.
Sometimes people get to the hospital, they don't get attended to, maybe they don't have the right equipment, there are not enough facilities and all that. How do you want to address that?
Thank you very much. It's a question of people, process, technology. So when in terms of people, so look at the doctors, look at the nurses, look at the service delivery. So that is the process. Then the technology. The technology includes the equipment. One of the things that we hope to do is use what we call equipment leasing methodology. So the money that we use to buy one equipment, we use it to lease 50, 60, 70. By the grace of God, if it pleases the Almighty to put us into that position, I can tell you right away, within 6 months, we can start the deployment of first-class medical equipment in all the hospitals, in the general hospitals and tertiary health centers, tertiary hospitals in Lagos State.
First-class equipment?
First-class, cards, imagery, diagnostics equipment. What we don't want to do, when I was part of a committee, we've done some preliminary assessment. So that's why I said 6 months. So if we need to go back and throw up that assessment that was done during Governor Ambode's administration. So we did a very detailed study of the gaps, in terms of equipment functionality within the state. So I have a very, very good idea, but we need to go back to the health sector and confirm, because we don't want to put an equipment there that is not appropriate. And the way we want to do it, we use a cluster system. So some of the PHCs, so we will, agglomerate them, within the specific zone, so they can be able to go to those centers as well. So we want to maximize the use. So using that equipment leasing framework, we will be able to aggressively, So the other thing we want to do is we will have what we call Health and Hospital Corporation Fund. So with that, we will leverage on the existing IGR from those hospitals. We bring in consolidated revenue fund. So when we have this fund, we'll be able to go to the market, and raise bond against that particular specific projects, specific to health, so which allows us, the goal is to build one tertiary facility in each of the senatorial districts. So making 3, then expand the existing secondary facilities as well. Then the primary healthcare centers will work with social entrepreneurs to give them funding, give them equipment. So doctors, you cannot train enough doctors because we're losing doctors so rapidly. So one of the things that we want to do is augment the skills of the midwives and the nurses. So there is no reason why a doctor should be drawing blood, it's asinine. So tax shifting is going to be key for us. And we will complement the skill set of those midwives and nurses, so they become nurse practitioners. So they can basically do 70% of what a typical doctor will do. So that allows us to be able to maximize, those skill set, So it's a complement of the people, the process, and the technology. So we're also going to have a facility management redesign. So when you walk into a Lagos State facility, there will be a decision support system. So the doctor is not, so you have 60 or 50 something years old today, history of blood pressure, asthma. So you came in complaining of headache at the back of your head. So that decision support system will guide us. It will guide the doctor. So the doctor, no matter how young, so the decision support system will eliminate the mistakes. And that will be a standard safe care protocol in both public and private sector.
But then how are you going to be able to sustain it? Because there's the issue of technology, there's the issue of energy, power, right? And then you even need ICT. How are you going to do that?
Power is one of the biggest things that we want to take a look at. Lagos State is uniquely placed to be able to address the power issue more than any other state in Nigeria. We have the greatest constellation of towers, base stations in Nigeria. So there's close to about 30-something to 60-something thousand base stations. And between all of them, they spend close to about $1 trillion powering those base stations. So we have this UDS, Universal Dock System, which I started when I was in science and tech. So what we are wanted to do is, we lay fiber and we use the fiber to connect all the base stations. If you do that, it improves your internet connectivity. You understand? So that is in preparation towards the 5G. So we now said, as we are laying the fiber for connectivity, we will lay the cables also, the electric cable, so to power those base stations. So using that guaranteed offtake, we started conversation with Cummins. So Cummins will be able to build 20,000, 30,000, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts all over the state using a mini grid concept. Yeah. So we now get the banks also to form an SPV. So that SPV will also give us additional guaranteed offtake. You understand? So eateries, estates can be able to. One of the reasons why we have failure in the power system is because the private sector is here, the public sector is here. So in that public sector space, there is not enough revenue to be able to sustain so but when you now bring the two together, using what we call the Lagos State Energy Exchange, so which we will create, so we can talk to some Indians, who will come in and bring that system and be able to work with us. We'll be able to mix, so I can charge the private about 70 naira per kilowatt, charge the public about 50 using cross subsidy, and we have a very sustainable system. Yes. So
you spoke a bit about the youth and the anger, the restiveness that will come out during the NSAS protests. But Lagos has a very large concentration of young people.
The 1824, they form the bedrock of our population.
So in Lagos, how are you going to engage the youth?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So when I was in science and tech, so I took the initiative, we look at that Yaba area. So we wanted to set up an ICT hub. So through Governor Raji Fashola, we are giving him a right of way. So that was why you saw a lot of the ICT companies going to Yaba. So we bought, there is this manufacturing center, in the Yaba, so in Sabo. So we took it over, we brought a Bile, in there, we brought Accenture in there. I even went to Bobala Johnson, so she's the one heading that initiative. So I remember taking the Governor Ambode to Andela, and he could see all these young boys, and I said, look at what they are doing. And every day you see a white person going to Yaba. And I said, if these people don't think there is something here, they won't be coming here. So it's a system that organically just grew by itself. So we will now go in, accentuate that growth, give them power, give them connectivity, give them funding. So we're going to have that ICT hub there. So we're going to have a fishery hub, fashion hub, leather hub. So you are a youth, you have creative disposition. So you can just go, to that creative hub. So there will be sound mixer there. So you are interested in developing your own cable or TV show, you'll be able to go in there. The equipment will be there. So you are a mechanic. So we will provide, working in conjunction with Elizade, Toyota, Honda. So we will be able to provide equipment in there. We give you training. LASVEB will be part of that. We certify you. So you just like you are registering as a part of a member of a club. So the same thing with the fashion hub. So we'll be able to give you all the equipment. And we will do this in conjunction with banks and the artisan groups. So you have guaranteed offtake. When I was doing the research on fashion, there is maybe one or two companies producing shirts in Nigeria. And the market is there, even available for foreign. So every vertical of everything we hope to do, whether it's on health, whether it's on power, whether it's on education, whether it's on technology and innovation, environment, industrialization, there is going to be a component of youth engagement in there, aggressively doing things and deliberately, consciously. So whether we are talking about health facility financing agency, for instance now, so when we bring in those equipment on the lease, so we will have biomedical program in our in our schools, in polytechnics, so they will train them to do the first level triage. So that's a very highly demanding skills. So we will improve the connectivity, we will improve power, and we will have all these hubs where they can just go there and be able to they can work, for anyone from anywhere in the world. We will work with Andela to upskill from primary to secondary to tertiary. We will work with Andela to develop a very world-class curriculum, Microsoft, Oracle. So this will give you ready marketable skill set that you can earn dollars, not even naira, and you'll be able to work in Nigeria for anybody from anywhere in the world.
How do you intend to fund it? Because if you train somebody and then you empower them with some startup funds, where's the money coming from, and then how do you want to ensure that they pay back?
There is a collaboration. There's going to be a collaboration between ourselves and Microsoft and Andela, for instance. So that is what they do. So we are just providing the enablement. You understand? So if the fund, the training fund that we will provide. So as you are making your money, hopefully, you will repay, because we hold on to your certificate. And the company that we are sending you to is going to be with the understanding that we sponsor this person, so a certain percentage of their salary should go back to this fund. You understand? Because this ecosystem, we will be truly involved in that ecosystem. So we will have social entrepreneurs midwifing this. Because the more that people consume, that fund, we need to be able to bring back money into that fund for us to be able to do so much.
Now, the public service is part of your constituency. If you looked at it today, every administration comes up with something new to do for the public service. What do you want to do in the public service space to ensure that trained officers do not just leave the service?
Thank you very much. The public service, the civil service is very, very dear to my heart. I came in, Dr. Longe, people like yourself, Mrs. Odunlami, Mrs. Umar. I met a lot of very incredible people that made a profound difference in my life. And Mrs. Nikki Animashao, I mean, a lot of people that helped me personally, professionally. Dr. Balogun, my God, Mr. Akodu, so these are people who literally, Alaji Onibon, these are people who literally took me, and showed me the ropes. Mrs. Y, and the system is not what it used to be, so there is this passive sense of grief, non-fairness.
Yes.
So we need to restore that trust. Okay. That if I'm good, if I'm eligible for promotion, I should be able to get it.
Yeah.
If there are trainings, I should be able to get it. PSSDC will be very, very important. For us, we will make sure there is. If you don't train somebody, you can't hold them accountable. Yeah. So there will be continuous training. So if you come in with a school side, we will help you to get your bachelor's, and further as many, even going to PhD level. Yeah. So we will find a way to work with LASU and the PSSDC so that you can have continuous education program in LASU, but for local and for foreign as well. So in terms of additional benefits, we're going to look at what is it that we can do. So if you have kids in any of Lagos State institutions, 70% discount, for your ward. Mortgage assistance program, so that if people leave, they will be able to afford a home. But more importantly, if you leave today, by the grace of God, the next month you will get your pension. That will be key, because we have the HR system. If I go back to my Oracle today, I'll tell you the number of staff that are retiring in the next 20 years, 35 years in service, 16 years of age, so I can run that report. So all the documents that you need to take to Civil Service Commission, Pension Commission, we know them. Yeah. Why are we disturbing people? Okay. You understand? I will put my foot down that within 6 months of our administration, we will make sure that if you leave today, the next month you'll be able to get your pension.
So now, the Prati primaries is coming up. Your delegates, many of them don't know you. You're trying to make an impression, right? What would you say to them?
We are at a crossroad as a nation and as a state. What we do right now determines the existence of this country. We have this population this youth restive, restless, alienated. The programs and policies that we are bringing in place will accelerate the development of this state. And if you get it right in Lagos, you get it right in sub-Saharan Africa, not Nigeria. I mean, I was just talking about higher education facility financing at the federal level. So when we are advocating policies, equipment leasing, when we are advocating those kind of policies that will lead to exponential growth in revenue, improve service delivery, improve healthcare, improve education, student loan board, that you'll be able to take a loan. Those kind of advocacy that if God puts us in that position, we'll be able to advocate, will make a profound impact on the lives of the people, not only of Lagos State. We account for 30% of the GDP, 70% of the manufacturing industrial base. We have not started even scratching the surface, what Dangote is doing in Lekki. The businesses that will come out of the petrochemical industry alone is going to be twice what is going to come out of the fertilizer, of the petrochemical. You understand? So we need to put in accelerated development programs that will attract businesses, make sure security is in place, make sure power is in place. We have the ability to do this. My experience over the years in the United States of America, working in the city of New York, studying in America, working in America, looking at development framework, that is what we are bringing to make sure we can accelerate the development. My charge to them is, take this leap of faith with us. I'm putting the markers on the ground. If it pleases God to put us in this position, within 12 to 18 months, you will see a difference in schooling and education in Lagos State. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in power. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in healthcare delivery in this state, in infrastructure development, taking LSDPC, turning it into a real estate investment trust, which was about 1 trillion. And we take 200 billion out of that to create a billion infrastructure fund, which now accounts for over 20% of the takeoff of any projects. So we don't need to delay. AFDB 50, IFC. I went to IFC and I got $200 million for development into Lagos State, into transportation, into healthcare, into energy. We can do it. Just take that leap of faith with us. And with their support, we will make Lagos State the best, not only in Nigeria, but the entire sub-Saharan Africa.
Let me thank you very much, Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. I asked you why you prefer the full Olorunfemi name. This is just to tell me why that full name must be Olorunfemi.
You know, when my father told me the story several times, he never let me leave it down. Because I remember filling my, I think it was my JAB form of my GCE form, and I said, I just put Femi. So he saw a copy of it, and he got so annoyed as if I had committed a capital crime. And I said, I just put Femi. I said, no. Your name is Olorunfemi. No, your name is not Femi. He said, what you don't know today, I'm going to tell you. When you were born, I had a fleet of lorries. So one of them had a brake failure, and it went into a house, and it could have killed a significant amount of people. And you know, I'm a socialite in Lagos. That would have killed me. Immediately they brought that bad news. Your mother brought the news of your birth. So, and I heard the voice that his name shall be Olorunfemi, that I'm with you. He said, so your name is Olorunfemi, not Femi. I said, okay, what about Oluwafemi? He said, no, it's not Oluwafemi, it's Olorunfemi.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best in the primaries. Thank you.
Oh, I admire him from afar. You know, you're a good egg.
Thank you very much, my brother. And so that's been Timeless Conversations. This episode featured our very dear brother. We serve together in Lagos State as Pampered. He's running for the office of governor, and we wish him very well. Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa, a man of destiny, a man whose dad predicted that this day will come. May the prayer be answered. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend. God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Bopo. This is the news brief. The screening exercise for presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress APC, earlier scheduled to be held on Monday, May the 23rd, 2022, has now been postponed. A statement released to the media by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Felix Moka, states that a new date for the exercise will be announced. The Benue State chapter of the APC has adopted direct primaries in choosing candidate for 2023 general elections. The decision was taken at the critical stakeholders meeting of the party at its headquarters in Benue State. Leaders of the party and Minister for Special Duties and Intergovernment Affairs, Senator Dr. George Akume, thanked stakeholders for their support and confidence in the party. He advised them to continue to work and sacrifice for the benefit of the party.
We decided to call this meeting. Take a look at the way forward, respecting our primaries. This is a very important meeting, very important because we take 2023 very, very seriously. It is our date with history, it is our date with destiny. We can't take anything for granted. You came to power in 2015. Benue people voted for you, which was a clear indication that Benue people love the party. And I want to assure you they still love this party. The issue is this. Do you want to win in 2023? Yes. Let me hear you very well. Do you want to win in 2023? Yes.
Speakers across the three senatorial zones, including the chairman Zone A of the APC, Barrister Vincent Uji, Senator Jack Tiley, Barrister Mangan Yudendi, as well as the Akange Audu, all maintain that after exploring all other options and to avoid case of litigations that may occur after the general elections, they resolve to adopt direct primary as a mode of election.
It's okay that the best method for us to follow should be the direct method of we took this step because we don't want anybody to accuse us unnecessarily. In this situation to be followed should be the direct method. And that's our recommendation, so we have resolved as such.
The leadership is thrown back to the people to make their choice by the direct primaries. I'm so pleased that the act and element of democracy is back to the people and being judiciously practiced here. The people are going to make their own choice, and I stand the people for the people, and in the direct primaries, I willingly give up.
Some youths in Edo State have expressed their support for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who was in the state to seek the blessings of the royal father, the Oba of Benin. Tinubu was at the palace of Oba of Benin, Oba Eware II, to seek the royal father's blessings for his aspiration of becoming the country's president in 2023.
Bola Tinubu, I have reasoning of giving him my support. I've met with him, I've interacted with him. He's not so money conscious. We are not looking for people that are so money conscious. There's nothing you can point at Bola Tinubu except you tag him, but you cannot prove it. We've checked around based on my own party. I've checked around. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the man that is capable, that can give us a better life in Nigeria. Gone are the days that you say you don't know who is this man. Gone are the days we believe in party affiliation. It's now who you are that really matter most. Not party, not other things.
Nigeria needs transformation leadership. integrate reforms where everybody will participate in the God-given prosperity and talent assets of this country are being exposed widely and are being well trained. I know what your blessing and endorsement means. All I pray for today is to seek your blessing and your prayer to successfully become the candidate of my party, APC, and eventually become the president of the Federal Republic of
The Minister, as you all know, is non-partisan. However, we are always interested in the leaders that how to lead the country. Doesn't mean we are apolitical. We are non-partisan. However, we are very interested in who leads the country. In this regard, we wish to assure you that we will take you into our prayers. We will take you into our prayers. We will pray for you.
Senate President Ahmed Lawan is confident that he can govern Nigeria if he becomes the country's president. He was speaking in Kano State during his national consultation visit ahead of the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primary elections. Plus TV Africa's news correspondent Stephen Enoch completes the report.
In furtherance of his presidential ambition, Senate President and All Progressives Congress presidential hopeful Ahmed Lawan is in Kano to woo delegates of the APC ahead of the party's primaries. The Senate President says he has gathered the necessary experience he needs to govern the country as he is working closely with President Buhari.
And I've worked very closely with Mr. President, our amiable President, President Muhammadu Buhari, for the last 3 years, working with him very closely on governance, on how to deliver services to our country. Therefore, I know what governance is at the national level, the federal government. Having served for 23 years, and by the grace of God, to serve for 24 years by June next year, I would have known sufficiently how the legislature works and how the legislature and the executive can deliver services to our citizens. So I have experiences on both sides.
He is certain that the pendulum will swing to his side during the primaries, promising delegates.
My brothers and sisters, distinguished delegates, I promise you that when eventually we discuss and find common ground with His Excellency and vote for me, you will forever be pleased with the way and manner I will lead this country.
Mr. Lawan also discredits reports that the APC in Kano is in disarray.
No amount of propaganda will convince or confuse anyone that Kano is shaking at all. APC in Kano is steady, solid, like a rock. Come 2023, by the grace of God, we'll have an APC governor and his deputy. All our 3 senators will be APC. All the 24 members of the House of Representatives will be APC.
On his part, Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje assures the Senate President of Kano's support ahead of the primaries.
Your Excellency, we assure you of our full cooperation. Kano State is a swing state in the presidential primaries, even in the presidential election. And Kano State will swing when it is time to swing. Thank you and God bless.
Stephen Enoch, Plus TV News.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, anymore says it has suspended its primaries for the House of Assembly and House of Representatives indefinitely over unreconciled delegates list. A statement by the legal advisor of the party in the state, Kasenga Ikeoku, attributed the non-conduct of the primaries to confusion caused by the National Assembly. Ikeoku explained that Imo would not vote along with other states who were now voting with a 3-man and 1-man national delegate. He urged party faithfuls to ignore fifth columnist writing about crisis within the party. According to him, there's no crisis as the leadership of the party at all levels are working together to make sure that ad hoc delegates are cleared to vote at our primaries on a later date to be announced. In Edo State, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, joined its counterpart across the country to conduct primaries to elect candidates for the State Assembly as well as the House of Representatives. However, parallel primaries were held by the two factions in the party simultaneously at different locations across the state. From the faction loyal to Governor Godwin Obaseki, only those who defected with him from the APC to the PDP had continued to emerge as winners. Similarly, from the camp loyal to Chief Dan Oribia, National Vice Chairman South of the PDP, only the old PDP members emerged winners. Officials from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, monitored the primaries by the faction loyal to the party's National Vice Chairman South, but the same could not be said about the faction loyal to the governor. A chieftain of the party who spoke on the condition of confidentiality explained that the primaries were not parallel. Similarly, Mr. Adaize Nwanta, Edo Commissioner for Information, while commenting from the governor's faction, dismissed reports of parallel primaries. U.S. Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard has advised Nigerians to vote for leaders in 2023 who will be diligent enough to tackle insurgency and other security challenges in the country. The ambassador's message comes amid deteriorating security despite repeated promises of tackling banditry and other challenges by President Muhammadu Buhari.
I firmly believe that in the 21st century, Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, will play a central role on that world stage. I believe in Nigeria's future, and dear seniors, the last time I can call you seniors, I believe in you. The world needs you. It needs your creativity, your strength, your hearts, and your minds.
Assistance in Alabama and children, crime brigades. But the truth is, there is no script or algorithm to tackle the unprecedented challenges we face today. As we saw during the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the world's leaders did not have all the answers. It took creativity, innovation, and global collaboration to lead some scare 2020. As the most tech-educated and tech-savvy generation of graduates, you are unique needs. Provide fresh solutions to address some of the world's most difficult challenges. More than any time before, your community, your country, and the world need you.
Meanwhile, Governor Dave Umahi of Ebonyi State believes insecurity in the southeast is politically motivated, but ruled out of foreigners as the mastermind. The governor's comments came on the heels of rising insecurity in the region, with Anambra lawmaker Okechukwu Okoye being one of the latest casualties. For how President Muhammadu Buhari handled the challenge, he said the spate of insecurity could have been worse in Nigeria and the southeast specifically. As reactions continue to trail the mother of Shehu Shagari College of Education student Deborah Samuel over alleged blasphemy, a group, Muslim United for Peace and Justice, has called for swift and transparent justice against her killers. The group says the tragic event of the mother of Deborah can be utilized as a turning point in the Muslim-Christian relations and herald a new era of peaceful and respectful coexistence. Professor Lakin Akintola of the Muslim Rights Concern, who lent his voice to the call, urged leaders of faithfuls to continue to enlighten and educate adherents to the need for mutual respect, to focus on message of love and working against the voice of hatred and extremism amongst them. The group also urged state governments to strengthen laws to criminalize blasphemy and killing for blasphemy outside the law and faithfully enforce them.
We urge Muslim scholars to issue fatwa specifically against frontier justice, jungle justice, and extrajudicial killing at any time. More so, we appeal to imams to use the Friday khutbah to spread and promote the peaceful coexistence, respect for constituted authority, and rule of law as enjoined in Islam. 7, we lament the poor state of the judicial system in Nigeria and call for improvement of same in order to restore public confidence in the judicial system, as well as prompt and effective administration of justice. Number 8, we condemn jungle justice and lament its endemic nature in Nigeria and call for justice for all other victims of extrajudicial killings, the Tijaniya travelers who were murdered in Jos, the Baptist College Ijagbo hijab killing, the Lekki killing by Okada riders, and other similar acts of barbarism and mob violence.
The Borno State chapter of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, yesterday had a rally to protest the gruesome murder of Deborah Samuel by religious extremists in Sokoto State. The CAN chairman, Reverend Ampen Lever, who led the Benwick Christians with placards inciting and written, "Christians cannot continue to bury their loved ones in the name of religion." Some of the placards read, "Enough is enough. We condemn the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Christians are not second-class citizens."
So my people in Borno State, enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Condemn what happened in Sokoto State. The murder of Deborah Samuel was in a very barbaric manner. We condemn it in totality, and we sympathize with the family for what happened. We want to call on law enforcement agencies in this nation. We want to call on the police, the military, the paramilitary, to please, as a matter of urgency, stop unprovoked killings in Nigeria. This type of killing is not allowed in Nigeria again.
Kaduna State chapter of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has raised an alarm that fundamentalists now use blasphemy as an excuse to kill Christians in northern region of the country. Reacting to the riot in Bauchi State over the alleged blasphemy, the state CAN chairman, Reverend John Joseph Hayab, said Christians now have evidence of how some of these allegations of blasphemy are false. He says they're just for the blackmail or settling scores with passive enemies or well-mannered young girls who have refused sexual advances by the opposite sex from another religion. Hayab further asks if the recent sermon they were getting from some Islamic clerics on what the Holy Quran says about what should be done if anyone is accused of blasphemy is unpopular amongst followers. He added that the challenge is now for government authorities and security agencies to act fast to address this abuse of constitution before it leads to more serious conflict that cannot be handled. The Arawa community in Lagos has backed the state government's ban on commercial motorcycles against security agencies to impose stricter border checks as a way of curbing the influx of foreigners. In its communique issued by the association at the end of extraordinary general meeting held in Lagos yesterday, it was moved, which was made and was taken last week and was not new. While condemning the activities of criminals posing as Okada riders, the Arawa community claimed that most of them are foreigners from Nigeria Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other neighboring nations. The federal government has appointed Mr. Anamekwe Nwabuoku as the acting accountant general of the Federation. Nwabuoku is expected to carry out his duties with extant rule and observe the highest sense of professionalism. His appointment followed the suspension of Ahmed Idris, who is being investigated for alleged stealing of 80 billion naira. The prices of food and other commodities keep skyrocketing daily, touching on the cost of living in Nigeria. Feel the purse, the people on the streets, and that's on our street views.
You affect seriously, we can't even explain, because in my place of work, the place I would normally pay 500, go and come back. That was 2014, 2015. Now I pay 1,200.
We just have to keep on going with it now. We just hope it gets better. So how we are coping is work harder, and that's just what we can do.
I'm into food business, so I know it's affecting a lot. Particularly trying to get customers, when you give them prices of stuffs that we do, they complain that it's too expensive. But due to the constant increase in sales, in pricing, it's really affecting the business. For example, a bag of flour last year was going for about 10,000, but now it's going for like 22,000, 23,000, depending on where you get it.
When you look at the rate at which prices of commodities are going up, is very, very high. In fact, average Nigerians are finding it very difficult to cope. And we want government to do something as soon as possible before things get out of hand.
When I was coming now, I had a small issue with my car, and I had to get, I think the person that I wanted to help me fix it said I should get, what is it called? Jowl, ordinary jowl. Then we used to get it for like 1, 2 or thereabout. But when I bought now, it's 2.5. Now. You get, so everything, food, rent, everything.
That affected my daughter. Like my daughter likes berries a lot. And berries that I used to buy for 1,000, now it's 3,000. I can't afford to always buy berries for her. So it's affected in every, I don't even know what to say about it.
And in business news, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, says it will continue playing its role as a bridge to engender positive collaborations between all players in Fintech for the good of the industry. Ken Opara said this during his investiture as the 22nd President and Chairman Council of the CIBN, which held in Lagos. Justin Akadoye tells more.
Gathered at this hall are banking professionals who have converged to celebrate the men who will control the hems of affairs of the Bankers Institute for the next 2 years. Though they are in a celebratory mood, musings about the industry, which has witnessed relative stability in recent times amid economic headwinds, resound.
I shall abide by.
After his investiture, the new CIBN boss, Ken Opara, says the future of banking, which revolves around the Generation Z, is a focal strategic goal for his administration, hence the need to encourage Fintech. His predecessor, Bayo Olugbemi, shares similar thoughts.
The future is here. It means that we need to begin to build up inclusion, have the Gen Z, the younger people, who definitely will take over from us to be inspired to do the business of banking.
We have seen that there are a lot of channels of delivery and services, and technology is the main thing now. If you don't embrace technology in banking, you fail. So that's why I encourage banks. We're doing a lot of financial technologies, but we should do much more than what we are doing now.
The competition for traditional banks has shifted in the past 7 years from fellow banks and peers to small but mighty adventure-seeking entities called Fintechs. As the conversation shifts towards payment system and the CBN's e-Naira, the bank executives share their thoughts on the future and viability. Meanwhile, in an address, the Lagos state government promises to continue to make the state conducive for business to thrive.
In terms of payment system, you discover that the banks have done so much in accelerating the payment system. It's one of the countries in this, in this world where you can do online service and get instant payment. It does even in US. If you do payment, it doesn't happen instantly. And that's essentially is a credit to the banking system.
I think our people, Nigeria in particular, we prefer cash. But little by little, I think the tenets or the policy of e-Naira we go down.
Show you all that we are working tirelessly to further strengthen the economy and the financial sector in Lagos to make life better for all Lagosians.
In line with re-engineering the sector, the CIBN promises to develop a digital roadmap for the banking and finance industry and offer certifications on digital skills. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Popo. Many thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayiwa Miss Saleh, and my Friday delights are here, Money and Ifti Elu. Hello ladies.
Hi, Uwa.
Who are we starting with? Money. Let me start with your white dress. Lovely. How are you?
Fine, thank you, dear.
No lawyers are used to black.
Yes, so today is Friday. So we dress down on Friday so we can wear different colors.
Do you go to court on Fridays?
Oh, it depends, but most of the time, no.
How is the project coming up for December?
Uti, I think we're going to talk. We're going to talk about it very soon, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually looking forward to it. It's coming up very well. Yeah, people are responding.
What's the target again?
10 million.
Wow. No, I'm saying the target of prisoners, number of prisoners.
3,000.
3,000 prisoners.
It doesn't increase before then, and with the way that Nigeria is turning around on its own, we are praying that it doesn't lead people to cry
go
and
to
then feel the capacity of the prison. So we're just praying that it still remains at this number.
3,000 prisoners.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. We are going to wear our own waist t-shirts.
Of course.
Special t-shirts.
Of course.
How are you, Ruthie?
Good.
How was your day? Happy birthday to OJ.
Yeah.
When is she coming on Waze?
That battle is yours alone. But yeah, happy birthday to One Jiggy. We had a nice time at work today for her, but busy day. I'm glad it's Friday. Like, this is the real TGIF.
Yeah.
Amazing. You guys saw me yesterday. I just literally need to rest. I hope that I get the chance to rest this weekend, but who knows?
We're hoping for you too. It's not going to be possible. Okay. I have a long day tomorrow.
What's happening?
Just have a long day.
Why?
Plenty of
activities.
Is a waka?
Is there Owambe in part of it?
I'm not interested. Even if they were, I will cancel.
Yeah,
do you know I actually hate dress up. I hate parties.
Me too.
I don't know.
It's too stressful.
When you see me, you think I don't like. It's too much stress. You first of all get to the tailor, fix a dress, tie gele, do this,
spend money.
Like, it literally doesn't work for me. So I have a wedding in a few weeks, and the thing is stressing me. Like, I couldn't believe how much the tailor was calling to sew an outfit. I had to start explaining to the woman that, look, madam,
I'm not the bride.
No, I did not even. I'm not the bride. I said, I'm only going to wear this outfit once. Because I don't go to these things. When I go, you know that it's serious enough that I have to buy a Ashwebi. So every time I sew it, I only wear it once.
This is what I was talking about the other time with all this our natives. It's becoming too expensive.
That do Owambe week in, week out, man, I salute you guys, because really and truly, it's not a good
investment. What I was calculating when I went for that AMVC, I was just looking at the clothes. I said, so you know wear this cloth again. You know wear this cloth again. And you hear how much they made their outfit.
1.5, 2.5.
On top of somebody said they make clothes for $700,000.
$794,000.
$794,000.
A Nigerian designer.
No, a Turkish designer.
Okay.
On that note, we want to discuss economy. How is that translated to
It's money into the economy.
Yes, money. Which economy? That's Turkish economy now.
No, you said AMVC. That one is one dress, but all the other outfits of the day. Made in Nigeria.
I'm telling you, right? Alright, so we're discussing the economy today. You know how we had a conversation with David Hudein, remember?
Yeah.
When he was accusing the Buhari government of bad economy and all of that. So we could lock down one guest that come and explain to us. Is it really Buhari's government, or it is actually the fact that the economy just, was just turning on its own? Yeah, different factors. So this is what we found as today's quote. Good government is one of the most important factors in economic growth and social well-being. I think it's self-explanatory. All right, the collapse in oil prices coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic is expected to plunge the Nigerian economy into a severe economic recession, the worst since the 1980s, according to the latest World Bank development update. And this press release was published in 2020. And over the next 2 years, Nigerians have gradually suffered the wrath of a dwindling economy. So Bamidele Adewale is here to discuss understanding, first of all, the Nigerian economy, what went wrong, and what is the way forward, as we have the economy as it is today. But we'll do that first, but let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 0005719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
All right, the National Rescue Dog Day on May 20th brings with it a promise of love, friendship, and kindness. Each year, millions of animals, specifically dogs, are abandoned by their owners and end up on the streets. So many of these animals are used to a sheltered life, and this in turn makes it difficult for them to fend for themselves out in the world all by themselves. Now, food sources are hard to come by. Moreover, humans and other animals also pose a threat to these abandoned animals. So animal welfare organizations step in to help by providing a shelter that's a home for them and different, amenities they would need, healthcare and all of that. And many of these organizations, you can't just stray anyhow in Nigeria. I remember when we had one Rottweiler like that. Oh, big. The neighbors, they were waiting for it to die.
Meat.
Because they eat it.
Yeah.
And they actually poison the dog and they ask for the meat.
You're joking.
Are you telling me?
Did you give them?
What would you do with it? If you bury it, they'll go and assume it, so there's no point. Just give it to them.
Nigeria is such an interesting place. Nothing is safe. If your chicken waka wrong, you may. If your dog goes wrong, might not eat to be cats because of
we are too superstitious to eat cats. Yes, we are too superstitious to eat cats. I said snake. My root shock when I went to Delta State, Africa. Big snake inside one big bowl like this. They don't cut off.
It's diverted over mangled corpse on the runway. So, in the early hours of yesterday morning, a mangled body of a man was found on runway 18R of our international airports. The identity of the man, as at the time of this story, an Ethiopian airline flight that was coming in from Lomé in Togo had to be rerouted or turned around back to Lomé. Because it was unable to land at the time. Now, back to the early 2000s, but the main thing for me, like I said, we're just coming off the train incident where passengers were kidnapped. Now, an airport is meant to be a highly secure area. How does a person end up on the runway? We've had incidents of cars driving across the runway, near misses when planes are trying to land or take off. So how do we really end up in these situations where an area that is supposed to be totally secure, a body ends up there? So it just speaks to larger problems of security.
I was going to ask that, have they identified the person?
No, as at the time of this story, they hadn't identified him yet.
And because it's possible that, it's possible that it might have just been a staff of the...
So we don't know.
Down.
Yeah,
we don't know
but like I said, it does say that the man's body was mangled, so we don't know how
knocked
bad
down by
yet.
what? By an airplane?
Yeah, so it's possible the force of the jet, but the point is, should you actually, should we have this kind of thing happening in what should be a highly, highly secure area? So you want to assume that if he was a staff of the airport, he understands the rules, he knows where he should or should not be.
Yeah.
So the assumption is that he most likely isn't. And of course, like I said, because we've had so many near misses and breaches of security at the airport, there's every possibility. I mean, the airport has reopened. Of course, it's since been cleared and it has reopened, but the story itself is still developing.
I just want them to find out who that person was. A photo official said the cop was suddenly found on the road. How can you just suddenly find?
Exactly.
Probably someone, maybe like a mad person who strayed into the airport.
To be identified. You need to identify. Let's even know who
the mad person incident too has happened before.
Yes, exactly. So I won't be surprised.
All right, Manny, your story.
The Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, has renewed its offensive against environmental abuses, resulting in the arrest of over 65 persons at various locations across the state. The Managing Director, CEO, Mr. Abraham Odumboni, disclosed this during a chat in his office at Ijora, adding that the renewed offensive would spare no offender, as tough times await environmental offenders for willfully abusing the environment. He noted that for too long, Loma had pleaded with the public to shun deliberate acts that deface the cityscape, but with very poor cooperation from a clear majority. According to him, Loma is not a toothless bulldog. For too long, we have pleaded, but now is the time to act. The new offensive is on autopilot and would spare no violator. Many people have been picked up at different locations caught in the act and will be prosecuted as a deterrent to other adamant persons. So I like this. Some years ago, Lagos was very clean. I think when we had a different governor, there was a time Lagos used to be clean, and now you just see that it's getting out of hand. There's dirt everywhere.
It's going back.
It's going back to them, very dirty days.
It used to be very dirty.
It used to be very dirty, then it became very clean, and now it's going back to being very dirty. And it just reminded me of this thing that we had, these environmental sanitations that we used to practice in Nigeria every Saturday. And I think every last Saturday of the month, it was mandatory for everybody.
But do you think that was effective though?
I think
no,
so.
I don't think so.
So
a lot of people said they'll just wait what is the level of play, everybody gets
So I don't think the problem stems from environmental sanitation. I think what happened was, so you're right, it was dirty, then it was clean. And you're also right in terms of it was a different administration where the problem started.
Yes.
Where the process was changed, smaller bins were put out for people. So the process that was in place before, where Loma used to pick up from certain spots, and all of those things were sort of, I don't want to say messed up, but yes, it was changed, and the change was when I say inappropriate, right, for the task at hand. So I hope that they're able to fix those issues, because people had already found their rhythm in terms of, at one point in Nigeria, people just used to throw.
To give a quick follow-up, because it seemed like there was going to be like a protest, from the Okada riders.
Okay.
And one of the leaders of, his name is Ilya Sukira, in a telephone interview with The Punch, said that there will be no such thing as not allowing any of their members to go on that protest. According to him, he said that he's the Seriki of Shasha in Alimosho local government area. He said that the decision that the government has taken will definitely sensitize the system. It will clean the system up, so there will be no such thing, and is urging all members of the Okada, whatever rider community to desist from any form of protest or any form of demonstration. They are not in support of it, and so hopefully there will be some level of calm, because there were some uproars yesterday, and you were even wondering what concerning or job people, and but this is just to give a quick follow-up on that, and we are also monitoring it to see what would happen, and hopefully things might change.
My question is always, then what for these Okada riders? Now they have this ban on. After this, what next for them? You can't shut something down without opening something else.
But this is Nigeria, that's what we do.
Yeah, so we need, but that's what we said yesterday. You have to find certain kinds of alternatives for them.
You're talking about just the Okada riders. The people who have a real transportation need
issue
that the Okadas are fixing.
Sure.
Have you found a solution?
What's the solution?
They just launched lag ride, and what they call that thing?
Yeah, but lag ride again, single occupancy travel. All that's not the solution.
What's that? Is that on Okadas or what?
No, lag ride is like an Uber service for hailing service for Lagos State government.
Like blue cars.
So maybe they are thinking that will solve the problem. I don't think so.
How many cars are you going to put on the road? And
how many people can afford it?
How many people can afford it, no matter how cheap you make it?
So that will worsen the traffic situation, because that now in itself is another problem, because we have a gridlock issue.
We really need to take more cars off the road and find alternatives.
Okay, so on that note, we'll take a break. We want to discuss the economy. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeolu.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing this.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, referencing an article by Saluddin Latif, dwindling economy is otherwise known as depression economy or economy depression interchangeably, and or recess economy. It is an occurrence wherein an economy is in a state of financial turmoil, often the result of a period of negative activities based on the country's gross domestic product rate. However, this has become a global phenomenon. A good example of necessitating factor is the global oil crash market and the pandemic virus, as the COVID-19 ravaging the human race, that has conjointly led to the decline in the GDP growth per capita of a country, which forces degradation in the performances of the economic sectors, retrenchment of staff, and wrapping up of industries. It is a lot worse than a recession, with GDP falling significantly and lasts of periods of time. Now, ultimately, Nigeria has been in deteriorating financial state for years. Her economy in the last few years has been going through some turbulence. A country that has recorded an average GDP growth of 6.5% a decade ago is now projected to grow at 2.3%. in 2016. Now, breaking it down, we are asking what went wrong, what's happening first of all with our economy, what went wrong, and what can we do, going forward, to really help the economy. Is it a factor of truly one human being, like people are accusing our president, that it is him that has brought this bad? Okay, you were not on the show. It was myself and Manny, right? We had, what's his name? David Hudeni, and he was really giving, that day was a back-to-back jab with President Buhari.
Slaughtering the government.
slaughtering President Buhari, saying that it is his economy, it is his presidency landed Nigeria where it is today. But do you think it's really in the hands of one man where our economy is right now in Nigeria? Because it's really bad. We've not had it this bad. It's really bad. A lot of things that you could really play with around. Now you can't play with cash too much like that, because you are calculating every kobo, every second that is coming to you. People do not have those kind of loose cash that they had, before. So do you think it's really tied to this government?
Well, this government certainly hasn't helped.
Well,
let me put it that way. I don't know that we can lay it entirely at the feet of this government, because there's several factors for me that I see that are impacting our reality today. So their oil in itself, the dependencies we have on oil, the war, the Russia-Ukraine, even though that's a new situation, COVID, FX, which is also tied to some of these things as well. So there are lots of factors, but I think that where I see for me that there's a gap is that we don't have, how should I put it now? We don't have policies in place, right, that will make life easier for us. Our fiscal policies are not helping matters. I still struggle, and I understand that, yes, there was a problem in the FX space, in the BDC space, but to yank certain things, like we were talking yesterday about the Okada ban, some of the measures that our government puts in place, sometimes they're so unimaginative. That's the only word I can use. And sometimes they create bigger problems. So you're trying to fix a small problem, and then you create a whomping, massive, bigger problem that then does more to stifle the economy than it can to actually fix the problem, than the impact of the problem you were trying to fix.
Absolutely.
So in that sense, that for me is where I see the true problem, where it didn't start today. The effects of corruption didn't start today. The stealing of money didn't start today. The infrastructure projects and the things that could have, impacted the economy positively, all of those things didn't start in this administration. So
you can't really
in that
change it on one
sense,
person.
it's like a snowball. You know, once it starts rolling, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. So if people just leave it and it keeps going and you don't do anything to stop it from rolling, it's just going to get bigger, and that's where we are.
Mani, you agree?
I agree. There's something I saw today. I'm just going to quickly read it before I give my opinion. It says, God, please, one thing I pray today is for you to give me grace to stop reading about Nigeria. Just give me my daily bread. Forgive my trespasses. Distress, like great distress. We have been, for the past 6 years, our growth has been stagnant. And we've only grown, you know, like at a rate of 1% cumulatively. At the rate of 1%. And that's not a good number. We are actually seriously struggling as a nation. And we're struggling as a nation and barely able to live up to our title as Africans economic giant. You understand? So when you talk about being Africa's giant, right now it's only in population. And even a large majority of this population are
living
unemployed,
in poverty.
And they opened a shop, and it was a clothing shop. And when they opened it, I just gasped. I was like, oh my God, they packed everything. This is somebody's sweat. So I just started thinking, like, what would make human beings do this to another person, another human? People are bitter.
And the economy
right now they're just directing their bitterness, frustration at the wrong people, not at the government.
Your fellow.
But that's the powder keg that we've always said that we're sitting on there, closer to the middle class than to anybody else.
Thank you.
Yeah.
True.
Let me bring in our guest. So Bamidele Adewale is an experienced investment advisor, consultant, and personal finance coach with vast corporate experience in investment, research and advisory, investment banking, financial strategy, financial analysis, stockbroking, investor relation, real estate advisory, sales, business valuation, and business development. He runs a real estate investment and development company called P1 Stars based in Lagos, Nigeria. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and also an associate of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, Chartered Institute of Taxation, and Chartered Institute for Securities and Investment in the UK. He's also a member of the Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria and an authorized dealing clerk of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Okay. That was a lot. Thank you so much. He's a friend of the house, might I add, right? Thank you so much, Bamidele, for joining us tonight. So you heard us talking our ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. You see this economic matter, I don't have anything to say, but I want us to have this conversation and try to break down so that maybe the average person watching today would understand that, okay, this thing is beyond one person. Because I just do not want to believe that one person has the capacity to run down an entire nation's economy. I want to believe that it's not possible for one person to run down an economy. Maybe there are other factors that would have contributed, and it just so happened that it is under this person's leadership. So maybe you help us break it down. What is happening to our economy today as it stands?
Okay, well, I think you've sort of, in a way, answered the question really, because you've put a bit of context to it. But let me add a little bit more to what you've said. Now let's paint a scenario of, assuming you run a company, right? Let's call it ABC company. Now that company is going to experience volatility in terms of revenue and in terms of profitability. It's inevitable. Now what causes that volatility? Yeah, essentially two things, two buckets. First is what we call systemic risk factors, and then second is what we call unsystemic risk factors. So what are unsystemic? Start with unsystemic risk factors are factors that are within the control of management. So things like insubordination, things like bad leadership, things like strategic risk, that's the leaders making wrong decisions and all of that. All of that falls under unsystemic risk. But then you also have the systemic risk factors. What are those systemic risk factors? Obviously things like government policy. They're called systemic because they affect the entire system. And the management of that company does not have control, either directly or indirectly, over those factors. Things like adverse weather. For instance, you're into agro-allied, you're an agro-allied business. If the weather is not favorable, it's going to affect your business. Even those of us who are into real estate, there are certain things you can't do during the rainy season. It affects our business. So there are lots of things. The global economy is a systemic risk factor that not just affects companies, it also affects countries. Okay? So to now answer your question directly, right, the same thing applies to Nigeria. Whether you want to blame the president or you want to blame the ministers or you want to blame the governors, whoever, the fact still remains that there are the challenges that the country faces falls within those two general buckets. You have the systemic and the unsystemic. What are the unsystemic factors? Obviously, things like corruption is unsystemic because it's something that ideally should be within the control of the government. Okay, things like mismanagement of public funds, embezzlement, things like that. They are all unsystemic. But then you have the systemic, which unfortunately, in the last 6 to 7 years, has been significant. Significant. You had the issues in 2016. Okay, we've had the issues in 2020 with COVID and obviously
2016 was the fall of the oil price,
yes,
right?
There were two things that caused the issues in 2016. The first issue was there was what we call an oil glut in the US. So there was a production boom. There was so much excessive supply of oil in the US. And in fact, it was in 2016 that the US became the largest producer of oil globally. Okay? Now, what that then means is that you had a case where you have excess supply over,
the demand.
Demand. Now, there were two things. Supply increased, then demand also decreased. Why did demand decrease? Because there was an issue in China. China faced a sort of, what's it called? Like a bubble that burst, sort of, in China. The global, the stock market in China crashed, literally. Okay, and that affected the financial markets and it affected demand.
Their demands, yes.
Their demand and all of that. So that obviously had an impact on prices in 2016 and obviously dovetailed into the recession that we had in Nigeria. Okay, so that's what happened. So contrary to what a lot of people think that, it was Buhari that just killed. No, it wasn't. There were certain factors that led to those problems that we had in 2016. Of course, we've also mentioned 2020 with COVID and everything. All of those factors are what I'll call systemic. They're all systemic. But then that does not rule out the fact that the country itself has not been complicit. Of course, there are certain things we could have done better than we did to have avoided or to at least have mitigated the risk factors that we experienced.
So do you have a question? Because I wanted to quickly touch on something. You mentioned the unsystemic risk. What do you call the factors?
Yes.
In Nigeria, do you think that if we are tidied up that the unsystemic...
Exactly.
What do you call it again?
Unsystemic risk factors.
Risk factors.
Yes.
Do you think if that was nipped, like properly tidied up, even though there was a systemic risk factor, like the ones that we couldn't control,
correct,
right? The COVID, the drop or the excess boom or whatever in the climate change and all of that. Do you think that would have at least the impact would have been as bad as we have it today? Would it, if probably corruption was out of the picture, so many things were out of the picture, which is why people would continue to blame Buhari, because the mandate he came with was that there was not going to be any corruption. But Absolutely. It seemed like it even boomed. I mean, yesterday we took a story. Accountant General, what did they call the man? 80 billion. Do you understand? Somebody just sit down and embezzled such an amount of money under a government that is supposedly supposed to be an anti-corruption government. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you think maybe if that unsystemic risk factor was tidied up, would not have had as much impact as when the systemic problems came in?
Yes, I agree with you, absolutely. That's exactly what would have happened. Now, even if we had controlled corruption for the past maybe 2 decades, right? If those refineries had been working during the periods when we had that oil crash, right, we would have at least have been able to cope a lot better. Because now we're not so much dependent on the US, importing refined petrol from the US, because we can produce locally and also sell locally. So we are more self-dependent. One of the challenges that we face as a country is that we are so dependent on the global economy. So whatever happens in China, whatever happens in the US, it affects us significantly. So we're a very fragile economy. That's the problem. And the reason we're fragile is because we do not have the capacity to be self-reliant. So So yes, absolutely, if we had refineries that were working, and that's why I'm quite excited that we're going to have
The
a
Dangote
Dangote refinery coming on board, and then maybe a BOA coming on board maybe in the next 1 or 2 years. That would significantly help. At least, even if it doesn't help anything, it will help our FX. You know, but yes, if we had tied up on some of those things, it would have helped significantly, but would have still
Had,
would
but
have
it would
still
not
had
have
the problems.
been
It would
this
have been
bad.
as bad as
Okay,
it
let
was.
us quickly take a break, and I'll come to Uti and Mani. I'm sure they have questions. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're having already an amazing chat with Bamidele Adewale on understanding the Nigerian economy. We're asking what went wrong and what's the way forward. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081.
The fact that a foreign currency becomes part of your daily greeting shows how important it is to us.
Absolutely.
And we've talked on the show before about, I think it was a government official, I can't remember who, that was saying we need to buy Nigerian. So it exactly.
Vice President.
So it is clear that FX is a huge part of our economy. We're largely dependent on a lot of things in terms of import. So even if we say we're producing in Nigeria, most of the things, most of the raw materials.
Essentially, a failure in the system. See, there are two things that affect FX, right? There's the money. He's limited because he's a CBN governor, so he can only work on monetary policy, right? But then the fact still remains that if you do not sort out the fundamentals of the economy, the FX would always suffer. You understand what I'm saying? So if you don't have infrastructure in place, you would have problems with FX. Eventually, no matter the kind of padding you try to do with your currency, if you don't encourage local production, you understand, if unemployment keeps rising, if you have insecurity in the system, there would always be problems. Your FX would continue to fall. So the fact that, in my own opinion, as it is now, I'm sorry to say, but I don't see the situation improving in the short term until we get to the point where we're able to sort out fiscal issues. The real sector is thriving. The non-oil sector and the oil sector as well is booming, right? All of those things would have an effect on currency eventually, and then we begin to see the currency improving. But as it is now, there's only one way, there's only one direction that the FX is going to go to, and that's down. It doesn't seem very good, unfortunately.
I guess maybe just to follow up quickly on that, because we are dependent today on, it almost seems like our singular source of FX is oil.
Yes.
So when you talked about the non-oil exports, this was something we used to have in the past.
Correct.
So today, even as much as we're saying buy Nigerian, are we really, because I know this administration in particular has been a huge proponent of agriculture, of the whole agro-allied chain.
Yes.
So are we actually making any progress in that space?
You know, that's why I mentioned going back to the basics. Because if you want to solve a problem, you have to tackle that problem from the source. Now, why are we not producing the way we are supposed to be producing? Take agric, for instance. Why is the agric sector not thriving? Agric is supposed to be the largest employer of labor in the country. It is the largest, it still is the largest employer. But it's suffering. Why? Because there's insecurity. So if you say you want to start tackling FX, right, through all sorts of financial gymnastics and all of that, and you have not sorted out security, you're wasting your time. So you have to go to the source. Tackle the insecurity problem. Let farmers go back to their farms.
So that means, from what you are saying, it is safe to say that truly somebody was right about the current administration. Because, yes, we've had cases of insecurity in the past, but it is not this bad. That people cannot comfortably drive on the road without the fear of being kidnapped or being robbed. You know, do you understand my point? So it means that it is actually safe to say that this administration, in terms of what's it called, the economy, they are the cause of the problem that we are in. But let me come to money, because I don't have.
You know, like what you're just saying now, I asked the question when you talked about the Okada ban. I said, what happens to these Okada riders?
Yes.
So if you're talking about a case of insecurity, it's growing daily because we're not doing anything to stop issues. How can you ban the Okada and you have nothing for them? Those people have families. So what next? They're going to take to kidnapping. They're going to take to robbery. So what are you going to do about that as a government? So what I see here is, you know, producing a lot of things here. We had even car factories or car
assembly plants,
assembling parts here, and now they're no more.
No, but I hear Peugeot has been revived in Kaduna State. I also hear that the textile companies in Kaduna State also have been revived.
That's very good.
Yes.
So what can we do now to attract more of this? If we have these two people here, so maybe we need to find out why are they here, why are they in Kaduna, and what do we do to attract more of these investors?
I think we need to, as much as possible, parley with the private sector. I think we should get the private sector more involved because clearly the government doesn't have the capacity to do these things themselves.
I don't even think the government is supposed to do everything.
The government isn't supposed to do everything. As far as I'm concerned, as an emerging economy, or should I say frontier economy, that Nigeria is, I think what the government should be focusing on more is regulation. Just provide oversight sort of functions and all of that, but then let the private sector come and drive the economy. Because I'm sure there are quite a lot of entrepreneurs out there who can revive the textile industry, for instance. There are people who are willing to do it. All they just need is just the support. They need the enabling environment. So the government should just take a step back and allow the private sector come in, right, and then drive this. We're already seeing it in the oil sector with Dangote refinery and all of that. But we need to do it a whole lot more.
But I read somewhere yesterday about Dangote needing $1 billion, that he does not have enough oil. He needs $1.1 billion to complete the refinery.
Dangote.
So, I read it somewhere.
There goes another Nigerian issue.
Wait,
you start something and you don't finish it.
Yes, may you wait first. So the question I want to ask you is that when you say that the government should create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, what are so let's break down what enabling environment would mean for businesses. You understand? Is it that they are providing the security architecture? What exactly are they providing? Or the funding? Or what is that enabling environment?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said funding, because obviously funding is critical. If you don't have funding, and when I say funding, I'm talking of affordable funding, because there are different types. There's cheap funding and there's expensive funding. So part of what Sanusi did when he was CBN governor was he tried to create intervention funds for critical sectors like the Power and Innovation Fund, the Agric Sector Fund, and all of that. So that's what we need to see more happen. Real estate, for instance. I'm into real estate, and I can tell you one of the things that is really killing our industry is the fact that a lot of entrepreneurs do not have access to funding, or those who have access to funding don't have access to affordable funding.
Very expensive.
Okay, so it's very expensive.
So what's the role of the Bank of Industry in all of this?
The Bank of Industry is an arm of the government, and they do not work in isolation or independence of the government. So the policy formulation still comes from the government. The Bank of Industry is just there to implement those reforms and those policies. So it has to come from the government. The Minister of Finance has to come up with certain reforms that would help the Bank of Industry support the real sector. So like I said, single-digit loans, for instance, for critical sectors,
Do you think the country can afford to give single-digit loans? I mean, you're in the banking industry. You have to help me.
Affording to give single-digit loans. You talked about risk. I mean, NPLs is a very real risk. It can put a bank in the ground very quickly. Absolutely. So double digits that you're seeing is a function of the risk that goes into repaying those loans.
So what constitutes that risk?
No, so that's why I'm saying that when you think about it, one change in government policy today can wipe out an industry.
Everything.
BDCs woke up one day and their licenses were invalid. They were shut down. So the entire thing is an ecosystem. And there are real factors there. But I love when you went into the real side. Uwa started to ask, or took part of my question away to say, what are the things that are the real sector? Your sector, for example, real estate. I hear the numbers that you people call for soil, for land, the soil, the sand and dirt, that you call. And I'm like, where do people find this money, right? We don't have a thriving mortgage system. We don't have let me not say thriving, we don't have an inclusive mortgage system. So when you talk about double digits, where long-term funding impact surely on the economy, because you are pricing the people who need mortgages out of the market. Because if I come today with my 200 million and I buy a house, ideally, the next time, that house maybe should not have gone for more than 150 million, and then somebody has a chance to buy with a mortgage. So this because you're in the real estate industry, I'm just going to put your industry on the spot a little bit. You guys are not helping the industry, or you're not helping the economy, or are you?
It still boils down to the environment, really. You spoke about the fact that, the real estate industry, and we all know that is an issue with funding, right? But then we have the NHF, and I'm sure you're aware of the NHF, right? The National Housing Fund, which offers loans to individuals and corporates at 6%.
That is not open to everybody.
That's the problem. So it's not so much a problem of lack
Even
of...
with NHF, sorry to cut you.
Do you understand? Like it is, so for me, I think, is a false economy that you're in a bubble. In a lot of
the prices.
Do you understand? Who fixed these prices? Because let me tell you something. God. For me to buy a property abroad, it is the environment I'm paying for. I am paying for the infrastructure in that environment.
Yes.
Do you know, I'm paying for all of those things.
But we just pay for bush.
You just see a house like this. There's no water. You will even swim canoe.
What?
You go enter into the water. You will wait now. You will kayak there. You will kayak there. And somebody will now call you 100 million. I said,
like really?
So tell me, I don't understand. And because again, if we want to solve this problem, a big issue that I know that affects a lot of pockets of Nigerians, this economic issue, is housing. Housing is one of the biggest problems a lot of people have.
Yes.
But, because first of all, I have never seen where you pay upfront for something you've not even earned. You've not earned the money, and somebody is asking you for a year's rent and all of those kind of things. So if there was an opportunity, if I was earning a 300,000 naira salary and I had an opportunity to pay 150,000 as down payment every month towards a property that I would eventually own, I would pick that option as opposed to paying rent. Do you understand? So we're not even getting it right in any of the sectors. And your sector is one of the biggest sectors that can actually change the trajectory of the economy.
Absolutely.
Because if people have taken that headache of housing off their necks, what do you think happens to the other economy? Business will thrive because they're no longer stressed to think of, how do I put down one big money again for accommodation and all of that? Do you understand?
Yes.
So help me
I
out.
get you. It still boils down to the government. The government has a critical role to play in this space. Yeah, obviously, because now let's face it, the government controls, the law gives the government the power over property, over real estate in this country. Yes, because based on the Land Use Act, government owns all the land. As a matter of fact, individuals cannot really own land. You can only lease, you can only rent land from government for 99 years. That's what the COO gives you. That's the right it gives you. So the government is really the custodian and the owner of the land. So the government needs to find a way to create affordable real estate. How do they do that?
I don't understand. Is it the government that is putting the prices on the land?
No, I'll tell you why those prices are skyrocketing. It's because the government has so much land. They haven't released this land. They're not selling a lot of this land. They're keeping it, right? So the land that is now left to the privates to own and deal with, right? Those lands are few in number, right? But then the demand for those properties is high. And it's simple economics. When the demand is high and the supply is low, the prices will inevitably go up. So what the government needs to do is to ensure that it pushes the supply up to meet up with the demand so that there's a bit of an equilibrium. That way prices will come down.
The land is finite.
Exactly.
You say that,
I don't agree with you. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
The land is the what they call it now. The square meter size of Nigeria is not about to change. So we are always, even at the size of our economy, supply will always outweigh demand. Even if you share it 1 square meter at a time. I don't know what the size of Nigeria is off the top of my head, but I hear you when you say that. But my question is, the government isn't setting the prices, right? And a land today that is 30 million, give it a few months, is 60 million. Please, what is driving that? Like, I can understand if it is a house that is on the land. So I say, okay, as dollar is rising, cost as dollar is rising, right? Yeah. Cost of building materials are rising. So I can even understand and relate if it is a house. But this is dirt, soil, and like literally.
So let's go back. We're not yet to talk land. Let's go back to the economics of the land.
That's the thing, because it's a key driver.
Yeah.
You talked when you said
actually.
You are talking about the economy. There are some industries that have boomed in recent times. The real estate industry didn't exist for me in the 80s. In the 80s, there was no agent, there was no anything. You want to rent a house, who you know, who you know.
Yeah, a chain.
So you are adding a lot of value. You have that industry employs everybody today is an agent. We had a situation in the green room where we're talking about securement fee. Yes, and somebody immediately walked up to us and said, I know an agent. So you are adding to the economy as an industry, no doubt. So let me segue, like Uwa said, back into the economy. The real sector is where we need to focus on. Entrepreneurship is the driver. Do we have, what was that thing that we had now? PEBEC and the ease of doing business. If you listen to the government today, they will tell you that we've done a lot. The vice president has done a lot of work. Maybe because I'm not an entrepreneur in my everyday life. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing the effects of it. But what else can we do today to really support the real sector? Because that's where we know the change is going to come.
To happen for the economy. And we have that in 1 minute or 2.
What else can we do to support the real sector? I'll still go back to the issue of funding. It has to be, you have to provide them. I mean, maybe it's because I'm speaking from a point of just paperwork, documentation, and all of those things. That efficiency has to be improved upon. Okay, for instance, to build a house, right, you have to spend at least 3 to 4 to 5, sometimes 6 months just getting the building approval done. Meanwhile, you've already paid for the land. You've probably borrowed money to pay for that land. Your interest is counting, and your approval is sitting in someone's desk.
So those systems.
So the systems, the structures, everything has to be efficient, and that's why I will keep saying that we need to get the private sector involved as much as possible, because the reality is that the government just doesn't have the level of efficiency or capacity to do these things. So get as much private guys to come in, consultants. Let them partner with the government. Let them try and ensure that they clean the system up and make things a lot more efficient. That way business will be a lot easier to do.
Let's take quickly comments, then we can run.
So I have Sule from Bauchi who says, Nigeria's GDP grew by 3.4%. We're doing better than any economy in the world. For the first time, we're investing in infrastructure that matters. Examples, the rail, the ports, and airports. Now you know Nigeria went into recession. Remember, the refineries died under PDP, so we're making this political okay. The refinery in River State is coming up in the first quarter of 2023. With what is going on in the world, Nigerians would have died of hunger if not because of Buhari and the CBN. We see where this is going.
That's what you think?
No administration has invested in military equipment like this administration. Facts, okay. One of the enabling environments in the tax credits is the tax credits given to companies like Dangote, Glo, MTN, and NNPC to build roads.
Nani, quickly.
Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying #ways. Concerning the Nigerian economy and the way forward, the economic system has been bad and terrible since last year during the time of COVID-19, and it has really affected jobs and businesses as a whole, and people could not even put food on the table. Like my dear beautiful sister Mani said, let's take, for instance, the Okada ban. The Okada man that you end up banning cannot make ends meet by feeding his family, and you make it difficult for him to even live up to expectations and be responsible. If you ban an Okada man and it is only source of livelihood, you must provide an alternative for him. to survive, to feed his family, at least, man must work. My name is Daniel Ilo.
So, in one word, do you see us coming out of this quickly as a way forward? When we do involve the private sector and focus on the what's it called, the non-oil sectors?
Can I not answer this in one word? Because I think it's always impossible.
Yeah.
But I think it has to be a combination of the political issues and the economic. So they are two different things, and I try not to mix them up most times. So you have the political side, which is obviously leadership. Once you can solve that, issues around corruption, for instance, will be solved. Okay, issues around efficiency in the way they do things will be solved. So that's by the side. But then the economics of things, you have infrastructure has to be in place because that's where everything sort of springs up from, right? But beyond that, one major problem we have in this country is our tax. Tax to GDP is one of the lowest globally, and a lot of people don't talk about this.
Imagine if we start to tax.
Yes, because remember that we have. What we have in this country is not so much a debt problem. People talk about our debt being so high, right?
It is the collection of the revenue.
This is the revenue.
Revenue.
It's the revenue. Our debt to GDP is not so high compared to other countries. What is high is our debt to revenue ratio. So we need to increase our revenues.
Absolutely.
Now, and I'm not saying we should increase tax rates, please, before anybody comes and starts throwing stones at me.
We are running out of time because before we go, thank you so much, Bamidele. Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Uti. Now, before going show, you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. It's simple. Good government is one of the most important factors in economic growth and social well-being. I think it's very self-explanatory. We'll see you guys live on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
And for some, it's a skill. Now, there are different categories of people who enjoy writing on different levels, and writing has become a required skill in the 21st century to succeed, whether you're in business, whether you're in academic, career, or any sphere of life. Now, Owamma Odefa is a best-selling author of romance novels that spotlight lifestyle and social situations in Nigeria and Africa. She's a media personality as well as a human resource professional with a focus on organizational development and change management. She currently lives in Europe and is a partner migration consultant for Euronationale. Thank you, Wana. Yes, you live in Europe, but you're right here with us in Nigeria and Lagos today. Thank you for joining us.
Like it's really hot and humid right now.
Oh, well, enjoy the heat before you go back into the freezing cold.
Briefly.
So thank you. So now let's talk about writing.
Yes.
Now, how does a budding writer begin to hone his skill? His talent to become a skill. So you have this gift, you know you can write, but how do you hone it to become so effortlessly at
Practice. I think that's just the best you can do. Start.
Some people think, oh, I have to wait until I'm perfect or at a certain level to put it out there. But I think just start with whatever you've got, put it out, then the feedback would help you hone those skills. And then also look at your peers. It's not something I do, but I recommend it. Then I can research that particular scenario based on how other writers describe it. But other than that, I'll just say practice. There are a lot of platforms for budding writers to put their work out for free. And then people read it and give you feedback. And then based on that, you can, that's actually how I started writing as an author.
Oh, okay.
Writing my novels. I put it out on a free reading app, and it was just something I started out of not just boredom, but I was in a rough space at the time, and it was an outlet for me. And I put the first few chapters, and I kept getting, so when's the next chapter? So when's the next chapter? And I thought, and by the time I was getting midway through, people were like, look, don't give this thing away for free. It's too good. It's as good as any published work out there, so make money off of it. So I yanked it off from the free app.
Okay, and then?
Finished the book and put it on the major book reading platforms in Nigeria, Africa, and I guess globally, the major ones everyone knows. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names, but they are out there. And I started making money.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so you've even delved to like two of my questions already.
Right.
I want to ask you, how did you develop your own passion for writing? So tell us, say you're in a difficult space, so what happened?
Well, prior to that, I've always been someone who loved to write,
okay.
Even as a child. Short stories, I was always the best in English, best in literature, prize winner at school. And even in the course of my career, when it comes to writing, even adverts, job descriptions, writing just generally comes easy for me. Business plans, all of that. I mean, it was already a gift that I had. I just had to channel it, I guess, and I get easily not distracted, but my attention span I get bored easily.
Okay.
So I could start the story and, okay, I'm bored with this right now. One of my books really stretched me because it became a living thing. The story just kept writing, like, look, I'm 30 chapters in, I'm done. But for some reason, it just kept going. So the passion has always been there, I guess. I just needed to find the right push to actually create something out of it.
Okay, so let's talk about money, because you said you started making money from it. Like every other business, does writing really pay?
Now, define really pay, because for some greedy person, really pay might be $1 million every month or $3 million every month. So, I mean, it's just one source of income for me. And right now, these days, you've got to have several sources of income. Otherwise, the economy is going to cripple you.
Yeah.
So you've got your day job, you've got your writing, you've got all sorts of platforms. And then because I've got them in several places, and some of those platforms pay you in foreign currency, so that helps a little.
Okay, so I know that you're a HR professional, so how do you find time to balance between doing a regular day job and finding time to write and also to read? Because I hear that for you to be a writer, you must be a reader as well. So how do you find time to balance this?
Okay, let me take the second aspect of being a reader to be a writer. I don't know, I feel like that's a myth.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was an avid reader as a much younger person, as a child to early adulthood, but I don't read that much anymore. I mean, beyond business-related books and all, but as for prose, I mean, some of the famous books out there, like, oh, this person writes, you sort of write like this person or this author. Have you read any of her books? Do you know her? Never heard of her. Or I've never read her books, So I don't think that to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. I think you just have to have imagination. And then, of course, work on your craft in terms of skills, actually understanding grammar, tenses, the sentence construction and all of those things. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
And then the first part was, how do I find time?
To balance, yes.
I used to have a boss who did several things at the same time. I used to wonder, and I used to pray, God, please just give me energy to be this kind of person. Unfortunately, I think I'm blessed with that kind of energy. I don't get that many hours of sleep, and I'm more functional at night. So I think I just find a way I don't know. I think that if it interests you, you'll find the time and the energy for it. If it's something you've got a passion for, you do it. Of course, there are times when you feel overwhelmed because you've got lots of work to do, lots of deliverables on one hand, and I've got like, let's say 3 or 4 caps at the moment. So, but sometimes you might drop the ball on 1 or 2 things, but you have to be adept enough to pick it up.
All right. Okay, well, we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And on this episode today, we're talking about writing. Wama is telling us of how she draws a balance and how she makes money from it. I wanted to find out from you. You write romance, and in Nigeria, this romance niche, does it really sell? Is there like a huge following for it in Nigeria?
First of all, I don't just write romance, I write erotica.
Aha.
Yeah. You know, so
Wama.
don't look at me different.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying for the Nigerian market, how has that helped in the, you know?
When I first put my very first book, Stormy Passion, on one of the, I think it's like, oh no, this book won't sell in Nigeria. You know, Nigerians are religious. You know, Nigerians are XYZ. And I said, well, I've written it. There's not much I can do. Let's see the reaction. So I put it on this platform, and in 2 weeks, I became their highest bestseller.
Oh, wow.
So I beat out the business books. I beat out famous authors whose books they had on their platform. So I was telling the owner of the app that, look, PQ writer, and her books are doing very well. So yeah, there's a huge market. It might be a closet market, but there is a market.
Interesting. So why don't you give like an advice, or what would you say to someone who is writing? And you know how with everything we always have this imposter syndrome of how you feel this is not good enough, this is not good enough, you're training to the brain. How does that person move on from there? What will you say to the person?
I think maybe say to yourself, okay, yes, I'm an imposter, so what? Just put it out there anyway. And understand that everybody has these feelings. I was having this very conversation with a friend of mine who's the MD of a major oil company in Africa. They're like the biggest, you know, oil provider in Africa. He was just made MD last year, and he tells me when he's sitting with, you know, these oil billionaires and they're having it, he keeps pinching me like, should I be here? So if someone like him is having that, and I told him this is called imposter syndrome. Oh, that he's never even heard of it. I said, that's what it's called. So just tell yourself, remind yourself that you've come this far. You've already gotten in the room, then you deserve to be in the room. So if you've written a book and one person has told you it's fantastic, then it's fantastic. You're fantastic. Just have that at the back of your mind. Of course, that imposter syndrome will all find yourself a support system.
Okay, fantastic. So now let's talk about the other side of you, because you're a woman with many moving parts. HR professional. Let's talk about migration, because I feel like it's migration season in Nigeria. You meet someone now, they're relocating, and it's not Canada, it's somewhere in Europe, they're moving to the UK, everybody just going out of the country. But also on the flip side, what I also worry about is that there are many people that are, two things. So maybe this is a two-pronged question. There's some people, as funny as easy as it is now, some people are still going illegally, because last year, for example, I interviewed some people who were, I would say scammed, but they were trafficked. They were told that they were going to migrate them to, I think, somewhere in Europe, and then they found themselves going through Kano, and from like that, they ended up in Libya, had to stay in Libya for like 2 years. Yes, like that, and, you know, working, both male and female, you know. So, what do people need to know? So it's exciting, you want to live in another country, but what do you need to know, and what skills are you required to have?
Okay, first of all, migration season in Nigeria didn't just start. It's been here for at least a decade. It's just that it seems that with each passing year, it becomes more frenetic.
True.
You know, everyone's like, okay, there are so many choices out there. Most people are focused on Canada, the US, the UK. That's about it. But there's a whole world out there that you can, you know, migrate to and make a difference in. And these countries, small, but countries with strong economies, are looking for what we call international talent. We don't like to call them migrants or immigrants. International talent. They are looking for these people. So all you need to do is redirect your focus. And then again, you need to vet who, I mean, Anybody can tell you they're, but they've got to show you proof that they've either moved other people there or they themselves have moved there. And then also, I think a lot of people think that once you're maybe at a certain life stage or you're at a certain level, it's harder for you, so you have to do it through underhanded means. I know a lot of us Nigerians, we like the,
the back door.
Yes, because we feel, okay, we're already disqualified, so let's just find a back door. There's no disqualification. It doesn't matter your age, your status in life, whether you went to school or not, or how long ago you left school. There are countries, especially in Europe, which is my area of focus, that there are ways to get in legally. And in literally months, you would have a temporary residence permit.
Oh.
But otherwise, it can be done legit.
Yeah, really. Okay, let's talk, I'll take another question before we go on a break. Let's talk about moving, abroad, moving away from your home country, settling, like in so many ways, your work ethics, adjusting into the lifestyle there. What was it like for you moving out of Nigeria and living in Europe?
Well, because I'm pretty well traveled, not so hard, because I tend to make several trips in a year, and usually to Europe. So it wasn't so hard. But when it comes to actually living there, working there with other people, it's different. And I would like to say that if there's one thing you would say about Nigerians living abroad, is that they are hard workers, hard and smart workers. So a lot of these companies, they are super impressed by how hard we work, that it just blows their mind, because they pamper people abroad. Here, everything is by fire, by force, So now we go there with that attitude, like, okay, I know what I went through to get here, so I have to do the work, earn my stay, And I think we're just natural. Things that most people struggle, I don't know how to put it, but we tend to give it all. We pour ourselves into it. Everything is, we have to get it done. So there, it's more chill and laid back, and then you come. Yes, it might actually make people resent you a bit, because even in some of my colleagues look at me like, So I get that air of overachiever. Yes, but hey, my journey is different from yours.
Okay, we'll take another quick break, and after this break, Wama will still be here with me. Thank you for staying with us. I am speaking with Wama, and we are talking about different things. We've talked about writing earlier on. Now we're talking about migration. We're just talking about, different things. So, Wama, let's talk about. So it's fantastic that you talked about Nigerians and their work ethics and how they work smartly. But let's also, is there a flip side to this? Is there also Nigerians who don't realize that, look, this is not home anymore. I can't behave anyhow or do anyhow?
Yes, that's on the other side as well, because there's good and bad, So while I've also encountered the Nigerians who would work hard, put in their best, there are also, a lot of the times, yes, you're working hard, you're working smart, there's also integrity questions. So you find people looking for shortcuts, you find people also looking for ways to, they're not focused on the work because they're thinking, okay, is this the best place for me, or can I still go to Canada? So they're distracted, and then they're just people who just feel like, look, just understand that, anyhow we go rough am. I hear that you don't know how common that phrase is, anyhow, we go run am, and I always give run what? You can't bring that same attitude that you think you were leaving behind with others, and then bring it here, and it won't affect you. I know someone who lost his job, and this is a great job that people, try to get. He got it in a short space of time. It's a major financial company, global financial company. Got a great job, paying well, and then through really silly ethics decision, him and his friend decided to dub one thing or the other, and HR found out. While one of them, and they were both Nigerians, while one of them was feeling a tad, bad about it, the other was like, anyhow, no mind them, we go talk to them, go. That's not the case here. They will bring out policies and procedures for you. And I said to my friend who was telling me about it, if I was HR, we wouldn't even have a meeting about it. I will type your letter and you are out.
Wow. Let's talk about racism, because I think one of the worries for many people, in fact, this morning I saw a video, how does one deal with racism when, they move out of the country?
Now, that's a tricky question because you will find racism. I'm glad to say it's not something I've experienced, or maybe I've experienced it and I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
Because I think we've been so saturated with that word racism. And she's, attacking me for being naive or being stupid or being pretentious. For me, I didn't see it as racism. So I think people, it's a function of perception. And again, just try not to see racism everywhere. Because I don't think it's as common as they make us think it is. Okay. And then when you do encounter it, I think the best way to handle it is deal with it on an as-is basis. So it's this one you're dealing with. Stop trying to deal with global racial issues. Okay. Just deal with that one in front of you in its situation and in its presence and move on. Right.
Let's go back to writing. Now, you talked about the fact that you wrote a collection with some other writers. How did you break into the international market?
The beauty of it is that there is an international market for Black authors, especially Black female authors, and there are a lot of Africans in diaspora and Blacks in other nationalities who are always looking for stories that represent them. So we grew up reading Mills and Bones. It's always white people in there. When we even see someone mixed with something else, it's exciting. But now you can find lots of stories about people who sound and talk like you and who come from your background. So there's a ready and waiting market. And to break into the international market, it's easier if you use those international platforms.
Okay.
So go where they are.
All right, so let's talk about the Nigerian market, because oftentimes some writers have complained and said that they sell more on international platforms than in the local market. Have you found this to be true for you?
Yes and no. Yes, because Nigerians like imported stuff, or they like Nigerians who have made it abroad. Now they want to sort of farms, as we say. So then that it becomes, this Nigerian who's doing well internationally, then they want to okay, there was one news anchor, news platform on Instagram, news page. They write about successful Nigerians. So I wrote a DM to them, that I'm doing this, and it's not common you find Nigerian erotic writers. Would you like to, let's talk about it? Said, no, we don't know you. That's actually their words. We don't know you. We know, and then they started listing Nigerian international authors who had made it big. Said, okay, don't worry, you'll come to me. Time will come, you'll come to me.
So it's a thing of, okay, well, like you said, we don't appreciate our own. We don't, find it very, we don't appreciate it, bottom line. Well, do you think there's like a glass ceiling for female writers in Nigeria?
I don't believe there is. And maybe that would get a different response from someone else. But I've always been one who does not believe in ceilings. If it's there, we'll break it. So I don't believe there's one. I just believe that if you put in the work, position yourself in the right situation, surround yourself with the right people, that really you would go beyond your imagination.
Okay, my last question to you, Wama, is how are you able to do it? You're an HR professional, you're a media personality, you're also a writer. How did you find time and say that, okay, I want to be an HR professional, and then I move into media, and then I started writing?
I can be quite organized. As a matter of fact, when I was coming in, and the lady at the airport here who was going through my bag said, wow, this is really organized, everything in its place. I said, yes, so that when I dip my hand with my eyes shut, I know where I'm going and what I'm reaching for. So it's essentially the same. I'm big on to-do lists. I call them my hot lists, So everything has to be done at a certain time. Of course, not all the time that it happens. And then a lot of times my weekends are also, for things that interest me. So I'm not really out partying. I've never been much of a party person. Once in a while, I hang out with friends. That's it. I think my only other vice is movies.
I love watching movies too. Yep. All right, Mama, we have to have you here again. I hope you'll find time, even if it's via Zoom.
Oh, that would be
because
nice.
I know you're just in town for a short period. Yes. All right, that's our episode on one-on-one today. I hope you've learned so many things, because Wana is a woman of many moving parts. So see you again sometime soon. My name is Fumino Ajefi. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry.
You're watching Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland.
Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw. And that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually had to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in beers and blood.
It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO and U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of. is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momo and this is the news update. The police command in Kano has confirmed that the explosion that killed 9 persons last Tuesday was caused by chemicals used for making bombs. And this follows an investigation carried out by the Explosive Ordnance Disposal, Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Defense (EODCBRN) and Operation Puff Adder of the Nigerian Police. Meanwhile, arrests have been made linking one of the collapsed shops with dealings and sales of illicit toxic chemical substances and combustible materials suspected to be used for making improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Evidence of purchase was also recovered. An investigation is in progress. And also as reactions continue to trail the murder of Shehu Shagari College of Education student Deborah Samuel over alleged blasphemy, a group Muslim United for Peace and Justice has called for swift and transparent justice against her killers. The group says the tragic event of the murder of Deborah can be utilized as a turning point in Muslim-Christian relations and herald a new era of peaceful and respectful coexistence. Professor Lakin Akintola of the Muslim Rights Concern, Murik, who lent his voice to the call, urges leaders of the faith to continue to enlighten and educate adherents on the need for mutual respect, to focus on messages of love and work against voices of hatred and extremism amongst them. The group also urges states' government to strengthen or promulgate laws to criminalize blasphemy and killing for blasphemy outside of the law and faithfully enforce them.
We urge Muslim scholars to issue fatwa specifically against frontier justice, jungle justice, and extrajudicial killing at any time. More so, we appeal to imams to use the Friday khutbah to spread and promote the peaceful coexistence, respect for constituted authority and rule of law as enjoined in Islam. 7, we lament the poor state of the judicial system in Nigeria and call for improvement of same in order to restore public confidence in the judicial system, as well as prompt and effective administration of justice. Number 8, we condemn jungle justice and lament its endemic nature in Nigeria and call for justice for all other victims of extrajudicial killings, the Tijaniya travelers who were murdered in Jos, the Baptist College Ijagbo hijab killing, the Lekki killing by Okada riders, and other similar acts of barbarism and mob violence.
And the Benue State chapter of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, yesterday had a rally to protest the gruesome murder of Deborah Samuel by religious extremists in Sokoto State. The CAN chairman, Reverend Akpen Leva, who led the Benue Christians with placards, insisted that Christians cannot continue to bury their loved ones in the name of religion. And some of the placards read, "Enough is enough. We condemn the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Christians are not second-class citizens."
So my people in Benue State, enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Condemn what happened in Sokoto State. The murder of Deborah Samuel was in a very barbaric manner. We condemn it in totality, and we sympathize with the family for what happened. We want to call on law enforcement agencies in this nation. We want to call on the police, the military, the paramilitary, to please, as a matter of urgency, stop unprovoked killings in Nigeria. This type of killing is not allowed in Nigeria again.
And the Kaduna State chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has raised an alarm that fundamentalists now use blasphemy as an excuse to kill Christians in the northern region of the country. Reacting to the riots in Bauchi State over alleged blasphemy, the state's CAN chairman, Reverend John Joseph Hayab, said Christians now know and have evidence of how some of these allegations of blasphemy are false. He says they are just for blackmail or settling scores, with passive enemies or well-mannered young girls who have refused sexual advances by the opposite sex from another religion. Hayab further asked if the recent sermons they are getting from some Islamic clerics on what the Holy Quran says about what should be done if anyone is accused of blasphemy is unpopular amongst followers. He added that the challenge now is for government authorities and security agencies to act fast to address this abuse of the Constitution before it leads to a more serious conflict that cannot be handled. And some youth in Edo State have expressed their support for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who was in the state to seek the blessings of the Oba of Benin. Tinubu was at the palace of Oba of Benin, Opaiwere II, to seek the royal father's blessings for his aspiration of becoming the country's president in 2023.
I have reason of giving him my support. I've met with him, I've interacted with him. He's not so money conscious. We are not looking for people that are so money conscious. There's nothing you can point at Bola Tinubu except you tag him, but you cannot prove it. We've checked around based on my own party. I've checked around. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the man that is capable, that can give us a better life in Nigeria. Gone are the days that you say you don't know who is this man. Gone are the days we believe in party affiliation. It's now who you are that really matters most. Not party, not other things.
Nigeria needs transformation, needs a great reform where everybody will participate in the God-given prosperity and talent assets of this country are being exposed widely and are being well trained. I know what your blessing and endorsement means. All I beg for today is to seek your blessing and your prayer to successfully become the candidate of my party, ABC, and eventually become the president of the Federal Republic.
The Ministro, as you all know, is non-partisan. However, we're always interested in the leaders that how to lead the country. Doesn't mean we are apolitical. We are non-partisan. However, we are very interested in who leads the country. In this regard, we wish to assure you that we will take you into our prayers. We will take you into our prayers. We will pray for you.
And as the prices of food and other commodities keep skyrocketing daily, touching on the cost of living in Nigeria, feel the pulse of people in the street views. Take a listen.
You expect seriously, we can't even explain, because in my place of work, the place I would normally pay 500, go and come back. That was 2014, 2015. Now I pay 1,200.
We just have to keep on going with it now. We just hope it gets better. So how we are coping is work harder, and that's just what we can do.
I'm into food business, so I know it's affecting a lot. Particularly trying to get customers. When you give them prices of stuffs that we do, they complain that it's too expensive. But due to the constant increase in sales, in pricing, is really affecting the business. For example, a bag of flour last year was going for about 10,000, but now it's going for like 22,000, 23,000, depending on where you get it.
When you look at the rate at which prices of commodities are going up, is very, very high. In fact, average Nigerians are finding it very difficult to cope. And we want government to do something as soon as possible before things get out of hand.
When I was coming now, I had a small issue with my car, and I had to get, I think the person that I wanted to help me fix it said I should get, what is it called? Jowl, ordinary jowl. Then we used to get it for like 1, 2 or thereabout. But when I bought now, it's 2.5. Now. You get, so everything, food, rent, everything.
That affected my daughter. Like my daughter likes berries a lot, and berries that I used to buy for 1,000, now it's 3,000. I can't afford to always buy berries for her, so it's affected in every. I don't even know what to say about it.
Now moving on to news outside Africa. A Ukrainian court sentenced a Russian soldier to life in prison today for killing an unarmed civilian in the first war crimes trial arising from Russia's February 24 invasion. Vadim Shishmarin, a 21-year-old tank commander, had pleaded guilty to killing 62-year-old Alexander Shelipov in the northeastern Ukrainian village of Shupakivka on February 28 after being ordered to shoot him. George Sehir Agafonov said Shishmarin, carrying out a criminal order by a soldier of a higher rank, had fired several shots at the victim's head from an automatic weapon. The Kremlin did not immediately comment on the verdict. It had previously said that it has no information about the trial and that the absence of a diplomatic mission in Ukraine limits its ability to provide assistance. And it's time for business news. Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, grew by 3.11% year-on-year in real terms in the first quarter of 2022, indicating the sixth consecutive quarter of positive growth by the Nigerian economy. And this is according to the recently released gross domestic report released by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS. And the first quarter of 2022 growth rate was higher than the 0.51% growth rate recorded in the corresponding period of 2021 by 2.60% points and lower than 3.98% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2021 by 0.88% points. However, on a quarter-on-quarter basis, real GDP contracted by 14.66% in the first quarter of 2022 compared to the fourth quarter of 2021, reflecting a lower economic activity than the preceding quarter. And on entertainment news, Tubaba has paid a visit to the grave site of his late colleague Sound Sultan. And in a video shared via his Instagram page today, he was joined by other friends of the late singer to pay tribute to the deceased by laying flowers on the tomb. Sound Sultan passed away in July last year after battling a T-cell lymphoma condition, and he is survived by his wife, Farida Fasasi, and 3 children. On sports news, Bielsa Queens have been crowned the 2021-2022 Nigerian Women Football League champions after a 2-1 victory against Nasarawa Amazons in the Super 6 playoff. They won all 5 matches in the playoff held at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City, Edo State, to emerge as the champions of the abridged season. The Bielsa-based team will now represent Nigeria in next season's CAF Women's Champions League. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart.
for hating Ijaw people?
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
My philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
The late congressman's lifelong struggle for civil rights in America is chronicled in Don Porter's documentary John Lewis, Good Trouble.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Using rare archival footage, the documentary highlights Lewis's more than 60 years of social activism. In 1963, he was one of the organizers of the March on Washington. In 1965, he helped lead a nonviolent march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Montgomery, Alabama, against segregation and for the right to vote. There, armed Alabama police attacked the peaceful demonstrators, including Lewis, in a day that became known as Bloody Sunday.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
Hours before Lewis's death on July 17th, the documentary's executive producer, Erica Alexander, spoke to VOA about Lewis's political convictions and personality.
He knows that the most powerful nonviolent tool for change in any movement, and especially in that, is the right to vote. So he works hard to defend it. He protects that right for everybody. He's a person who doesn't get pessimistic because he understands that America as an idea is a gift.
Using current interviews and footage, Don Porter's documentary shows how the late civil rights icon continued until the end to provide the blueprint for a transparent and fair legislative process for voting rights, for healthcare reform, for immigration and gun control.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
During the 2014 screening of Ava DuVernay's biopic, Selma, on the Selma to Montgomery marches, Lewis spoke to VOA about the power of peaceful resistance.
We were willing to be beaten, willing to be jailed, willing to suffer to gain the right to participate in the democratic process. We literally put our bodies on the line. And Selma have changed America forever. You speak to President Carter, or President Clinton, or President Obama. Hadn't been for Selma and that bridge, these three men probably wouldn't have been elected president.
As for seeing his younger self, portrayed by actor Stephen James in Selma,
I wanted to say to the actor, I want my backpack back. I really want my trench coat. Young, it took me back to the time when I was only 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, when I walked across that bridge with that backpack, my trench coat. I had all of my hair and a few pounds lighter.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sonny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Humsey Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Essien Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love keep us
Originally a secular artist, Owenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
Right, my name is Terrietta Precious. I am an event planner, a cake specialist. I'm also a natural juice specialist as well. I deal with fruits and I try to make people live healthy lives. And business is just pretty starting up, like coming back, resuscitating after a very long break of like 5 years. And that happened because I got trafficked, and the connection came through my friend. So how it all started, so after school, I started baking even before I left secondary school. And so when admission was taking so long, and I was really eager to go back to school and all, so I started doing events, started serving at parties, following vendors to events, and I started liking the job because I'm kind of like talented in the arts. So everything event looked like fun and work for me. So I decided to build a career in that, irrespective of going back to school. And then I started training up. I naturally just have recipes in my head for cakes, and maybe when I wake up, I'll go write out what I saw either in my dream or what I thought about, and when I try it out, it always comes out nice. So my mom encouraged me to build up that career too, and that it was going to be a fruitful one. So at that point, there's this friend of mine that we kind of like, she's a bit older than I am, but we kind of like grew up together. She was always there for me because I had a child immediately after school. She was always there for me, always helping me out. So she said, since school wasn't working, then we should just venture into business. And looking at it that I was the first of 5 kids and I already had a child, school might be a little bit tight at that moment because my parents were really well to do, my mom actually, and because my parents are separated. So we used to make ice blocks and ice cubes together. We make ice blocks, we make ice. She was the one working there. So, but after her normal daily job, we now go in the evenings. So we had to take permission from her boss first. So we go in the evenings, we make ice blocks and ice cubes. We take to bars, restaurants, clubs, and most weekends when we get jobs as well, we get to supply ice blocks for events. So it started making me meet people. I started coming out more often, and people started liking my kind of person, like you're very intelligent. So sometimes my friend would just say, come, let's go to so place. She might not say anything, but we are certain that we're not living there without a new job to do almost every weekend. So it made me start becoming very outgoing, and I did meet lots of people. So I knew that I was only going to do that for a short while. And then on one of the occasions, we had a very long discussion, and she was like, she's just going to be here for the meantime. She was really building that up for me to like find a basis for me to start my event management career. And I took it that she was doing me a really good favor. So not too long from then, she introduced me to a friend who brought a job, and they wanted me to plan a particular event. It was going to be an opening, which I did, and it was fine. It came out well. It was quite big, so for me it was like a major big job for me, and I was happy at the pace at which I was, pulling up the shots, and they were really looking perfect. So one of the guys who attended the event, a friend to the convener of the event, to the owner of the event, was like, whoa, I like your industrious, I like your person, you're smart, you're outspoken, and you know how to do almost everything and do it well. Like, how do you do it? And I was like, well, it's just me, that's just the way I am. And he got really interested, and we exchanged contacts, started talking, and sometimes he just calls me, hey babe, what's up? What's your plan for the weekend? Any events? And I'll be like, yes. And they're like, okay, drop location. He'll just come around, just come and check up, like to see what's up, and always commenting, always checking up on me. So for me, I felt it was like a good thing to just have someone who you've not known from Adam, become close, check up on you, and they're after your progress. And after like about 6 to 8 months of that constant checkup, he then just dropped the suggestion one day, like, he doesn't know how I'm going to see this, but there's a traveling opportunity, and he feels this should be the in thing for me, since I already have plans to further education. Already I had started NCE. I was in my 200 level. I started NCE, but it was a bit tight. So most times when it's like that, he's always like one of the people I call, like, what's up? I'm having challenges with fees, or my friend and a couple of other friends. They'll be like, every time you have to call me either for fees or for feeding or one thing or the other. I feel this is an opportunity for you. If you can take it up, you should go to Malaysia. You're going to be working in the hair factory, because at that point, apart from making cakes and planning events, I just got talented with playing around weave-ons, and then I just started making wigs even without even knowing that wig was going to become something that's going to be in vogue. So when they saw it, and they're like, this is really beautiful, like, how did you come about this? I don't know, I just see things and I do them. So he said that this is really good. So if you're going to a company where you're going to be working with attachment, weave-ons, and then you could get another job where you can work in a restaurant, maybe as a pastry chef or as an assistant baker, where you can shuffle in between both duties, make cool cash, and say in about 6 months you must have saved up enough. And then I was like, I don't have money. I know traveling out now, most especially going to Malaysia now, should cost so much. And it was like, no, that even if I don't have cash, I shouldn't worry about it. I'm like, how are you going to do that? And he was like, I should just leave all of that for him, that all he needs from me is my consent that I'll be willing to go. I said, but not without you telling me how you're going to go about it. And then he did explain that there are agents who are into traveling, and they help people travel either to go to school or to work. But then if you do not have money, there are people who are like investors, and what they do is to invest their money on you to travel. And then when you get to your post country, you start working, maybe like your first 3, 4, 5 months working, your salary will be used to pay them back whatever they have spent on you, but though it will be maybe either multiplied or there'll be an addition. And then he was like, I think if you are that hardworking, this shouldn't be a problem for you. So I sat down and thought about it, like, okay, so how much are we looking at here? And then he did a plus or minus $3,500 then, and then if I was going to pay back, I was going to be paying back like $7,000, and I was like, okay, how much are we talking about in Naira? He did the conversion, and then he did made me understand that I shouldn't even look at that money, that I'm going to be getting dinars, and that dinars is way higher than Naira. So, and he was like, don't worry, this is like the best opportunity for you. I know you're strong, I know you're hardworking, and you're very fun to be with. People love to be around you, so definitely you're going to make good friends who would even give you stipends, and you probably might not just have to pay back with all your hard-earned money. So the idea was to go work and come back to set up better or to finish up school so I can get a job. And I was like, okay, sounds good. And then he said he was going to, if I was ready, then he will now tell me the remaining processes. But then I have to look for like 4 extra people to make us 5. I was like, okay. And so these, my other friends, they also know this, my particular friend, Mary, that introduced me to the agent. So somehow, you know, there's no how now, friends, girls would definitely meet. And I really don't remember how my other friends got to know, but they also got to know about the traveling because he also became friends with them. But because anybody can meet anybody anywhere, I didn't really try to know exactly how they also met this same person. But then the other thing I remember was that we were all talking about this whole traveling thing, and my other friends were like, they were already 2 sisters and 2 of their friends, so we're 5 of us. And then we started talking about it, so they were like, we're going to get at least 50K first. The 50K was supposed to be for like our passport and some other little things that we would need right here before moving, but the traveling expenses was going to be covered by the investor, the invisible investor. So I for like a month we were on it, trying to get cash, running around, and several times they did say we're going to meet one person tomorrow. They could just call up today and say, okay, we're meeting the main travel agents tomorrow, we're meeting this tomorrow, and then we go. So they asked us to bring passports, pictures, so we should come for medical tests and all that. So on the day we went to Ikorodu to meet this other set of guys. That was the day we met a magician. So he is also part of the crew. And the magician happens to be the transporter. So he did mention that when it comes to things like this, that he normally advises young ladies not to tell anyone, and that the reason why he would tell them not to tell anyone is because they will definitely discourage you the moment you tell them someone is paying for your traveling. That families don't believe that somebody anywhere can just decide to pay for you to travel, go work and come back. So at some point he actually did some magic. So he said he was going to show us what he does for a living in Malaysia, and that he had just come back, but he has decided to rest. He wants to stay back in Nigeria to take care of his family, and that this is what he does for a living in Malaysia and some other countries where he goes to. And then he brought out stuff, sand, salt, handkerchief. Then he did turn the sand into, he did turn salt into sand, and then turned the salt again into a bird. So seeing that, we, you know, it just blew us out kind of. And he also said that if we wanted to really go and we were certain that we were not going to tell anyone, we needed to like swear an oath and all of that. So they were going to make some concussion with new notes. So all of this is just to be secure that we're not going to be telling anybody. And at that point I was really not very down with everything, but one thing just kept sticking in my mind, which is, as far as I'm going to make myself better, as far as I'm not going to be leaning or calling or having to trouble family and all of that. And it was an opportunity for me to at least like do something tangible for myself. So I didn't really see anything, though I had doubts. I had very big doubts. So after that, they said we're going to let us know when we'll be leaving and how we will be leaving. We don't need to take anything, maybe just a bag or just maybe like a pair or 2 pairs of clothes, that when we get somewhere, we'll be going for shopping, we'll get clothes and we'll get every necessary thing that we needed. So when he started mentioning that you don't have to tell anyone, so for me, I found it very difficult that, okay, I'll be leaving my child for my mom and I won't be able to describe to my mom where exactly I'm going to or what I'm going there to do. And why would someone say, it's supposed to be a good news. So why would someone else say, don't tell your family, because they probably will not like the sound of it or they will discourage you. For me, I feel that should be a good news and you should share. So, but he made us to believe that when you do that, they will discourage you and you might end up missing an opportunity of a lifetime. And another thing that got me thinking was the fact that he did mention that a lot of girls do go and they come back, they get to do big things for themselves. He also mentioned that apart from working in salons, restaurants, that some people go there to hustle. So when I heard the word hustle, I actually did ask that, what's the meaning of hustle? And it was like, regular hustle though. I'm like, no, the way that word sounds to me, the way you're saying it, looks like there's a different meaning to hustle. And then he now expatiated and said, some girls do go there just to go and work in brothels and come back. I'm like, okay, so hearing that started making me think like, okay, this means that there is something he's not saying. So then I now asked clearly, what exactly are you taking me to this country to go and do? He now asked, what did you tell your friend you want to do? I said, no, I didn't tell him. He suggested that since I am good in these areas, so I can work in a restaurant and then also work in a hair factory. And he was like, so that is what you are going to do? So I said, okay, and waited for the day they were going to call. So on the day he called, that's the initial guy that told me about the traveling opportunity. He called and said, okay, so get ready by next week. We are moving by next week Sunday. It was supposed to be a Sunday. I said, okay, no problem. And then on getting to Ikorodu, I found out that my other friends weren't there. So I asked, what's up, what happened with the other friends? And it was like, they couldn't come up with even money for their passports, which was 50K. I was like, oh, because I saw one of them that morning and I was like asking her, babe, how far? She was like, that she's not sure that she's going. That's the one that has a sister. And that again, that their mom told them that it's not a good journey, that they shouldn't go. And that if she would advise me that I shouldn't go, for their mom to say it's not a good journey, I was like, why at the dying minute? So to me at that point, I just thought that, okay, maybe this is why these guys were always saying don't tell anybody. So I just went because I'd already packed my bag. So I went to Ikorodu, and then on getting to Ikorodu, we passed the night in Ikorodu. They said we were waiting for 2 other people to join us, and the next day he took us to Agbara. On getting to Agbara, it's a lady's house, and I met the owner of the house and about 3 other ladies. So he said, so this is the person that is your real travel agent. She's the one that is paying for you. She's the one that is helping you to travel to the person who sent money to her. And I said, okay. So what I told my mom when I was going to leave, I told her that I was traveling and that it was going to take me maybe like 6 or 8 months to come back. And she was like, what kind of a travel is that, and why are you staying so long? So I told her that it's a friend that is helping me out, and I really do not have to do so much just to pay for my passport. So she was even the one that even gave me like 35k out of the 50k that I gave those guys. And when I explained to her that it's a friend, and she already knows the guy, so the guy as in became very close. During one of our school parties, my mom's school party, he actually came around. He comes, like everybody now knew him. So when I mentioned his name and my mom, okay, she didn't see a reason to question, because this is someone that everybody has come to know very well. So she was like, okay. So that day I told her was the day she gave me the money, and she was like, okay, if you say that is what you want to do. But then she now asked what I was going to do about my school. So I said already I had missed the exam for that semester, and I already had missing exams from the previous semester. So when I come back, I'll sort it out. So she was like, okay, if that is what you want. But then she wasn't really like okay with it. She kept asking questions upon questions and questions upon questions. I'm like, at least you know the person that is actually working on this for me. So if there is anything, you can always ask him. So that was the last conversation I had with my mom. And at that time, there was a very big issue in the house. I was not in good terms with my stepdad and my mom. We had issues. So for me, it was just, I had had it to the truth, and I wanted to just leave the house. So, and that was it. And I left. So my mom asked, so how are we going to be feeding this child? How are we going to be doing this? How are we going to be that? I told her not to worry, that at each point, I would always know what to do. So she didn't really bother me so much about the child, because she was still little. She was just 5. At least she would be able to still feed her and do some other things. So that was how I left my daughter with my mom and left. So on getting to that house, seeing 3 other ladies, and then the lady in question that owns the house, she was like, okay, so first she gave me rules that I was not comfortable with, and no talking to anybody. You're on your own here. It's just you and your destiny. Like, it's just you and your destiny here. No friendship. The only business you're here for is for you to be taken to the country where you're going to. She too, she just came back. She's going to be joining us like in a month's time and all. So she said we're moving in 3 days. So in 3 days, nothing was happening, and then I was forced to ask questions. Like, I've been here for 3 days. Nobody's going anywhere. What's happening? So she was like, we're waiting for 2 more people. I'm like, that was the same thing these guys said the last time. They're waiting for 2 more people. You're also saying the same thing. So she almost snapped out, like, I'm questioning her too much, I'm pestering and this and that, and that I should just take her word when she says we're waiting for 2 more people, or if I was the one that was going to pay the money. So I kept quiet. So that day was a day to my birthday that year, March 2nd. So I felt, okay, since I'm still around, let me just go home. So I went home, saw my mom, saw everyone, just got stuff. So my birthday, that was on my birthday, I went home, and feel like my mom was like, what happened? You've not gone? And like, we're waiting for 2 more people. And then my mom now aired out like, are you sure this thing is really genuine? And are you sure that you're not doing the wrong thing? She kept asking questions. So she asked me to call the guy that night so that she can confirm from him. So, but I called that night, his number wasn't going through. I told her that I didn't want to stay too long so that I can get back home, get back there on time. And that was how I left. So 2 days after, we were ready. and the lady asked her brother to take us to the park. So already, while the magician guy was talking to us a few days earlier, he had mentioned that we were going to go by road to an extent, and that the reason we're going by road to an extent is to avoid wahala from immigration and all of that. And to me, I was just wondering, but why are you trying to avoid these people if this is genuine? But I couldn't really ask too much questions. So he said we're going to go by road to a particular extent. So when the guy said we're going to the park, it took us to a park at Yanopaja, and then we entered Kano. So I now asked, why are we going to Kano? Then he said, that's the first place we are going to. That's where I will meet the people that will now take us to where we're going to. So at this point, we're 4 ladies and the guy. So he stayed with us at the park till the bus was full, and we moved. So right there at the park, there were 2 ladies in the same bus behind us, and I noticed they were murmuring to each other. I tried eavesdropping. At that point, my Yoruba wasn't really fluent, but I can understand little by little. So I tried eavesdropping to maybe just hear something, because I became very worried. Like, am I sure I really want to continue? I can't just go back home from here and just run away. So I started looking at a means at which I can maybe even just abscond from this guy's hand. But you know, he was seated right opposite us. So even if I come down from the bus now, he's definitely going to see me. So at a point, I acted like I wanted to go buy something, and then I noticed that he was walking behind me, and I was like, okay, so this guy is watching me, I can't run away. So at a point, I just waived the thought of running away and felt like, as far as I'm going for a good cause, let me just go and do what I got to do and come back home. So we left. Getting to Kano, I was on my phone at that point, and the lady did mention to me that when I get to Kano, she gave me a particular number. When I get to Kano, or if we are being stopped on the way, or maybe we're being arrested or hijacked on the way by any of the security officials, that we should call the particular number. So at the point where I think it was NDLEA that stopped us, and they were like, where are we going to? And to me, I just said, they said when they asked us, we should tell them we're going to Kano. And if they ask us who are we going to meet in Kano, we should mention a particular name, which was what we did. And they did let us go. So getting there, I called the number, the man did come and asked us to stay somewhere, and picked us, took us somewhere else. And I was like, okay, so what next? And then he said, he now mentioned the lady's name. She was one that sent us to him, right? I said yes. So he told us, yeah, enter the car. And he drove off. So we drove for like 3 hours. Getting to where we were, to me it was like, why are we here? This place is looking deserted and all. So I started looking out. I remember looking out and I saw Sabongeri while we were driving. I saw Sabongeri. And I remember that at some point I heard about Sabongeri before, and I think I remember it being like an outskirt of Kano or so, thereabouts. So I was like, okay, but why are we going this far? I couldn't really ask the man questions because he wasn't even going to answer. And from there, they hipped us. The place he took us to, we met some other women and men there. And they wouldn't even allow you to see anything. They were just pushing everybody in. People must not see us and all that. So they like a hut, like it was a small hut, and there were people around. So they were trying to hide us. So at that point, I started becoming very scared, because why are you hiding us? Why are we having to rush into somewhere? You don't want people to know we are here. If they know we are here, they're going to come and take us away or something.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
INEC has warned political parties against non-transparent primaries, and protests and gunshots have rocked the River State APC secretariat during a screening ahead of the party primaries. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Bartel. Alrighty, welcome, and once again you're watching Plus Politics and Plus TV Africa. Let's go over to River State, where it was all action at the State Party Secretariat on Woji Road in the GRA axis of state capital, Port Harcourt. Gunshots were heard in the air amid protests in the morning that rocked the All Progressives Congress Secretariat. During the screening for the state party's House of Assembly candidates, we had hundreds of APC members loyal to a former federal lawmaker, a former senator, Magnus Abe, thronged the premises, alleging hijack of state party state assembly aspirants screening and ward and state delegate selection. Now we have joining us to discuss this a deputy spokesperson of the APC in River State, Darlington Wuju, and Bethel Inte, who is one of the delegate hopefuls in the All Progressives Congress from the Magnus Abe side of the party. Let's start with you, Darlington. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Kofi.
Thank you for joining us. We've seen the videos and pictures of pandemonium, if you want to call it that, at the River State All Progressives Congress Secretariat on Woji Road in the upscale GRA area of Port Harcourt. What happened today?
Well, Kofi, I listened carefully to your intro, and I want to say that, as you are aware, just yesterday, the National National Secretariat of the party did inaugurate the state screening committee for the House of Assembly elections, and also the World and Local Government Congress Committee. So that committee is actually a dual-purpose committee. The members of that committee came into town yesterday and immediately rolled up their sleeves to start their work. They did a plethora of advertisements on radio stations, calling for a stakeholders meeting for 9 a.m. this morning. 9 a.m. this morning. And before 9 a.m. this morning, from our investigation, at 6 a.m., some misguided youth in the name of persons supporting Senator Magnus Abe had invaded the party secretariat. Meanwhile, Kofi, if you would recall, the last time I granted an interview to this station, it was before the National Convention of the party. And on the other side, we had Mr. Tony Okocha. Recall the fact that Tony Okocha did allege that Chief Emeka Beke is not the authentic or legal party chairman of APC in Rivers State. And I raised serious arguments and serious questions as to his allegation and the interpretation of whatever he thought the court has said previously. And he raised issues that there was a court, a subsisting court a matter over the legality or otherwise of the tenureship or the existence of Chief Emeka Beke. I say this because it is fundamental to this very argument this evening. The fact that the same Chief Emeka Beke led ESCO, the same party secretariat manned by Chief Emeka Beke, was today invaded by persons who were sponsored by Senator Magnus Abe, coordinated by Tony Okocha. And so I began to ask myself questions. If indeed Tony Okocha and Senator Magnus Abe believe that Chief Emeka Beke is not the authentic chairman of the party, why invade the party premises, making unnecessary and irrelevant demands on the party? Now, the screening and the World and Local Government Congress Committee had placed an advert calling for a stakeholders meeting for 9 o'clock. You have not waited to listen to that committee, what they have to say, and the guidelines they have to roll out for today's congresses and the screening exercise. You went ahead sponsoring people to invade the party premises. Now, what was the intention of invading the party premises? And how would you now, define or describe or substantiate your previous allegation, having claimed that Emeka Beke was not chairman of this party? Why now coming to invade the party premises if he is not the party chairman? What does a man who you claim is illegal or occupying an office illegally, what has he got to do with enforcing any act of legality? So I raise questions as to the morality of both those sponsoring the protest and those protesting, because their argument for the past 4 or 5 years has been that there is a faction in APC in Rivers State. And I might ask, what is wrong with them holding their own factional congresses, holding their own factional screening exercise, and submitting it to Abuja? Because they bought their funds from Abuja and refused to submit their funds to Port Harcourt. So what stopped them from going to Abuja for their screening exercise?
All right, Darlington, would you please permit me to bring in...
These are fundamental questions you should raise to whoever is speaking.
All right, Darlington, would you? Thank you very much. I would like to bring in at this point Bethel Inte, who is a delicate hopeful for the All Progressives Congress, or from the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State. Bethel, are you there? Hello, Bethel Intake. Can you hear me, please? All right, we'll try our very best. I apologize for that. We'll try our very best to get Bethel Intake back with us on the line. But Darlington, you're going back to an interview we had some time ago when we had a member. I can hear you loud and clear. When we had a member of your party. Oh, Bethel, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to Bethel as soon as we can, so that he can give us his own take. But Darlington, are you there, please?
Yes, good job.
All right, so you're going back to a time in your party when, of course, you had factions. We know about the Magnus Abbey faction, and you're trying to say that if they believe what they are saying, Emeka Bekele is not the authentic, bona fide chairman of your party, what were they doing at the party secretariat? But do you know who those aggrieved or protesting aspirants are? Are all of them supporters of Magnus Abbey? Have you spoken to them one by one? Do you have their names to know who they support?
Well, because from their chance, if you have, I guess you have a reporter on ground. If you've seen the video, if you monitor the video and listen closely and carefully, you would have heard them chanting no Magnus, no APC. And I wonder if all this while, the activities of Senator Magnus Abbey has clearly demonstrated the fact that he is technically no longer a member of the All Progressive Congress Party in Rivers State, considering the fact that he has not even revalidated his membership of the party. And so I wonder why the confusion and the unnecessary force being built around Senator Magnus Abbey's gubernatorial ambition. Because you cannot put something on nothing. The fact that he has no home base as far as we are concerned in the Congress Party in Rivers State. The senator, with all due respect, has no home base. Because if you claim that you belong to a political party, then you must subscribe to all its rules, rudiments, and the regulations therewith. So for him to be running parallel to what the party is doing in Rivers State, it shows clearly that he is anti the development of APC in Rivers State. And we cannot take him seriously.
Back to Bethel, are you there, please? Can you hear us?
I can hear you clear now. Good evening.
Fantastic. Okay. So you've listened to Darlington, would you? He said, that he's questioning the purpose of those who came to protest at the APC secretariat this morning, bearing in mind the fact that those who are loyal to Magnus Abbey in the APC in Rivers State had refused to recognize the leadership of the Emeka Bekele-led State Working Committee.
Yes, I've said it that is not the issue. The issue is that right from 2018, we have had this recurring phenomenon that every time members make effort to participate in election of party position, that minister are done all within his powers to ensure that those of us who have some Senator Magnus Abbey don't have the space to debate with some people. And what we have today, yesterday the committee was not, and the information, the part of the committee is and they cannot be. And we found out that they are all taken away by all efforts to them prove abortive. Now, we got a rumor that seems to have a stakeholder in by man. We have another very verified information. Their own asking their own people to info lines across their world as early as 6 a.m. this morning. And it becomes confusing. In one hand, you are saying that you have stakeholders meeting by 9. After that, you are asking your people to line up for photographs by 6. So we make our way to the party secretary. In adherence to the directive of stakeholders meeting. I was there almost to 11 this morning. As I'm talking to you, the members of the committee nowhere to be found. Gates were against us. So hundreds of policemen from Houlons that brought to the party secretariat to ensure that I don't have access. I brought to contest as a delegate for the forthcoming governorship election as a state delegate. And there are other hundreds of persons who bought from either for state delegates or world delegates, AGA delegates. So, and our people too, who bought from to contest, all of us came, just let the world know that the issue of APC that started 2018 that is also again, all because of vote and we are treated with gunshots, chargers, broken two glasses against members. We have, as I'm talking to you, have more than 30 individuals undergoing serious treatment. So there's nothing that has to do with us not being Emeka Beke. Emeka Beke is not the chairman of the screening committee stroke delegate election. And if we do not recognize Emeka Beke, we will not go to the party secretary to meet the committee. The committee are nowhere to be found. The committee are only known and only seen and only found by those who are Itamechi. So how can you have an honest context where somebody has been given a large advantage over you? It doesn't work that way. All materials meant for this exercise have been denied us. We couldn't have access to the forms, the result sheet, the technical. What are we contesting for? It's like a result already written before the context. So these are the issues we are saying, and Nigerians are all aware of this matter. It's not today matter.
Okay.
Somebody who thinks today does not behave like a demo, not allow democracy to follow the norms. The norms on democracy are you converse for support, and people will now decide whether to support you or to support somebody else.
Okay, all right.
But in the case of APC,
yeah,
Amit will never allow democracy to reign. He will always want to sit down in his parlor and draw a list and find his way and put pressure on the party hierarchy in Abuja to adopt him. Yes.
All right. Bethel, hold the thought. Let's bring in Darlington at this point.
Election 20, when I was a two-time governor, we lost. We couldn't do anything.
Bethel, can you pause for a second? Bethel, sorry. Let's bring in Darlington at this point because, Bethel, you've raised some important points. Now, you are an aspiring delegate of the party, and you intend to be a part of the process. And you are saying that you were denied any form or any opportunity to be part of the process. I know that people who are also intending to be a part of the process to become candidates for the House of Assembly election were part of the protest. For instance, I spoke this evening to Noble Georgeford, who is a State House of Assembly aspirant for the Omuma State constituency. You're saying that they were denied nomination forms. I come to you, Darlington Umuju. What do you say to this allegation that those who came out to protest today were denied nomination forms and had no other way to vent their feelings? Darlington.
Gofi, I was almost losing my patience listening to the pedestrian line of the young man, Bethel. I was almost losing my patience listening to him. I am disappointed in the fact that the youth of this generation have decided to give themselves to fabrications and lies is tragic for our nation to have these kind of persons who want to lead the next generation. Now, let me say this clearly. Kofi, we can hold on for the next 5 minutes for the producer of this program to place a call on your colleagues in Port Harcourt. Can we hold on for 5 minutes so that the producer will get journalists who are in Port Harcourt to confirm to you if indeed, because I listened to him saying that there were hundreds of policemen. When I got to the party secretariat this morning, I was dropped by my loving wife, and I only met 3 regular policemen at the gate. We are the avalanche. Hold on, Kofi, because we cannot trade online. We cannot be living online, Kofi. I am no longer interested in it. We will continue with this interview. If what I'm hearing is only lies, please, Kofi. And I am saying that the young man who is claiming that the screening committee was nowhere to be found, can we please confirm from journalists if they interacted with the screening committee today? Please, at the party secretariat, can you confirm if the stakeholders meeting held today at the party office? Can you also confirm if the screening of candidates held today? Please, if you confirm that, we cannot continue with this interview. Or else, I'm tired of listening to
Darlington, I think
please,
Darlington,
for my sanity.
Darlington, you're performing your responsibility, to speak on behalf of the party, after your principal. But Bethel, are you there? He says that you're not being truthful, that he saw only 3 armed policemen at the party secretariat this morning. So where did the gunshots and the tear gas you're claiming were fired at you come from?
Kofi, can I say something? I take a great exception for somebody calling me lying. All over Port Harcourt today, journalists were there, Nigerians were there. The videos are everywhere. We have hundreds of policemen, various units of Nigeria police were mobilized to the party secretariat, who, without any kind of provocation from the party, peaceful party, loyal party members who came to just express their dissatisfaction with what the committee sent from Abuja were trying to do. Not any provocation of any kind. I was a leading leader in what happened today, and I was at the forefront of everything that happened. No one person from among the protesters that caused anything that warranted the level of violence that were meted on us. Guns were used, live bullets. It was like we were in Iraq. The whole platform was shaking. If you check, most of the platform residents in different platforms were sharing the information on their platform. It was a public something. Chargers were used, people were injured, people were in the hospital. I can upload videos and pictures of people who sustained various degrees of injury.
Please upload the pictures. Let us see.
And this person did not cause anything to warrant that. As I'm saying, I stand by what I said earlier. By the committee, the operation, we have the people on ground around the national RTSP inaugurated the committee. Right from the inauguration, I told you that Amechi Ali, Victor Gadon, went away with these people and the materials. And our effort for us to reach out to this committee was totally not forthcoming. Now, we were told that they will arrive at Port Harcourt today. But from our intelligence, we got that they actually in Port Harcourt yesterday. Now, they say we are going to meet today by 9 for stakeholders meeting. Around the party secretariat, almost 11. And as I'm talking to you, as of that time I arrived, the gate was shut against us. Policemen were everywhere. They didn't allow us to even go close to the gate. They had to turn back. So, and people were not anywhere around the secretariat. To 11, they were not there. I'm saying this in all honesty. Can that man who is calling me a liar not to go to his face and say the screening committee from Abuja were in the public secretariat outside devil? During there, we were there and we are asking for them to come and address us and give us our form and let us see the capability of what they want to do.
Okay.
No, we have to be found. We are chased away with bullets and chargers. Now, after all the destruction they did on us, this evening, with the head of police and other security personnel, they brought them and said they had a stakeholder meeting. Please, I know how democracy is done. Are we doing democracy like we are stealing something? It's supposed to be a public something that all the processes will be followed by all those who are involved.
Okay. All right. Darlington, would you're the deputy spokesman for the party in the state. Did the stakeholders meeting hold today?
It has access to the form. We don't have. We are party loyalists. We are party members.
Bethel, please hold. Yeah, Bethel, please hold on.
All the process is led down by the party for this to decide.
Yeah, Bethel, can you please give me a second so we can have Darlington respond to what you've said? Darlington, did that stakeholders meeting with the screening committee hold today?
Hello, come again.
Okay, it seems we've lost Darlington. Darlington, can you hear me, please?
Yes, because I can hear you now.
Yes, did that stakeholders meeting hold today?
Please, come again.
Did the stakeholders meeting with the screening committee that was meant to hold today, as announced, did it hold?
Kofi, a couple of minutes ago, I challenged you to ask your producer to get in touch with your colleagues in Port Harcourt and confirm. And I did affirm that indeed the stakeholders meeting held today, the screening exercise for House of Assembly aspirants also held today.
But so you heard Bethel. Darlington, please.
I inform you, Kofi.
Yes, okay.
That the persons who are alleging that they are looking for forms and they are looking for screening committees actually procured their forms from Abuja. They did not pay for those forms in Port Harcourt. That's in the APC party office here in Port Harcourt. So there is no way you can put something on nothing. If you recall my last interview with Tony Okocha, I made some fundamental, I put forth some fundamental issues which he was unable to adequately defeat. He could not.
Darlington, are you saying that all? Darlington, please hold the thought.
I am saying again.
Yes.
That the persons who are claiming that they are looking for screening committee actually bought their form from Abuja.
Darlington, hold on. Bethel, yes. Are you aware that those who were protesting with you, the assembly aspirants, bought their forms from Abuja and not the APC party office in Port Harcourt, the likes of Noble, George Ford, and co?
It's available. Banks details for us to pay.
Darlington, please hold on. Bethel, where did your colleagues, your fellow party men who were protesting with you today, who were locked out, as you said, where did they purchase their forms from?
Forms and other material to this committee that was inaugurated yesterday. Now, this committee have given those things to those who are loyal to the minister. Remember, I told you that the vice chairman, South, Victor Gardon, is actually the one the minister dealing in the end of this. He hijacked all this matter. Because the committee sent to River State has already been compromised. So instead of being dependent, they are answerable to what Victor and Amechi want them to do in River State. So the forms and other material given to them that they are supposed to also make it available to us have been denied us. This is the fact, and he knows. The man who is calling on that person knows that he is lying from his heart to heart. He is the one that is the actual liar in this scenario. Well, I'm saying that, and I stand by it, that after the inauguration, they went away with these persons. We couldn't find them. The identity of them were unknown to us. So how do you have fairness? How do you have justice in that kind of matter when an umpire have already taken side with one of the parties? So as I'm saying today,
Bethel, are you saying that you were denied access to purchase the forms?
You were saying that the stakeholder meeting had. What time? Was it the time of 9 a.m.? They say 9 a.m. stakeholder people will come. Even when we did not get the information, we got it through a secondary means. Now, I told you I was there to 11, and these persons were not anywhere to be found. The only person who came around that place and started the police to start action was Asita. When Asita came there, I was there to 11. These people were not anywhere to be found. The only people who saw there who marketed the were the policemen. This one unit of Nigeria police. How can somebody who saw hundreds of police say they saw only 3 policemen? It's a lot from the people of here now.
All right.
We should be careful what we say to the public.
Bethel, can you hear me, please?
President, especially within that GRA, saw what happened, what played out today. They saw this. They heard the sound of guns. They heard
Bethel, we have to move on. If you can hear me.
Of the chargers, and somebody is saying that none of those things happened.
All right, Bethel, you seem to be saying that the opportunity to purchase the forms was denied these aggrieved aspirants. If that's what you're saying, I'll come back to Darlington. Darlington, what do you say to this? He's saying that they wanted to get the forms and they were refused these forms. He's also saying they came out to attend this stakeholders meeting and they were barred from entering into the premises. What do you say to this, Darlington?
Kofi, let me repeat myself. Can I repeat myself for the avoidance of that? Now, I told you that I was dropped off today at the office by my wife. And I got there before 9 a.m. And then when I got there, we only had the complement of 3 policemen that are regular, that are posted.
You're moving far from what I asked. Hello, Darlington.
No,
Darlington, please.
For the past 2 weeks, anytime you pass to that place, you see at least 2 vans of police.
It was unruly. It was after they started pressing the party secretary that the policemen there had to send and ask for a reinforcement. Please, let us know.
Darlington, was the form available to every aspirant, or was it denied some people? Was the form available to?
Not denied forms, Kofi. Now, I am also telling you that they actually paid for their forms. They actually procured their forms from Abuja. Unfortunately, they were insisting, let me tell you, since he's refusing to say the whole truth, maybe if he does not know, let him know now, that his principals were insisting that since they bought their forms from Abuja, that they should be screened there at Abuja instead of in River State. And the committee insisted that was wrong because you are targeted to come and rule over people in Port Harcourt. Your constituents are here in Port Harcourt. We must come down to Port Harcourt for the screening. And that was why they quickly got stopped to barricade and invade the party premises. Like I told you before.
All right, Darlington, let's allow Bethel quickly respond to what you've said. Darlington, let's quickly allow Bethel to respond to what you've said. Bethel, please go on. You were about to respond, Bethel. Yeah, Bethel, your response, please, very quickly.
What I'm seeing, there is no form. There is no form that people are giving in Port Harcourt, another one in. If you check, I have the publication for buying of form from the national. They make it very explicit. There's bank detail, pay your money. So when you pay, the party will make available these funds to you. So when they say pay to bank, UBA or Zenith, and they give you the bank and the distance, how does that relate to you buy in Abuja or you buy in Port Harcourt? That is totally not true. Funds we are asked to pay our money to designated banks. You understand, in Nigeria. So anywhere you can go into the bank and take the money, then the party will make available this fund to you. Now, the party makes available this form through this committee. And I told you that this committee, we are hijacked. This committee, we are hijacked. And today is not the first. This started from 2018, when the minister hijacked all the process and keep on doing same. And it has not produced any positive results. We were talking about Senator Magnus. Senator Magnus has been a Democrat, a peace-loving Nigeria. Now, between the tenure of our former national chairman, John Odigoyegu, and to that of Adams, and to the last caretaker committee of Wumi, there are more than 10 committees that were set to intervene on the issue of River State to bring some level of oneness. The minister, all efforts to bring peace, we are all emphasized by the minister's action. So it's not about Abe or not Abe. If you check the minister's side, you can see that even today, even one of the governorship aspirants is also crying out for this irregularity and injustice. It's not a matter of Abe. It's a matter that the minister has vowed that he will not allow transparency, justice, and fairness to play out in Rivers APC. And over time, the minister has always taken the structure of the party, and it has not produced us any results. I said it earlier, the minister was a sitting governor, two-time governor of Rivers State. And we did election 2015. He lost. We did the rerun. He lost. The only senatorial district that we won election was Rivers East by Senator Abe. We won the Senate, we won the three House of Reps, and we won Assembly. We came 2019, the minister was the super minister, and DJ of presidential campaign. His local government has zero for President Buhari. So we don't have anything to be afraid of. How can we be afraid of screening? These people have their qualifications. They have everything. So how can they be afraid of saying, don't screen us in Port Harcourt, screen us in Abuja? What was that supposed to mean? The screening is not
Bethel, thank you. Let's just take a final word from Darlington before we go.
Bring your certificate, let them see, and how can we be afraid of doing it in Port Harcourt and say, bring us to Abuja?
All right, I'm afraid that's the last we can take from you, Bethel.
The committee from Operation Ground has demonstrated high degree of compromise with the minister by their conduct, and there is no any evidence of justice and fairness what they've done. You gave us time, 9 o'clock, that you'll be there for a victim. People then, even and since almost 11, you are not there. Till 12, you are not there. And people are waiting for you. You are not there to be found. Let's give them a
all right, we have to go. Gentlemen, we have to go. I apologize for the audio issues.
This man is
Bethel, if you can hear me, we have to call it a day. Hello, Bethel, are you there, please?
What his own fellow party members went through.
Thank you very much, Bethel Nte. He is an APC delegate hopeful. He was part of the protest right there at the APC secretariat in River State, where gunshots and tear gas were said to have been fired. Of course, you've seen the clips and video and report on Plus TV. It happened this morning. We've also had the deputy spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress in River State, Darlington Wuju, who also give the party position, official position. We will be monitoring the unfolding events in River State, not just from the All Progressives Congress, but also from the People's Democratic Party, the PDP in River State, and indeed around the country ahead of the 2023 general elections. Of course, INEC has said they are not shifting or changing the dates for the primaries and the conclusion of the party primaries. We sincerely apologize for the audio and network issues we've had today. We promise you it's going to get better. Well, thank you for staying with us, and that's it on Plus Politics for tonight. My name is Kofi Bartels. We return tomorrow with more on politics in Nigeria. Good night.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing a fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged, and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours, and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight, okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is, very small and tight, compact. Now within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay. However, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right. But majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to. It's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, This condition happening at an older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then, because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvin has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvin, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So there are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. These can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Operation. He did. He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. I told you he did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me, and I came to you. I did, and you called me a little liar. Said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother, and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not. I am not. But he loved you all dearly. He was a good Man, he was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh God, the crap, Mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family.
We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price.
Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism, all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with, so you don't sit there and judge me.
You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No more. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momo. This is the news update. The police command in Kano has confirmed the explosion that killed 9 persons last Tuesday was caused by chemicals used for making bombs. And this follows an investigation carried out by the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Defense (EOD) CBRN and Operation Puff Adder of the Nigerian Police. Meanwhile, arrests have been made linking one of the collapsed shops with dealings and sales of illicit toxic chemical substances and combustible materials suspected to be used for making improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Evidence of purchase was also recovered. An investigation is in progress. And as reactions continue to trail the murder of Shehu Shagari College of Education student Deborah Samuel over alleged blasphemy, a group Muslim United for Peace and Justice has called for swift and transparent justice against her killers. The group says the tragic event of the murder of Deborah can be utilized as a turning point in Muslim-Christian relations and herald a new era of peaceful and respectful coexistence. Professor Lakin Akintola of the Muslim Rights Concern, Murik, who lent his voice to the call, urges leaders of the faith to continue to enlighten and educate adherents on the need for mutual respect, to focus on messages of love and work against voices of hatred and extremism amongst them. The group also urges states' government to strengthen or promulgate laws to criminalize blasphemy and killing for blasphemy outside the law and faithfully enforce them.
We urge Muslim scholars to issue fatwas specifically against frontier justice, jungle justice, and extrajudicial killing at any time. More so, we appeal to imams to use the Friday khutbah to spread and promote the peaceful coexistence, respect for constituted authority, and rule of law as enjoined in Islam. 7, we lament the poor state of the judicial system in Nigeria and call for improvement of same in order to restore public confidence in the judicial system, as well as prompt and effective administration of justice. Number 8, we condemn jungle justice and lament its endemic nature in Nigeria and call for justice for all other victims of extrajudicial killings, the Tijaniya travelers who were murdered in Jos, the Baptist College Ijagbo hijab killing, the Lekki killing by Okada riders, and other similar acts of barbarism and mob violence.
The Benue State chapter of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, yesterday had a rally to protest the gruesome murder of Deborah Samuel by religious extremists in Sokoto State. The CAN chairman, Reverend Ankpen Leva, who led the Benue Christians with placards, insisted that Christians cannot continue to bury their loved ones in the name of religion. And some of the placards reads, "Enough is enough. We condemn the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Christians are not second-class citizens."
So my people in Benue State, enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Condemn what happened in Sokoto State. The murder of Deborah Samuel was in a very barbaric manner. We condemn it in totality, and we sympathize with the family for what happened. We want to call on law enforcement agencies in this nation. We want to call on the police, the military, the paramilitary, to please, as a matter of urgency, stop unprovoked killing in Nigeria. This type of killing is not allowed in Nigeria again.
And the Kaduna State chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has raised an alarm that fundamentalists now use blasphemy as an excuse to kill Christians in the northern region of the country. Reacting to the riot in Bauchi State over alleged blasphemy, the state CAN chairman, Reverend John Joseph Hayab, said Christians now know and have evidence of how some of these allegations of blasphemy are false. He says they are just for blackmail or settling scores with passive enemies or well-mannered young girls who have refused sexual advances by the opposite sex from another religion. Hayab further asked if the recent sermons they are getting from some Islamic clerics on what the Holy Quran says about what should be done if anyone is accused of blasphemy is unpopular amongst followers. He added that the challenge now is for government authorities and security agencies to act fast to address these abuses of the Constitution before it leads to a more serious conflict that cannot be handled. And some youths in Edo State have expressed their support for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who was in the state to seek the blessings of the Oba of Benin. Tinubu was at the palace of Oba of Benin, Obaiware II, to seek the royal father's blessings for his aspiration of becoming the country's president in 2023.
Tinubu, I have reason of giving him my support. I've met with him, I've interacted with him. He's not so money conscious. We are not looking for people that are so money conscious. There's nothing you can point at Bola Tinubu except you tag him, but you cannot prove it. We've checked around based on my own party. I've checked around. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the man that is capable that can give us a better life in Nigeria. Gone are the days that you say you don't know who is this man. Gone are the days we believe in party affiliation. It's now who you are that really matter most. Not party, not other things.
Nigeria needs transformation, leadership. Needs a great reform where everybody will participate in the God-given prosperity and time asset of this country. I've been exposed widely and I've been well trained. I know what your blessing and endorsement means. All I beg for today is to seek your blessing and your prayer to successfully become the candidate of my party, APC. presidency and eventually become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Minister, as you all know, is non-partisan. However, we're always interested in the leaders that how to lead the country. Doesn't mean we are apolitical. We are non-partisan. However, we are very interested in who leads the country. In this regard, we wish to assure you that we will take you into our prayers. We will take you into our prayers. We will pray for you.
The prices of food and other commodities keep skyrocketing daily, touching on the cost of living in Nigeria. Feel the pulse, the people on the street views. Take a listen.
You expect seriously, we can't even explain because in my place of work, the place I would normally pay 500, go and come back. That was 2014, 2015. Now I pay 1,200.
We just have to keep on going with it now. We just hope it gets better. So how we are coping is work harder, and that's just what we can do.
I'm into food business, so I know it's affecting a lot. Particularly trying to get customers. When you give them prices of stuff that we do, they complain that it's too expensive. But due to the constant increase in sales, in pricing, is really affecting the business. For example, a bag of flour last year was going for about 10,000, but now it's going for like 22,000, 23,000, depending on where you get it.
When you look at the rate at which prices of commodities are going up, is very, very high. In fact, average Nigerians are finding it very difficult to cope. And we want government to do something as soon as possible before things get out of hand.
When I was coming now, I had a small issue with my car, and I had to get, I think the person that I wanted to help me fix it said I should get, what's it called? Jowl, ordinary jowl. Then we used to get it for like 1, 2 or thereabout. But the one I bought now is 2.5. Now. You get, so everything, food, rent, everything.
That affected my daughter. Like my daughter likes berries a lot, and berries that I used to buy for 1,000, now it's 3,000. I can't afford to always buy berries for her, so it's affected in every. I don't even know what to say about it.
And now moving on to other parts of Africa. A top UN official has accused the M23 militia force active in Democratic Republic of Congo of attacking peacekeepers in the troubled east of the country. The accusation by Assistant Secretary General Bintou Keita came after the DR Congo's army launched an offensive against the group on Thursday. Keita on Sunday condemned the militia's attack on both the government forces and the UN's MONUSCO peacekeeping force. Residents of Goma, the main city in North Kivu province, said MONUSCO had used helicopters in their operation against the rebels. And from news outside Africa, a Ukrainian court sentenced a Russian soldier to life in prison today for killing an unarmed civilian in the first war crimes trial arising from Russia's February 24 invasion. And Vadim Shishmarin, a 21-year-old tank commander, had pleaded guilty to killing 62-year-old Alexander Shelipov in the northeastern Ukrainian village of Chupakivka on February 28 after being ordered to shoot him. George Sehi Agafonov said Shishmarin, carrying out a criminal order by a soldier of high rank, had fired several shots at the victim's head from an automatic weapon. The Kremlin did not immediately comment on the verdict. It had previously said that it has no information about the trial and that the absence of a diplomatic mission in Ukraine limits its ability to provide assistance. And it's time for business news. Nigeria's gross domestic product GDP grew by 3.11% year-on-year in real terms in the first quarter of 2022, indicating the sixth consecutive quarter of positive growth by the Nigerian economy. And this is according to the recently released gross domestic report released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The first quarter of 2022 growth rate was higher than the 0.51% growth rate recorded in the corresponding period of 2021 by 2.60% points and lower than 3.98% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2021 by 0.88% points. However, on a quarter-on-quarter basis, real GDP contracted by 14.66% in the first quarter of 2022 compared to the fourth quarter of 2021, reflecting a lower economic activity than the preceding quarter. And moving on to entertainment news, Baba has paid a visit to the gravesite of his late colleague, Sound Sultan. In a video shared via his Instagram page today, he was joined by other friends of the late singer to pay tribute to the deceased by laying flowers on the tomb. Sound Sultan passed away in July last year after battling angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphoma. He is survived by his wife, Farida Fasasi, and their 3 children. And on sports news, the police command in Kanu has confirmed that the explosion that killed 9 persons last Tuesday was caused by chemicals used for making bombs. This follows an investigation carried out by the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear Defense, ADR of the Nigerian police. Meanwhile, arrests have been made linking one of the collapsed shops with dealings in sales of illicit toxic chemicals. We'll be right back with sports news. We apologize for that mix-up on our sports report. We'll bring you sports report in a subsequent bulletin. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, I beg your pardon, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV African Lifestyle. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives? Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Hey, what's up guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Zamani ushanga ambayo tulikuwa tunashona. Ushanga alikuwa anashona, ninashonea hii kidole, ninashonea masikio, ninashonea shingo. Hatuna biashara yoyote ya kuwa tunauza ushanga. Utauzia wapi? Sina juu pahali ambapo unajua. Hata tulikuwa hatujui kwanza ushanga unauzwa. Tuuzie nani?
Kina mama wa Kimasai alikuwa atoke afanye kazi kwengine, maana kuna majukumu ya nyumbani. Yeye ndio anatafuta kuni, yeye ndio anatafuta maji, yeye ndio anaenda sokoni kununua chakula ya watoto. Kazi ya mzee ni kung'ang'ana na mifugo. Najua mifugo iko mara ngapi? Mara 3. Kuna ng'ombe, kuna mbuzi, kuna ndama wale wadogo. Sasa kazi ya waume ni kazi ya mifugo peke yao. Kwa hiyo sio rahisi mama atoke aende afanye kazi kwengine, maana mzee akitoka kama anaenda kung'ang'ana na mifugo yake, anayobaki pale nyumbani ni mama. Kwa hiyo si rahisi apate nafasi ya kwenda kufanya kazi.
Mama tu ni kukaa tu kuangalia mali na kukamua na kupika basi. Mzee alikuwa anashughulika mambo zingine sote.
Akishika ng'ombe mmoja ama 2 na ana mahali nzuri anafuga, kwa miaka 10 utakuja kuta hiyo ng'ombe 2 imefika ng'ombe 50. Maana ndio kazi yao. Lakini sasa kulingana na hali ya anga vile ilivyo, imekuwa ngumu pia wafuga hivyo.
There was a lot of slash and burn agriculture in this area. People could just cut down forests. We had natural water pans in the forests, but those water pans have already dried up. We had some rivers which were flowing down from the top of the hill, and that water could stay for a longer time. But these days, those rivers are no longer there. This is because of the change of weather patterns, and it's because people have destroyed the forest.
Sasa hivi huwezi kupata mzee ako na ng'ombe 100 hapa. mfano mimi ndio nawaongoza. Niko na bibi 2. Niko na wakasa wanangu, bibi za vijana wangu 4, kwa hiyo jamii yote kuna mama ni 6 na ng'ombe haifiki hata 20. Silikufa hata imebaki kama ng'ombe 15 hivi. Sasa una shida ukigawanya hizo ng'ombe 15 kwa hao kina mama kwa kila nyumba pale.
Anyasa na lenoro. Anya na ribanga samu kutunyago. Anya bononga. Musa kwa juu kasi nyingine, kasi yake tu ni ya mfugo. Ikitaka chakula mpaka ause mfugo. Sasa hizo mfugo ndio hizo sasa hausiki. Sasa tutabaki tu kuangaliana na hao wa zetu. Ndio sasa naweza patia ruhusa, si ndio nimekuja sasa kupatia ruhusa sasa. Aenda afanye hizo mamradi. Ndio sasa tuangalie kama atapata kitu kidogo ya kulete nyumbani. Halete chakula nyumbani.
Hiyo shida ya mume wangu vile amekuja paka akaja kaaga, imeletwa ni hiyo. Kumbe kitu ambayo unaizamini, unaifanya kama mtoto. Mzee wangu ameanza peresha hapo, na mwisho wake amekuja kwangu kuchukuliwa ni hiyo peresha. Amejamu tu, kumpeleka Voi hapa na ikawa ya kwake imeisha. Na peresha imekuja kwa ile mfugo yako. Watoto kama hawa wote, ng'ombe zimeisha, nitawapa nini? Tunenda tukashonee wazungu hizi bangili. Gari za wazungu zinakuja kama hapa, maana ilikuwa gari za wazungu zinakuja. Unaweka pale. Unanunuliwa penginepo, maana penginepo una nyoo moja ni shilingi 500 wala shilingi 300. Unakimbia, unajua mtoto wako atakula nini? Atakula nini?
Mwanaume sasa Kimasai sasa akifika mahali yeye anachua watoto, aisee, hiyo ndio inakuwa ngumu. Lakini sasa mama sasa ndio akaona kazi, na asipoenda hatutapata kitu, tabidi tuvumilie. Na bado kuna shughuli za mifugo pia, wadogo hao hajatoka pia, unaangalia pia hapo. So tumekuta sasa sisi wanaume tumekuwa na kazi nyingi nyumbani kwa sababu mama kutoka kwenda kwa kazi yao ya kikundi.
Kitambo wasee ndio natafuta wamama akaa kwa nyumba, nakamua, naosha hiyo kibuyu yetu ya kukamua maziwa, alafu nafanya kazi yao kwa nyumba. Msee naenda kutafuta jioni na kuja kukula, nafanya kazi wa boma. Yaani siku hizi wamama ndio natafuta, wasee siku hizi hakuna kazi. Angalia tu watoto, mbuzi, na watoto ndogo ya ndama, alafu mimi naenda kutafuta na kuja kukula wote na yeye.
Wanataka mind zao zimepanuka sasa. Wamekuwa na mindset tofauti. Wanataka amke, asimamie wengine, wanataka kwenda mbele, warejeshe zile vikundi kama za walemavu kwao. Naona tu wamebadilika. Hawako kama vile walikuwa.
Zamani ulikuwa unaambiwa kichwa ya nyumba ni nani? Kichwa ya boma. Si ndio? Unaambiwa ni mwanaume. Sasa mimi naona kichwa ya boma ni mwanamke. Kwa nini si kwambia hivyo mtoto wangu? Naona wajukuu wangu anatoka huko, wachija. Anakimbia kuliko aende akamwambie babake nimepokuzwa skuli. Anakimbia hata kama ni kumsalamia, anamsalamia tu kwa kichwa, anakimbia. Kwa nini umekuja mama? Nimepokuzwa ni mwalimu, anaenda kwa mamako. Zamani ilikuwa kuna hiyo.
Sasa hii ukikaa mtoto anakuambia mama siende kushona, nipate chakula. Sasa utabidi utatoka. Anajua mama ametoka, akirudi anaka mfuko ya unga. Hawezi kulala njaa.
Mimi kama mama nimefurahi, maana kama naenda nje kutafuta pesa yangu, nakuja kukula na familia yangu, nyumba nakuwa mzuri. Kama pesa ni nyingi, najenga nyumba yangu, najenga nyumba ya kupanga. Sasa hiyo kazi imekuwa mzuri sana. Naona kwa nyumba yangu iko sawa, hata kwa familia yangu. Maana kama naweza kupata pesa, hata mama yangu naweza kupata kitu kidogo, ndugu zangu sina kula wote.
Maisha yangu saa hii imebadilika sana, kwa sababu vile nimeona maisha imebadilika. Watoto wanaenda mbele, kwa sababu hii pesa ambayo napata naendeleza watoto wangu kwa masomo, na naendeleza kwa kila kitu, kwa sababu nguo ya shule mimi naendeleza. Saa hii nimeona mbali sana, kwa sababu watoto wameenda shule kubwa sana, na kwa sababu ya hiyo miradi yangu.
Kule tumetoka tunataka tu hiyo nguo ambayo tumelikuwa tumelalia tuitupe. Tunataka nguo mpya. Tunataka mabadiliko. Ndio tunataka.
Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, you know, it just thought, you know, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still, at that point, didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill. I think that point was a tipping point, really, because I remember, you know, when I broke it to my dad that, look, I don't want to be a banker. I don't want to. He had interviews lined up for me, like, you work in a bank here. I know this man. I know that man. Like every African father, I want to help his kid. And then I'll go for the interview and I'll almost sabotage it because I didn't want to work there. From there, I'll walk out and go to a restaurant and tell them I'm a chef. I just came back from London. I want to show you what I can do. I was trying to get a job, but the pay was so low. And I just saw that, look, it wasn't going to happen. So I just thought, you know what, I need to set up a school where we can train chefs here. And I had to go to my dad because I wanted to go to culinary school. Because all these years, I'd never gone to culinary school. I just kind of learned from working. But if I was going to teach other people, I need to learn how it's done properly. So So I went back to my dad and I said, Dad, I don't want to do this. I don't want to wear a tie. I feel choked with that tie. I want to cook. This is what I love. And he said, you must be mad. And I called my mom and said, your son has obviously run mad. After all the money we paid, sending him to university, now he says he wants to be a cook. That talk to your son, talk some sense into him. And my mom was very supportive. She said, you know what, this is what you want to do. She tried to talk to my dad. It was a little bit of a fight at home, but eventually my dad came through and said he thought it was a phase. He thought, let me send him to culinary school. Maybe after a while he'll come back and see that that's not really what I want to do. But it stuck because, I'm the stone. If I set my mind to something, I just have to do it. So, I went to culinary school and he supported it. Today he's proud of me. He always calls me, my son is a principal. He owns a school here, owns a school in Abuja. So he's very proud now. I'm glad. The culinary school was 6 months. I did a program at the French Culinary Institute in New York. And for me, I didn't go to culinary school to learn how to cook because I had worked in 5 restaurants, some of them really top restaurants in London. So I knew how to cook, but I wanted to understand the teaching side. I wanted to understand how to run a culinary school, the business side of it. So when I went to London, I studied business. It really came in handy as well. So all my time in culinary school, all I was gathering was data and knowledge. I pretty much used to talk to everybody from cleaners to receptionists because I wanted to understand everything. And with cooking of food also, I wanted to understand the whys and the whats and why are we adding this? Why are we doing it for so long? So I'm one of those annoying students that will keep on asking questions. And that's because everything I learn to be able to reteach. So for me, it was very important that I understand everything around it. Part of the deal with my dad was, look, if you're going to go to culinary school, it was going to pay half of it, and if I can raise half of it. So I did raise almost half, but it paid the rest. But in raising that half, I sold everything I had, basically. I had a car, I sold it. I started a dry cleaning business. I sold that to my friend. I borrowed money. So I came back to Nigeria, and there was no money left to start up. Even though I had these big dreams when I was in culinary school that when I get back, it's going to look like this, it's going to look like that. But unfortunately, I came back and I was broke. So I had no choice but to start small, which when I teach students about business of food now, I always advise them, look, try to start small. Big dreams are good, but it's better to grow into it. So I rented a small apartment. The kitchen in it was smaller than this office. And that's where Red Dish actually started from. It was in Egbeda, which is a remote area that I thought nobody was going to come for. But when I started letting people know that, look, I'm training people for a culinary school, people got excited. And I got my first 3 students that registered. Those 3 students still ended up working with Red Dish up on 2 of them still work in Red Dish today. One of them traveled abroad. So they were so sold on the dream back then that they wanted to be a part of it after they finished their program. But yes, it was really small, nothing like what you see here today. It was really tiny. This is our studio kitchen. We use this for recording sometimes, and sometimes we teach here as well. The professional 1-year students use this as their classroom as well. This is Chef Nikki. And this is Dami, in charge of our PR. I think when I started, I had a lot of doubts. At the point I was thinking maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should go and beg my dad and say I want that bank job, because it was tough. Because first of all, Nigerians thought, even one of my friends was telling me that, why are you trying to teach people? Nobody wants to learn. They learn from their mothers, or, why are you trying to teach people how to cook? This is stuff that people learn at home, and they're like, you're a guy, you should be working here. So I had a lot of negativity around it, that, this is never going to work. People thought that after like a year, everything will fall apart. This is not a business that's sustainable. So that was tough. And then also, sourcing ingredients. I came back from French culinary school where they taught different things. Here in Nigeria, we did not have a lot of the ingredients. So I had to almost dumb down the syllable a lot to start. And then we built on that again. So it was tough. A lot of Nigerians didn't know a lot of the stuff that we were trying to teach then. So we had to come down and go back and review. And a lot of things I learned along the way about running business in Nigeria. Because while I was in the UK, I used to run a business there. It was very different to when I got here and I saw the way things were done. You know, you don't have any support from the government, you don't have support from anybody. You're pretty much on your own. So it's been tough. All right, this is the pantry. Very, very busy. You can pass through. We call this the demonstration kitchen or the demo kitchen. And this, different classes go on here, but the continental class is currently going on here. Chef Isi and Chef Lola. What are we making today? Okay. I think for this business, it's been mostly organic growth. We've shied away from trying to get loan and trying to get finance because we find that, look, you don't want to put yourself in a corner, especially in this economy where things are not as it seems and things are very quick. So the dollar is increasing every time. If you get finance from an American company, for example, and they give you dollars, they're going to expect dollars back. By the time you're paying the dollars rate has changed, you're losing money. So for me, I've tried as much as possible to grow as organically as possible so that we are not shackled and tied up. But, you can still get finance, you can still get capital, but we have tried as much as possible to just grow organically. So when I say organically, I mean, basically, like I said, I started small. And when I started with almost nothing. I did all the decor myself, I did woodwork myself, everything. I came from a DIY culture, living in the UK, so I did a lot of that myself. So as people paid money, as the money was coming in the business, I was reinvesting in the business. And then when it was time to move from my home to another place, I met a friend that is now the director here. He runs the Lagos school now. So he was the only person that believed in the dream and put forward some money towards the business. But since then, what we've basically done is reinvested money back in the business. So we are not frivolous people. We're not trying to be big boys. So we try as much as possible to just reinvest the money in the business, use it to grow the business on its own.
The food service industry is growing fast, which makes becoming a chef a lucrative and appealing career path for many people. Additionally, the growth of the Food Network and proliferation of YouTube celebrity chefs have glamorized the industry. However, success in the food service industry isn't easy. 60% of restaurants don't make it past their first year, and 80% go out of business within 5 years. According to an IBIS World Report on single-location full-service restaurants in the US, 67% of a restaurant's costs go directly to wages and purchase expenses. Additionally, the average profit margin for a restaurant after removing all other costs is only 6.2%. With a profit margin this slim, insolvency is unfortunately never far away. However, in Nigeria, the fast food industry is a major contributor to the economy, and it is one of the most lucrative businesses in Nigeria today. The annual value of the fast food business in Nigeria was 250 billion naira in 2015, which is approximately $700 million. The Association of Fast Food and Confectioners of Nigeria indicated that the size of the fast food industry in Nigeria grows at the rate of 4% annually, with a rapid rate of return on investment. According to a research paper, the number of fast food restaurants in Nigeria is increasing at a geometric rate and may double in 5 years.
I think one of the biggest inspirations for starting up the culinary school was the fact that restaurants were going abroad to bring in chefs. So they would go and hire their head chef and pay him in dollars, amounting to millions. They'll give them accommodation, travel, all of that as a package. And then they'll find people that were not trained chefs, hire them, and then pay them peanuts, and then all of that. So, for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen. So that was one of my biggest inspirations. And for me, we've worked with a lot of restaurants. We still work with a lot of restaurants. And for me, it was about showing them that we can grow our own talents here. We have a lot of talented chefs that came out of Red Dish. Some earning over $1 million now as chefs in restaurants. And that for me is what keeps me going, because there's a lot of time I think, you know what, this is getting a lot. But when I see my students doing great things, growing up in the ranks, and then remembering back to when I was trying to look for a job and they were offering me 30,000 naira as a chef, even though I just came back from the UK, that was what really, this is the things that I look at and I say, I have to keep going for the thousands of people that still have this dream of becoming a chef and working as a chef. But I think restaurants are getting more open to the idea of we don't have to go abroad. You know, we have a lot of homegrown talents. We have a culinary school in Nigeria now that we can go to and they can give us chefs. So part of our program here also is when you finish your professional chef's training, there's an internship for 3 months in a restaurant or hotel. So by the time you go there and gain some experience there, most of these restaurants will want to retain you. So again, we're trying to help to create jobs and create opportunities for some of our students. So for me, I have a restaurant project that is 5 years in the making. And the reason it's 5 years in the making is I want to get it right. I'm not in a hurry to get it. It's going to be called the Burgundy. It's Africa. It's not just Nigeria. So the idea is I have a tour of Africa this year. I'm going to travel to 10 countries in Africa. I'm going to Namibia shortly, and then Ethiopia. And the idea is to go and experience food, experience cultures, and bring back a little bit of what I experienced to the table at the Burgundy. So I'm going to do 10 countries and end back in Nigeria here for the launch of the restaurant, which hopefully would be one of the first restaurants in Africa to be internationally recognized and hopefully win a Michelin star. I think our palettes are opening up a bit more. I think 10 years ago, if I brought lobster for you or I brought you oysters, you'd be repulsed, you'd be like, what is this? You won't want to eat it, you'd be scared. But I think more people are more traveled now. The networks and TV networks have shown more food programs, international food programs. A lot more people know ingredients that they didn't know 10 years ago. So I think the culture is changing. People's palettes are opening more. They are more willing to try new things. They are seeing how to cook more things. So I think definitely we're going in the right direction. I would say it's a tough business. Just knowing how to cook is not enough. A lot of people think because they can cook or because their families have said, oh, your food is amazing, you should start a business. A lot of them think, let's go for it. But you need to also learn the business side of food. People say, oh, you can't go wrong with food. That's a lie. You can easily go wrong with food. And a lot of food businesses close every year. You just see them, they start up and they can't survive. So you have to understand the business side of it. If you don't understand it, then you need to find somewhere to learn and educate yourself. And with being a chef, you can never stop learning. Learning I learn every day. I open up a book, I look online, I go on TV. I'm learning. The best chefs in the world are the ones that continuously learn and they are not too proud. So don't be hasty to become a celebrity chef or be an Instagram chef. Learn your trade, learn your craft, better yourself, and continue learning. That's what I would advise.
The success that restaurant businesses has met with can be attributed to the fact that eating is a necessity. As a matter of fact, it is the #1 need of man. Another factor that has contributed to the success of restaurant businesses is the busy lifestyle that an average Nigerian leads. Most people are so busy that they consider home cooking a waste of time. The business, when planned and executed well, rarely experiences poor sales. Even when other commodities experience poor sales, restaurant business thrives. This is largely attributed to the limitless target market for the business. Despite the success of the industry, please be warned, it is not rosy all the way. Running a restaurant is quite a tedious task. In fact, it is one of the most stressful businesses to run in Nigeria. The biggest risk for the restaurant industry is rising wages and food costs. If you're not constantly working to improve profitability and grow your revenue, the costs will take over. Despite the challenges associated with owning a restaurant, many individuals have found successes in this sector of the economy. According to Chef Heroes, in an economy like Nigeria's, where it is difficult to get funding, food business is one of the fastest businesses you can start with little or no capital. As a matter of fact, he stated, I started my business with 25,000 naira And today, we are a multi-million naira company. A lot of people have seen the journey of a few chefs and have been inspired by it, so much so that I can advise that if you are out of a job or you are not getting enough on the job, start a snack business and deliver to your friends. Before you know it, orders will be coming in. There is enough space for everyone. We are a country with a population of about 200 million people. People need food. The demand is really huge. Thus, venturing into the food service industry in Nigeria with proper planning and execution is definitely not a bad idea.
Part of the things we're still struggling with now is the fact that a lot of people have spoiled the name Nigeria, and one of the things we're trying to get, one of the accreditations we are trying to get is City and Guilds, which we got so far with them, and then all of a sudden they said they're not doing Nigeria anymore. Like anything Nigeria they're not doing, because so many people have been so fraudulent with it. You know, someone will get the accreditation and then be selling it to other schools, and then they would be using that person. So, you know, it was hard for them. So they had to stop it. So we're now going through Ghana, which, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. So I think a lot of things has gotten to that stage where we're having to double fight. We're having to give them extra assurances. So we've partnered with a lot of bodies. We've partnered with some other schools abroad as well, so that our certificate is also recognized in those countries. So we're having to go through channels that normally should be a simple process for us. But because it's Nigeria, they always feel like, look, you guys are going to get this, and then you're going to start, you know, selling it again to other people to make money, and that's because a lot of people have done that. So we pride ourselves on our reputation, and our reputation speaks for us. So our students that do go abroad as well. So for example, people can use that as a direct entry. So if you get a certificate from Reddish, you can use that for direct. I think it's called direct entry program or something for Canada, which a lot of our students are doing. But we're also drilling it down into the students that you're not just going there and then you get there and you become lazy. You always have to remember that you're from Reddish. And this, what you do, will set a precedent for the rest of our students that are open to come there. So you need to make us proud. It was a name that stuck. So when I started the whole thing and I started cooking, my mom gave me, when I came back, my mom gave me this set of plates that were red in color. And I started cooking and plating and posting on Instagram and Twitter. And I would post daily on this red plate. And one guy on Instagram just said, "This guy, you have come again. You want to kill us with your red dish chronicles." And the name everybody started saying Red Dish Chronicles. It became an hashtag. And then it just stuck. And I just figured, you know what, since everybody already knows Red Dish, the culinary school will be called Red Dish Chronicles. Apart from food, I'm big on photography. I love photography. I'm getting into other aspects of photography that is not even food now, and I'm doing a lot of cinematography as well. I feel like the space, the cinematographic space for food is very, very limiting in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of food content out there, so I am very eager to push that food content out there. So yeah, photography, big on that. I like holidays. I don't get a lot of them, but my wife forces it. Every year we have to go somewhere at least, or 2 places. And when I'm on holiday, I try as much as possible not to think about work, or I will go and hide somewhere and quickly text and say, "You guys must do this," and then get back to the holiday. And so I do like traveling a lot. You know, so I use that because when I'm in Nigeria, there's no chance. I'm working Monday to Sunday. I'm working from early. I'm first to get to the office, last to leave. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
From the star-studded guest lists to the distinctive ashwabis to even the hashtag trends on social media, Nigerian celebrities sure do know how to make a wedding the talk of the town. It's the month of May, the start of the second quarter of the year, but April was a month filled with delightful, attention-catching weddings. Let's have a look at the weddings that caught the attention of Nigerians in the month of April. It's almost safe to say that Rita Dominic's wedding ceremony was the most attended celebrity wedding since Banky W and Adesuwa Etomi's carnival-like wedding in 2017. Rita and her husband Fidelis Anosike said their I do's on the 19th of April 2022 with a long list of Nollywood icons and A-list celebrities in attendance. Owerri, the host city of the wedding, witnessed an influx of visitors as celebrities turned up in their numbers, all glammed up for one of the industry's finest. Guests in attendance included the likes of Nollywood veteran Joke Silva, Chidi Mokeme, Ini Edo, Hilda Dokubo, Uche Jombo, celebrity designer and stylist Swanky Jerry, Uti Nwachukwu, Big Brother Nigeria's past housemates, Ese Iriata, Lucy Edet, and Mercy Eke, amongst many others. Social media was buzzing with the hashtag RealDeal22, which trended on several social media platforms. In a sweet succession of Rita Dominic's viral traditional wedding party, multi-award-winning filmmaker and director of blockbuster films like King of Boys and The Wedding Party, Kemi Adetiba, and her Ghanaian heartthrob, Oscar Himan Aka, tied the North traditionally on the 23rd of April 2022 in a colorful movie-like scene with the hashtag Undeniably Yours 2022 trending all over social media that day. The wedding had a theme flamboyantly African, which Nigerians and Ghanaians stunningly embraced as they showed in their flamboyant African outfits. Kemi's traditional wedding outfit showed her Ekiti, Efik, and her husband's Ghanaian heritage. Her first outfit was a graceful green lace gown that made many stare. She then wore a second outfit, which was a royal Efik regalia, an indication of her maternal roots in Akwa Ibom. Then came her last outfit, which was a mini kente attire with beadings all over, which matched perfectly with her husband's Ghanaian outfit. Simply stunning. The guests in attendance featured multiple celebrities with the likes of Shola Shobowale, Toke Makinwa, Ebuka Obi-Uchendu, Zainab Balogun, Toyin Abraham, Sean Fakwa, Utinwachuku, Aka Nnani, Tools, Banky W and his wife Adesuwa Etomi, Ini Dimma Okoje, Big Brother Naija past housemates Alex and Pere, amongst many, many others. We wish the newlyweds a happy and a blissful married life.
I say entrepreneurship is like faith. You know, faith is substance of things hoped for, an evidence of things not seen.
I honestly think I have what it takes to be successful. Not only being successful, but I believe that I have what it takes to build a very strong company, a brand that survives even when I have left.
Because my kids lives in Canada, they ask, what do you do in Africa? So they think Africa is, Lion King, it's a jungle. So they were amazed to say, what do you do in Africa, Dad? So I say computer. I say, no, computer with the lions?
So entrepreneurship is that you create these things in your mind, you can't touch them. They're just ideas in your mind, and you hope and believe that they'll become things.
Startup, for me, I understand, it's where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or an idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Startup is businesses that are just being invented, or someone has just found an interest in a particular product and they want to introduce it into the market.
The quality of a good startup, one, is maybe you have an idea. You cannot just start up a business without an idea.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or viable service that you're showing to people. Could be the first 3 to 4 years of your work, right, where people don't know you yet. But once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning, it's a startup, right? And then, of course, you go to the point where you've done this for several years. You're seemingly successful, and therefore people are asking for your service, or you're bringing in new products.
Yeah, I'm good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now let me be serious. My name is Ronald Hakiza, and I am a co-founder at yugabus.com. I am 27 years of age, of course making 28 very soon, and I come from Kisoro. I'm single. I'm not yet married. I work at Yugabus, and Yugabus is an online bus ticketing company. So we offer travelers or anyone who is traveling by bus a web and mobile application to book any bus to travel anywhere across East Africa.
My name is Eunice Mainamburu, the CEO and founder of Bismart Insurance. Bismart is an online integrated insurance platform that enables customers to choose the right insurance for themselves. This is through comparing from multiple insurance companies.
My name is Kimenyi Mabre, and I'm CEO of Algorithm, and we produce software and which called Ishiga software. You know, we are in an information era where when you know, you are more rich than someone who doesn't know. We produce software and which called Ishiga software. Ishiga was created 10 years ago, starting in Canada. I was working in a night shop where they was using a software. Then I was impressed how they do their reports easily, how my bosses, my managers can see everything without even being there. The problem pharmacists was facing before we came in is the administrative work, let's call it like that. In a pharmacy, they have to manage insurances prices. We have like 18 insurances. Everyone is dropping his prices. They have drugs. Drugs, they expire. They are not like other goods. And when it expired, you can't give to someone. Every pharmacy was isolated, every warehouses. So there was no way these people can see their data in one master data. So we created Ishiga Live, which was taking all this data. So all this headache, we try to resolve them inside our software, putting them in the cloud. So if you are anywhere, you can come and view your data. You can make one giant supermarket because you are inside, but to make a chain of pharmacies or supermarket, you need software to manage all the data, to know everything everywhere, every time, so you can control the finance, the stock, the inventory. So we are working with hotels and bars. So waiters use this tablet, and they can order in front of you. They can order your goods, what you want. Then it goes directly in the kitchen. Then they can start preparing it, or drinks. There is a mentality. So this is a challenge which we will be facing soon. It's the mentality of African business or governments, where they don't trust like African solutions, especially in software. Challenges faced was two. One was to find skilled people, and the second was to find big contract which can sustain our company. We trained 20 to 40 students from undergraduate. We give them the way how to code in industry. So from there we take 5 top. So this fixed the problem of skills. How I'm different is when I started the company, I used to do things myself. Now everything is not connected to me. The business has to run without me. Nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep. To do it outside funding, it's a family like spirit. You do with what you have. So you try using, like even Steve Jobs or this like Mark Zuckerberg, all started in garage. So all you need is really to find this garage and try to do this small stuff.
For money to come in, we had to allocate ourselves responsibilities. I was in charge of marketing. My colleague was in charge of growth and managing developers. So when we allocated each other responsibilities, then we moved to finding the resources to make sure this company works, because when we are just starting, there's no profit being made. You get it? And then that is when someone walks up to me, and who could be my aunt, and says, you know what, I will support with some startup. You get it? Some little money. And then from there, everything else starts falling into place when the business has taken shape. You get it? Yeah. By taking shape, I mean when you can wake up one morning and be sure that at least even if I am not there, someone traveling to Nairobi, to Kisoro, to Kigali, to Juba will be able to still get served.
I would have started more leaner.
Lean startup means is that you are looking at your processes, right? And you are trying to cut off some things that you think are not really needed at the moment. Do you get it? So for example, if you look at your financial model, what do you think you could spend on that particular product? Select a particular target market. Look at actually what you actually need to be able to bring that product and then build upon as time goes on. You want to learn faster. You want to pivot faster than anybody. So it's, and that relates to failure. You have to fail sometimes. Do you get it? Because as you are trying to learn, you want to fail and see how it works, whether it works or it doesn't work. So when you fail with that, it tells you that, okay, this didn't work. You try the next one, you pivot. And then that is what lean startup means.
So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
You know, we started big, whereby even the amount we were paying the staff, our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small, you know, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Someone hit my vehicle, and the process was so long and tiresome because we kept calling the office, and it took like over 1 month to get the vehicle repaired, yet we were on comprehensive cover. So we felt that it would have been faster had we had someone who is assisting us with all the customer care process and all that stuff. Working with BSmart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with BSmart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. Like I really don't need to walk into an office and like get the insurance there and all that stuff. And just a click away, so to speak. We're in the digital era. We are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have these startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. Median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, that every month there'll be more money. And so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. And one of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. Having people come online just because we have talked about it and buy through our platform, and counting them to now over 700 of them, for me it's a big deal. It's quite a big success. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and existing African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risks together. Our expenses were quite high, so I would lower the cost of running the business. Start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That's very important. There is no worse decision. Yes, because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
go.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa, live from the Voice of America headquarters here in Washington. I am Shaka Sali. Straight Talk Africa, we call it like it is. We discuss issues that reflect the interests of our audience without fear or favor. We are guided by facts, and I look at myself as a servant of nothing but the truth.
I was supposed to travel to Kisau for burial, and I spent the day very busy. I couldn't go to the bus park to book a bus and then come back to do whatever I'm doing, and then go back to the bus park. So in the evening when I'm going to travel and I really want to book a bus, I find that they are full. So while I'm there, a gentleman walks up to me and says, hey, if you really want to travel, then I have a ticket for you. I wanted to travel, but I'm not traveling, so if you can add 10,000 shillings, I can give you this ticket. I'm like, okay, I'll add the 10,000 and get the ticket. And then I get onto the bus. Now when time for inspection comes, like you know when you're in a bus, they always inspect to see if you have a ticket. The guy inspecting tells me I have a fake ticket, and therefore I need to get off the bus or I need to pay for the ticket, for another ticket. Now that was the time when I was just done with university and I was broke, and man, and the money I was going to pay was the money I thought would bring me back. So I pay the extra ticket. Now, when I come back to Kampala, I come back determined to find this guy because I thought this guy is in the bus park and I knew I could find him. And if I could find him, I would get him to give me back my money. At that time, 40,000 was a lot of money. It is still a lot of money. Yeah. So while in the bus back, looking for that particular gentleman, because I could remember the face, one other guy tells me, Wekoya, you're just making, you're just wasting your time. This happens every single day. In there, I realized that there were many passengers who were failing to book buses on time, and they were falling in the hands of such guys. Therefore, they were losing money. So I said to myself, I think there has to be a better way people book bus tickets. The problem that Yuga Bus is addressing is the inconvenience that passengers have to go through in being able to book bus tickets. The whole inconvenience of you lining up at bus stations. The whole inconvenience of you having to go through the crazy traffic jam to be able to reach the bus station. The whole challenge of you having to move from bus to bus, trying to find out which bus has space and which one does not have space. The whole challenge of you having to ask yourself how much do they charge, which buses go to this particular destination. Each single day I see people asking, which bus goes to this town? And I'm like, okay, just check it out on your phone. So all that entire problem that people face in using buses is what Yuga Bus is addressing through our digital products. So Yuga Bus will display a screen where you're supposed to put in where you're coming from and where you are going. Now let's assume you're going to Kisoro. And then you have your ticket. So at the time of set off, you just display this particular SMS at the bus and you travel. It's as simple as that. You don't have to line up at the bus station or do anything. Yuga Bus.
I use Yuga Bus. When I learned about Yuga Bus and the excellent benefits, I found out that Yuga Bus saves time. When I'm busy doing my work, I log into their app and book the ticket. By the time I arrive, I find that my seat is reserved and they give the exact time that I asked for. That is why I use Yuga Bus.
One of the most common things is that I am always wearing Yuga Bus from Monday to Monday, and I've done that for the last 2 years. Like if you met me on Kampala streets, you'll find me either wearing a Yuga Bus t-shirt or a Yuga Bus shirt, no matter the day, whether it's a Sunday, Saturday, or whatever it is. But also, most importantly, Yuga Bus has taught me to care for the community. That if I care for the problems of other people, then I derive value out of caring for the community, and also trying to ask myself, how best do I address the exact challenge that the community is facing, that the community I stay in? And also, most importantly, Ugabas has helped me understand how to handle my finances. Like, I mean, if you can carefully mobilize resources for the company, and then also be able to allocate resources in the way they are supposed to be allocated, but also, most importantly, make sure that those resources don't go to waste, you realize that those lessons later on come from the company to my own personal life, and I'm a better human being.
The advice to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to start something, is first to find that thing. You have to find it, you have to like it, and you have to find negative people to try to break you down. You have to go in a shaking environment. We call it piscine, like it's a pool. You go in a pool, when you are alive on the other side means you are good. So that's the first thing. You have to see something you believe in and which you can be shaken.
For someone who wants to become an entrepreneur, I think the best advice for them is to start. They just can't wait to have everything. You can't wait to have the right team, you can't wait to have the money, you can't wait to have the right idea. You just start. Eventually the idea modifies itself, the customers modify themselves, and even the right team comes on board when the problem you are solving is actually in existence.
It's important to have some experience when it comes to running a business. And I always say, volunteer. If you can't find a job, volunteer to work with somebody who you admire and learn how to run a business.
The second thing is to be ready to work, because nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep, not when you need or someone is telling you. You sleep when it's the time to sleep. Other time you really work hard because you are not alone. Your competitor are not sleeping. They have more resources. So have the passion, have that thing you want you like, then go for it. Go for it. Don't wait funds. Don't wait positive people to tell you. Just you have to believe and go for it.
Like I remember when we were just starting out, I used to think that at the moment you have an idea, you're successful. Until when I realized that, oh my God, an idea is just 2% of the entire venture. And then I thought to myself, okay, if we have the mobile app, then we are done. Until I realized that, oh, the app is just 10% of the work. Then I used to think that, you know what, if you build a very great product, customers will respond. No, instead you find the customer, address their problem, and then they come on board eventually.
When the idea comes, please test it. And how do you test an idea? Test with your customers. Don't just build apps for the sake of building an app. An app, an application or technology is supposed to solve problems. It's not supposed to be the business. So you need to identify the problems that you're solving and then build technology to solve that problem.
We don't have too many occasions to give our story. We are in machines every time. We think the machine is it's the magic thing, you know. And that's the stars. You guys, you think camera is the magic thing. We think the computer can do everything.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
$500 they collect.
if you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2005 when they pay.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God. The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Now, the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, could bite the bullet next week when it reconvenes and adjusts the policy rate for the first time since September 2020, as resurgent inflation concerns and interest rate hike across the world put Nigeria in a difficult position. According to the Consumer Price Index for April released by the National Bureau of Statistics, the headline inflation rate has climbed to 16.8%, the highest in 8 months. Now, the soaring inflation rate, driven by fuel price increases and accelerating costs for food, including bread and cereals, rose to 18.4% from 17.2% in March. The jump in fuel and food items is driven by global supply disruptions following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, analysts have equally pointed out. Now, the state of the economy in the wake of high inflation and aviation fuel hike is our focus for today. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Aside from the rise in inflation in the country, here is a highlight of other stories which made headlines in Business Nigeria this week.
The umbrella body of local carriers, Airline Operators of Nigeria, AON, said biting aviation fuel scarcity would trigger disruptions to scheduled travels, resulting in rescheduling, delays, and cancellations. The association and its members are working in alliance with product marketers, government, and relevant stakeholders to ensure availability and proper pricing of aviation fuel. The operators also promise to do all that is necessary and within their powers to restore normal flight schedules as soon as possible. The Nigerian Port Authority, NPA, says it is dissatisfied with the operations of the barge operators operating on the nation's inland waterways. In an interactive session with journalists, the authority's managing director, Mohammed Bello Koko, said NPA will be introducing new requirements for the shipping service providers, saying those who fail to meet the new requirements may have their licenses revoked. Bello Koko said the authority had noticed some of the barges sinking, containers falling off at berth, some bruising vessels discharging at berth, a development he said was not acceptable. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has clarified that reviews do not automatically translate into an increase in electricity tariffs. The electricity market regulator made this known in a statement titled Notice of Compliance in respect of the biannual review of the revenue requirement of licenses published. According to the NERC, where the impact of improved efficiency in operating parameters for individual licenses exceeded the impact of changes in macroeconomic parameters, end users might be reduced as exhibited in some tariff classes under the multi-year tariff order MYTO 2022. The clarification came following backlashes that greeted recent reports of an increase in tariffs by the electricity distribution companies, DISCOs. The Nigeria Customs Service has concluded plans to redeploy the suspended electronic valuation policy for imported vehicles. The policy, also known as Vehicle Inspection Number, has been generating controversy since its introduction some months back. Clearing agents and other maritime stakeholders had staged protests in the wake of the introduction of the evaluation policy, a development that forced the government to suspend its implementation. Among other things, clearing agents claimed that the evaluation system came with a sharp increase in duty paid on imported vehicles.
Welcome back. Now, food inflation rose to 18.37% in the review month, an increase compared to 17.2% recorded in the preceding month. Now, this rise in the food index was caused by increases in the prices of bread and cereals, food products, potatoes, yam and other tubers, wine, fish, meat and oils. Also, domestic airlines under the aegis of the Airline Operators of Nigeria are saying that the rise in operational costs occasioned by aviation fuel price hikes, foreign exchange shortage, among others, may push the base economy flight ticket to 100,000 naira. Now, financial analyst Segun Sogbito joins us now to make some sense out of all of this. Thank you, Segun, for joining us on the show.
Thank you for having me, Justin. Always a pleasure.
All right, Segun, what do we have in our hands, this increase in inflation rate, the highest in 8 months? What do we see happening in the next coming weeks and months?
Unfortunately, for the foreseeable future and going into the next few months, probably heading towards the end of the year, the direction of inflation is likely to be upwards. And this is because there are a number of factors that will be driving inflation, cost push side, as well as money supply side. So for what has happened, what has driven us to this point so far, has almost singularly been, I say almost because it's not just that, but that's a major part of it. It's the crisis, between Russia and Ukraine. And as you have already said, and the disruption to the supply chain, supply and logistic chain across the world, the delays in supply that this, and therefore which create supply gaps that will drive prices upwards. This is not going to go away anytime soon. If we're to read from what has been happening, between Russia and Ukraine and the direction that crisis seems to be heading. If anything, it looks as if we're in this for the long haul. So now, bearing in mind that Russia and Ukraine are two of the largest suppliers of some of the basic grains that a lot of the world depends on, it is not surprising that you've seen food prices really, really escalating. And it's also important to say that this is not just a Nigeria thing. Inflation is at the highest level in 40 years in the UK, and the highest in a very long time, even in the US. Because the entire world relies on that axis for a lot of the components of our food basket. And then when you combine that with the fact that in Nigeria, we are currently heading into the political electioneering campaign season, where we're going to see a lot of money flowing around, in the system, where there's going to be a lot of services being purchased by these politicians, and a lot of demand for some basic services, printing services, food, logistics services will be in high demand. Prices will also go up. So it looks as if, this is when May now, this inflation report is for the month of April. By the time you get the inflation report for the month of May, and June and July, the impact of Ukraine and Russia will still be there. And then as you head towards the end of the year, regardless of what happens with Russia and Ukraine, the political electioneering issue factor will then kick in. So the bad news is prices are going to keep going up, unfortunately.
All right, Shago, the Monetary Policy Committee should be meeting sometime next week. What do you see happening in terms of the MPR? Do you think it will actually be increased just like interest rates?
Unfortunately, I don't think they will increase. I don't think they have the courage. I don't think they have the courage to take that decision. It's a difficult decision because, the fundamentals behind the NPR is if you increase the NPR, you are going to stifle money supply, which will stifle access to credit, which will stifle growth. Now, we have gotten to a point since we emerged from the most recent recession where we can say that the economy is beginning to grow. So we had some very high, relatively high levels of growth last quarter. I think the Q2, Q3 last year and Q4. But by Q4, what we were seeing in the growth numbers were, in my view, more reflective of the reality, which is that yes, the economy is growing, but it hasn't been growing as fast as the Q2 and Q3 numbers would have indicated. So now, that growth that we're beginning to see, that is still modest, the fear of the central bank and the Monetary Policy Committee will be that if they increase the NPR, that growth might be killed off. And we may either slip back into recession or that the growth will be stifled significantly. So I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they're going to hold. But, for me, I think that if you want to strike a good balance between growth and inflation, knowing that the damage that inflation itself can also do, even to the prospect of growth, right now I would advise, the Monetary Policy Committee to actually increase NPR maybe slightly, just to try and temper the effect of inflation in the system. But if you don't, then you continue to see a situation where the disposable income of Nigerians is going to keep getting eroded. And of course, where disposable income is getting eroded, then capacity to spend is reducing, which will then affect the manufacturing and productive sector. And therefore, you will still push them into a lack of growth anyway. So it's almost a catch-22. If you increase NPR, you stifle growth. If you don't increase NPR, inflation will help you stifle growth. So it's a difficult decision, but I would say increase it.
All right, it is actually a dicey one for the MPC, that is. But let's talk about the implication of all of this now, the volatility of price on essential commodities. What would it really tell or translate to the household real income and, of course, expenditure at this particular time?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
Looking at the price volatility of essential commodities over time with all that is going on in Russia and indeed the world, what would it really translate to the household real income and expenditure?
Yes, so the way to the average man on the street, to the average Nigerian, when you talk about inflation, it's a statistical, it's a monetary policy statistic. Let me call it a policy statistic. You're just trying to track what is happening with prices and all that, and then that will guide decision making of the policy makers and what have you. But to the average man on the street, inflation is simply about how much the money in his pocket can buy per time. And what we have experienced in the last year has been nothing short of catastrophic, to the average man on the street. So when you talk about their disposable income, family income, expenditure capacity to spend money, majority of the items that the average family survives on, majority, if not all, have either doubled in price or are approaching double the price that they were a year ago. I mean, so you can pick any item. Is it bread you want to talk about? These are basic things that people eat every day. Is it bread? Is it gari? Is it rice? Milk? Eggs? Just a year ago, you were buying one single egg at 30 naira, 40 naira. Then it became 50. Now it's 100 naira. One egg, 100 naira. So it's getting to a point where we may be approaching a breaking point, where you hit inelasticity, of the consumer and of their capacity, and something might just break. I hope we will not get to a point where you have bread riots. I don't know. Nigerians are not very famous for their ability to riot.
Have bread rise in Nigeria.
Yeah, especially given the recent experiences we have had with protests and all that. But, you never can say. If things get really bad, people might hit the streets because it's getting really difficult for people to survive.
All right, Segu, before we leave this issue of commodity, let's talk about the energy sector. Internationally now, the price of crude and translate it down to the nation's economy. How do we play in all of this in the next couple of months?
In which aspect?
Energy, oil, yeah.
Good. So that presents another, how would you put it, paradox. Because here we are as an oil-producing nation that should be benefiting from the recent increase in the international price of crude. But instead, what we are witnessing is, first of all, because of this increase in the international price of crude, driven by the instability created by Russia and Ukraine again, the price of refined petroleum products have either gone up for the ones that are not regulated, or the subsidy we're paying has increased for the ones that are regulated. That's PMS. Right? So aviation jet fuel has gone up. Diesel has doubled. Aviation jet fuel also doubled. So if you say, aviation jet fuel is used by the rich and all that, but you know what? There's a trickle-down effect, because the people that are using these services also provide services to the people that you may not call rich. So if they're paying double what they used to pay for airfare now, they're going to transfer those costs somehow to the consumer. And the same for people that use diesel to power their factories and all of that. So meanwhile, the benefits of the increase in the price of crude internationally that should accrue to the country because of our famed monoproduct base for the economy, we're not getting that benefit. Our forex reserves have not increased. The government revenues, we are not seeing any increase. We're not seeing an increase in FAC allocation, for example. So you begin to wonder, where is this money? What exactly is going on? On the one hand, we're suffering an increase in prices. We're suffering inflation because oil prices have gone up. On the other hand, revenues are not going up. So there's some sort of very strange economics going on right now in this country that somebody needs to explain to to the average Nigerian. So it's all a very strange situation we find ourselves. And for me, you can only put it down at the doorsteps of a policy failure. A failure in governance.
All right, Shagun, just before we just leave off from this conversation, let's talk about one thing that you mentioned in passing, which is the aviation sector. And from what we hear, operators are actually saying that it may get to as well as passengers paying 100,000 naira for domestic flight. How did we get here? What can we do to just swim out of these troubled waters?
Well, I mean, very clearly, like a lot of the other sectors of the Nigerian economy, there's a lot of imbalance within the aviation sector. But obviously, the fundamental driving factor for this increase in the cost of airfare is the price of one of their most fundamental inputs, which is to fuel the planes themselves. So with this continued increases, the airlines, who in any case have been a sector that has struggled traditionally in this country, the aviation sector has never really been stable. And you can look at the very checkered history over the last 20, maybe 25 years, and you find that attrition rate is very high. If you take a stock of the airlines we had in let's say 1999 and take a stock of the airlines we have now, very, very few have survived. Very few. Majority of the airlines you have today are new. So I guess because this is a TV show, I don't want to mention specific brands, but you look at those airlines that you had, almost none exist today, with the exception of a few. So this is a sector that has struggled with a lot of internal structural problems within that sector. Lack of transparency, lack of capacity, lack of adequate funding, lack of availability of revenue, the market, because the fundamentals within the economy do not encourage the flying habit. It's not something that is available to the majority of the people. So this sector is already struggling from these things. They're not making enough money. Most of them run in losses. And then you now add this new variable of the cost of their primary input doubling and almost, approaching the point of where it might even triple. The signs are very clear. It's either they go under or they increase their airfare. So the price for now is probably going to go higher and get worse, and only the hyper-rich will probably be able to afford it. Juxtapose that with the current situation in the country, then you begin to wonder what impact this will have on the economy.
All right.
So maybe the only lining in the air might be the fact that, the remote work culture has been enhanced significantly as a result of the recent lockdowns, and maybe that will mitigate some of the economic impact of all of this to a certain degree. But, it remains to be seen how severely this is going to affect the economy.
All right, thank you so much, Shagun. We've been speaking with Shagun Shogbiton, a financial analyst. Thanks for all the thoughts that you have shared on Business Insight for today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, Shagun. As we round off, chief executive officers of businesses in Nigeria have been encouraged to engage and commit to growth and sustain innovation in Africa. These came up on the sidelines of CEO's Breakfast Roundtable hosted by the United Nations Global Impact Network Nigeria in Lagos. We'll bring you details in the next report. But that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Although it was a breakfast roundtable for the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations Global Compact, CEOs from the private sector in Lagos converged on this whole to collaborate on the sustainability of the continent. The United Nations Global Africa Strategy 2021 to 2023 is a proposed roadmap to accelerate corporate sustainability and champions the business sector's contribution to sustainable development in the continent. In this panel session, the narrative of the Sustainable Development Goals takes center stage, including gender equity, decent work and economic growth, and climate action, among others.
By adopting sustainability, we were able to bring a very attractive value proposition to the oil and gas sector. Essentially, we halved the cost for logistics support. and we enabled projects which have never been done in Nigeria before to be done in Nigeria.
I think that within the business community, there's a very clear understanding that this is not just perhaps the right thing to do, but it is the absolutely commercial thing to do.
I believe that empowering women is pivotal to the shared success that we all strive to achieve, because the role women play in the empowerment of the family, the homes, and even the individuals cannot be wished away.
Resident coordinator of the United Nations, as well as other top echelon of the Global Compact, throw more light on the essence of the sessions as they affect the private sector and even young people.
Opportunities for young people to have to work with companies. So the idea is by giving them exposure to working in the private sector, they become more attractive as part of a future labor force.
It's more about how can private sector speak as one voice, and bring all the businesses together, partnerships. It's going to be very important what the brilliant organizations and bodies here that are already delivering on the SDG.
We want to unite the Africa and indeed Nigeria private sector to be able to help to work with governments in ensuring that the sustainable development goals have impact.
The take-home message is sustainable business is the future. It's no longer business as usual. CEOs now understand that they need to operate responsibly, embed the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact, take actions to promote human rights in their business, ensure decent work in their operations, protect the environment where they live in.
The discussion also focused on identifying prevalent barriers and key actions to achieve the ambitions of the Africa strategy.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is the news update. President Muhammadu Buhari has re-echoed his government's resolve to restore peace to every part of the country. Buhari was said this during the 58th anniversary of the Nigerian Air Force NAF held at the NAF base in Kano, congratulated the NAF and other security agencies for their sacrifices and assured them of his government's continued support. His government has invested much in equipping NAF, which has yielded results and would do even more.
That these huge investments in the capacity development of the Nigerian Air Force have helped to turn the tide against terrorists and other violent non-state actors in our nation. In furtherance of our drive to continue to modernize the armed forces, we will continue to do more to support the Air Force. To this end, we have approved the procurement of more platforms, such as the Beechcraft, some modern helicopter gunships, and UAV for the Nigerian Air Force to enable it to man our airspace more effectively. Rest assured that as a government, we are willing to do even more to ensure the provision of the requisite support and encouragement to overcome various security challenges.
And the police command in Kano has confirmed that the explosion that killed 9 persons last week was caused by chemicals used for making bombs. And this follows an investigation carried out by the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Defense and Operation Father of the Nigerian Police. Meanwhile, arrests have been made linking one of the collapsed shops with dealings in sales of illicit toxic chemical substances and combustible materials suspected to be used for making improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Evidence of purchase was also recovered. An investigation is in progress. And the Benue State chapter of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, yesterday had a rally to protest the gruesome murder of Deborah Samuel by religious extremists in Sokoto State. The CAN chairman, Reverend Ankwen Leva, who led the Benue Christians with placards, insisted that Christians cannot continue to bury their loved ones in the name of religion. And some of the placards read, "Enough is enough. We condemn the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Christians are not second-class citizens."
So my people in Benue State, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Condemn what happened in Sokoto State. The murder of Deborah Samuel was in a very barbaric manner. We condemn it in totality, and we sympathize with the family for what happened. We want to call on law enforcement agencies in this nation. We want to call on the police, the military, the paramilitary, to please, as a matter of urgency, stop unprovoked killings in Nigeria. This type of killing is not allowed in Nigeria again.
In a bid to put up a stronger fight against the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and frontline opposition People's Democratic Party PDP, 7 political parties have joined forces ahead of the upcoming 2023 general elections. The coalition in a communique said it took 15 months of deliberations and agreements for the allied political parties and the National Consultative Front, comprising of 6 parties, to decide to join forces with the Labour Party to present a joint presidential candidate for the 2023 polls.
A spokesperson for the National Consultative Front, NC Front, Bello Bilikis, revealed that the formal endorsement of the Labour Party by the Third Force movement arose from recent meetings and activities of separate political commissions of the NLC and the TUC with their allies towards repositioning the Labour Party as an alternative platform for rescuing Nigerian ahead of the 2023 general elections. And Godwin Emefiele, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has withdrawn the suit he filed against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Attorney General of the Federation over his presidential ambition. Emefiele, through his counsel, S.T. Maliki, told Justice Ahmed Mohammed that a notice of discontinuance had been filed and served on the defendants in the matter. Maliki, who held the brief of Chief Michael Zekome SAN, said though the matter was scheduled for the mention, they had Emefiele's instruction to withdraw the suit. And the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS Zone D, has threatened to shut down major efforts if the face-off between the Economic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and the federal government continues. NANS Southwest Zone Coordinator Adegboye Olatunji made this known in Abuja at a protest at the All Progressive Congress Secretariat in solidarity with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State to run for a second term. Olatunji said it was time both parties came together to resolve the issues leading to the strike as students were at the receiving end. And also the federal government and the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, have won the case against the state governors over the financial autonomy from the local government joint account. Justice Inyange Ekwe of the Federal High Court delivered the ruling in favor of the federal government. The NFIU had in June 2019 issued guidelines aimed at curbing crime vulnerabilities created by cash withdrawals from local government accounts by various state governments. The Nigerian Governors Forum sued the FG and NFIU for interfering with state government powers to initiate transactions on local government joint accounts, citing provisions of the 1999 Constitution. And as Nigeria prepares for another round of elections in 2023, citizens have continued to express their views on what their expectations are, and that's on Street Views. Take a listen.
Well, basically, at the moment, the situation in town, the situation of the country determines the wave of how an election goes. The government of the day are so much messed up, and even the blind and the deaf in the society can tell. So for 2023, I believe that it's going to be about the corporate need of the society beyond individualisms. Because if we don't get it right this time as a corporate society, we cannot get it out again. So basically, the performance of the present government will determine the result of this 2023 election.
Hopefully, I'm expecting the power to change from the ruling party to the other party, which is PDP, because I think every part of everywhere corner of the country, they are tired of the ruling party, which is the APC, because instead of things to like being stabilized in a way, it's getting too hard for people to, so people can't bear it anymore. That's my views on it.
Yes, we've been hearing that too, but people are tired of suffering. So I believe people will come out to vote for their choice. That will really make peace, because imposing people on party members have always brought menace to our society. When people vote for their right choice and the right choice wins, it brings peace to the world. So I believe at this election, people will vote for their right choice.
And now moving on to other parts of Africa. A top UN official has accused the M23 militia force active in the Democratic Republic of Congo of attacking peacekeepers in the troubled east of the country. The accusation by Assistant Secretary General Bintou Keita came after the DR Congo's army launched an offensive against the group on Thursday. Keita on Sunday condemned the militia's attack on both the government forces and the UN's MONUSCO peacekeeping force. Residents of Goma, the main city in the North Kivu province, said MONUSCO had used helicopters in their operation against the rebels. And from news outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has told a meeting of global business leaders at Davos that the world faced a turning point and had to ratchet up sanctions against Russia as a warning to other countries considering using brute force. His speech kicked off in earnest the 4-day World Economic Forum that gathers some 2,000 business and economic leaders as well as experts, with Ukraine this year topping the agenda. Zelensky urged countries to put more pressure on Moscow and accused them of not exhausting sanctions. And it's time for business news. Nigeria's gross domestic product grew by 3.11% year-on-year in real terms in the first quarter of 2022, indicating the 6th consecutive quarter of positive growth by the Nigerian economy. And this is according to the recently released gross domestic report released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The first quarter 2022 growth rate was higher than 0.51% growth rate recorded in the corresponding period of 2021 by 2.60 percent points and lower than 3.98% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2021 by 0.88 percent points. However, on a quarter-on-quarter basis, real GDP contracted by 14.66% in the first quarter of 2022 compared to the fourth quarter of 2021, reflecting a lower economic activity than the preceding quarter. On entertainment news, Two-Face, aka Tubaba, has paid a visit to the gravesite of his late colleague Sound Sultan. In a video shared via his Instagram page today, he was joined by other friends of the late singer to pay tribute to the deceased by laying flowers on the tomb. Sound Sultan passed away in July last year after battling acute-immunoblastic T-cell lymphoma, and he is survived by his wife, Farida Fasasi, and 3 children. All right, now on sports news, Bielsa Queens have been crowned the 2021-2022 Nigerian Women Football League champions after a 2-1 victory against Nasarawa Amazons in the Super 6 playoff. They won all 5 matches in the playoff held at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City. Edo State so emerged as the champions of a bridged season. The Bielsa-based team will now represent Nigeria in next season's CAF Women's Champions League. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? It's. Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Direle, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was. So I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions and auditions and auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, of making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
We try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, program their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa on a Monday. Welcome on the show. My name is Wally Scott. Now, too much drama over the weekend in the world of sports, especially football. Now, Manchester City retained the Premier League title in the most dramatic of fashion as they hauled themselves back from 2-0 down to beat Aston Villa 3-2 with 3 goals in the final 15 minutes on Sunday. Ike Gundogan came off the bench to score twice, with Rodri also on target as Pep Guardiola's men held off Liverpool's title charge to win the league by a point. In scenes reminiscent of the first of City's now 6 league titles in 11 seasons, when Sergio Kun Aguero scored the 93rd minute winner to deny Manchester United the title on goal difference. The champions produced a remarkable comeback at the Etihad. Goals from Matty Cash and former Liverpool favourite Felipe Coutinho